At my graduation party, with 60 guests, Dad toasted my sister. "I wish you held the diploma." Mom nodded. Then a man walked in with an envelope for me. "My name is Natalie Bennett. I am 23 years old. 3 weeks ago during my graduation celebration, my father spoke in front of 60 people, including relatives, family, friends, and his law company colleagues. He lifted his champagne glass. But he didn't look at me. He was glancing at my younger sister. And then he spoke the words that I still hear in my brain. "I wish you were holding the diploma tonight, Grace. You are the only child who has ever made me feel proud." My mother nodded in accord. Nobody objected. No one even looked my way. I departed gently. Not one person noticed. But what occurred afterwards? They are still reeling from it. Before we begin, if you appreciate this story, please like and subscribe. Where are you watching from, and what time is it? Leave a comment and let me know. Now let me tell you how it all began. Allow me to introduce you to the Bennett family. My father, Jonathan Bennett, is a successful attorney and a senior partner at one of the city's most prestigious law companies. My mother, Margaret, is descended from 3 generations of attorneys. And my younger sister, Grace, 20, has recently finished her first year of pre-law, and she is the son that my parents revolve around. Then there's me, the black sheep who decided to pursue nursing. I vividly remember the day I informed them, 5 years ago. I was 19, tingling with excitement about my admittance into the nursing program. My father glanced at me as if I had just delivered an unfunny joke. "Nursing?" He sat down with his whiskey. "Do you want to spend your entire life serving doctors?" My mom sighed. "Our family has been in law for 3 generations. You're the first to break with convention." I attempted to explain. I wanted to assist people, to be present in their most vulnerable times, and to genuinely make a difference. They did not hear a thing. Since that day, every phone call home has focused on Grace. Grace's grades, internship applications, and promising future. Meanwhile, I finished at the top of my nursing class, worked multiple shifts to cover my own tuition, and earned several commendations from my teachers. They never inquired about my well-being. They did not attend a single ceremony. But there was one member of my family who always kept track. Someone who called on Sundays without fail. Someone who recalled every exam, clinical rotation, and minor success. Someone who my father had never respected. And that individual would transform everything. 3 months before graduation, I got an email from my mother. "There's no hello or how you're doing, simply logistics. Your graduation celebration will be placed at the Sterling at 7:30 p.m. Saturday. Your father has finished the guest list. You have nothing to worry about." I reread it 3 times. My graduation celebration was fully organized without me. I opened up the guest list attachment. My stomach sank. 58 names. I recognized around 12 of them. I know very little about my relatives. The others, including my father's co-workers, business contacts, company partners, and even Grace's sorority buddies, made the cut. But none of my friends, nursing instructors, or co-workers from the hospital where I'd completed my clinicals did. I dialed my mother immediately. "Mom, may I invite some of my own people?" For 3 years, Professor Elena Ramirez served as my mentor, as did my friend Brooke Sinclair. Her tone was calm, as if she were explaining something to a kid. "This is an opportunity for our family to leave an impact. Your pals wouldn't fit in." I felt the words like a smack. Would not fit in. Do you understand what I mean? The couple's spouses will be present. We require the proper environment. I hung up without saying goodbye. That night I reviewed the invitation card my mother had sent for my records. My hands trembled when I read it. The Bennett family was honored in exquisite gold lettering. Natalie Bennett is not being celebrated. Not Natalie's graduation, but the entire family. As if I were a footnote to my own tale. I should have seen it coming. But I wasn't ready for what they had planned. That night, I was unable to sleep. I lay in my little apartment, looking at the ceiling, going over 5 years of memories, swallowing my pride, and telling myself, just wait. When they see you succeed, they'll come around. However, the reality was becoming difficult to deny. The longer I remained silent, the more invisible I became. If I allowed this celebration go as planned, if I smiled and nodded as they paraded Grace around like a trophy, I would be officially labeled as the failing daughter by everyone. Every late-night study session, every patient I'd soothed, and every flawless score I'd achieved would be wiped. I looked at my diploma frame on the wall. Summa cum laude, top of the class. A piece of paper had cost me 5 years of no holidays, social life, or leisure. My phone vibrated. Unknown number. I disregarded it. Too sleepy for telemarketers. A voicemail notice flashed up. I almost erased it, but something kept me listening. Hello. This message is for Natalie Bennett. This is the office of Presbyterian Memorial Hospital. We would want to share some vital news with you in person. Please call us at your earliest convenience. Presbyterian Memorial, the state's most prominent hospital, was near impossible to secure an interview, let alone a job offer. I dialed back instantly. I'm sorry, the receptionist replied. The office is closed for the evening. Dr. Thomas Callahan will be available tomorrow morning. Dr. Callahan is the director of recruiting personally. What was so crucial that he needed to tell me in person? I did not sleep at all that night. The next morning I contacted the one person who had never disappointed me. Grandma, Natalie, sweetie. Evelyn Hart's voice was as pleasant as sunshine. I was just thinking of you. How are the party preparations progressing? I told her everything. The guest list I had no choice over. The invitation that removed my name. And the sensation of being a stranger at my own party. Silence on the other end. A lengthy one. Has your father invited me? She finally asked. I paused. I'm not sure, Grandma. I see. Her tone changed. Toughened somewhat. I'll be there anyhow, invited or not. I don't want to cause any difficulty, Grandma. Trouble? She laughed gently. Sweetheart, I was a nurse for 45 years. I confronted physicians who felt they were gods and bureaucrats who thought they owned us. Your father's displeasure does not scare me. Tears prickled in my eyes. At least someone was on my side. Natalie went on to say that your value is independent of whether your parents see it. I am aware of your accomplishments, and I am proud of them all. Thanks, Grandma. Oh, by the way, her voice became lighter. I bumped across Presbyterian Memorial's recruitment director, Dr. Thomas Callahan, last week. Do you remember him? My heartbeat skipped. Do you know Dr. Callahan? We were on the Community Health Foundation board together for 20 years. He mentioned your name and stated some really remarkable things about you. What? What exactly did he say? Call him back, sweetie. I believe you will want to hear it from him straight. She hung up before I could ask any further questions. What precisely did my grandma tell him about me? 4 days before the celebration, I drove to my parents' home. I discovered my father in his study, studying case files. He did not glance up when I walked in. Dad, may we discuss the party? He continued reading. How about it? I'd want to invite several folks. Professor Elena Ramirez with a few hospital buddies. Number. He flipped the page. The list is finalized. Dad, this is my graduation party now. He glanced up. His eyes were chilly. Assessing. This is a Bennett family event. I simply want my mentor there. She mentored me for 3 years. A nursing professor? He genuinely laughed. What will my coworkers think? They'll believe I was well educated. They'll assume this family has one youngster who can't keep up. The remarks landed like a blow. I supported myself on the doorframe. Dad? I graduated at the top of my class. He said nursing. Natalie, as if the term itself was beneath him. Your sister is attending Harvard Law School. Do you know what that implies for this family? I assumed this gathering was for my graduation. He eventually laid down his papers and looked at me directly, and what I saw in his eyes was not anger. It was terrible. It was total disinterest. I've already informed everyone about Grace's Harvard admission. This gathering is the ideal chance. He took up his pen again. Simply show there, smile, and avoid drawing too much attention to yourself. I stood there, transfixed. Try to avoid drawing too much attention to yourself. I attended my own graduation celebration. I understand, I said gently. I said. But I was lying. For the first time in my life, I lied to my father. I discovered my mother in the kitchen, preparing flowers for the centerpieces. Mom, I need your aid. She did not stop arranging. With what, my dear? Talk with Dad about the celebration, considering creating it about my graduation. Natalie sighed. I do not wish to incite confrontation. You'd be sticking up for me. I'd be upsetting the family peace by supporting your own daughter. She eventually glanced at me. Her face was the same patient, somewhat fatigued one she'd had all my life. Sweetheart, you've always been very sensitive. Your father intends well. He simply expresses it differently. He is turning my graduation into Grace's announcement party. He is celebrating both of you. He really remarked. I wish Grace had my diploma. You must have misheard him. I was standing right there. Mom. She put down a rose. For a brief time I thought I seen something spark in her eyes. Guilt. Recognition. Then it was gone. Your father has worked really hard to establish the family's reputation. The very least we can do is support his goal. Even if his view eliminates me. Silence. You're selecting a side. Mom. I am maintaining the peace by sacrificing myself. She selected another flower. Her hands remained steady. Her voice was more steady. You've always been overly theatrical, Natalie. Exactly like your granny. I departed without saying anything else. That evening, an email arrived, which altered everything. The subject line was, Formal Offer of Employment, Presbyterian Memorial Hospital. I opened it with shaking fingers. And then I had a decision to make. I read the email 3 times to ensure that I wasn't having hallucinations. Presbyterian Memorial Hospital offered me a position in their emergency department. The most competitive nurse post in the entire hospital. Hundreds of graduates apply each year. Most didn't even get interviews, but they wanted me. My mouth dropped when I saw the beginning salary. $82,000. I had completed my research. First-year associates at my father's legal company began at $68,000. However, the next paragraph piqued my interest the most. We'd want to publicly give this offer to you at an important event in your life to recognize your extraordinary achievements. Please let us know if there are any forthcoming events where this might be appropriate. They intended to make it public. A ceremonial. Just a moment. I took a peek at the invitation card on my desk that celebrated the Bennett family. A thought formed. Dangerous. Audacious. What if I gave them everything they wanted? I scrolled down to the bottom of the email. My breath caught as I read the postscript. P.S. Mrs. Evelyn Hart recommended you to us. She regarded you as the most remarkable nursing student she has seen in her 45 years of practice. We consider it an honor to have you join our family. Grandma. She had not simply disclosed my name to Dr. Thomas Callahan. She had aggressively pushed for me, using her decades of connections and credentials to open a door, but she had never said anything. I did not respond to the email that night. I needed to think. My family intended to use my celebration to glorify Grace and belittle me, making me invisible. Maybe it was time to let them know who they'd been neglecting. I traveled to Grandma Evelyn's place the following morning. She was waiting on the porch, tea already poured, as if she knew I was coming. She probably did. Grandma always seems to know. You received the email, she said. This is not a question. Why haven't you told me? She grinned while stirring her tea. Because that was not my success to announce. I just told Dr. Callahan the truth. You earned everything else on your own. I sat near her. Grandmother, tell me about Dad. About why he behaves this way. Her smile vanished. Your father started from nothing. Natalie made his way through law school on scholarships and resentment. When he married your mother, he inherited 3 generations of legal prestige. She paused. The first time we met, he looked at my nurse's outfit and remarked, I hope your daughter lives a better life than you. He stated it directly to my face during their engagement dinner. She shrugged. I've never been someone he thought was worth impressing. Only the mother-in-law serves physicians. But you've accomplished so much. The foundation, scholarships and community health projects do not require a legal degree. She reached out and grasped my hand. Your father determines worth by titles and reputation. People like us. We quantify it in terms of lives impacted. She rose up and walked in. When she returned, she was carrying an envelope. It arrived for you last month. I've been waiting for the appropriate moment. I opened it. A letter from the nursing school's dean, a formal commendation for academic excellence, and a nomination for the Future Healthcare Leaders Program. Grandma, you do not need your parents' approval, sweetheart. Her eyes were intense. But if they insist on looking, let us give them something to see. That afternoon I phoned Dr. Thomas Callahan. Natalie. His voice was warm and professional. I am so glad you reached out. Have you received our offer? I did. I am honored. We are truly honored. Your clinical evaluations were excellent. Your professors could not say enough positive things. I took a deep breath. Dr. Callahan, regarding the formal presentation you mentioned. Yes, I have a graduation party this Saturday at the Sterling restaurant. That sounds perfect. A celebration of your achievements. I paused. It's complicated. My family does not fully understand the importance of nursing. A pause. I see. His tone changed, becoming knowledgeable. Mrs. Hart said something similar. I understand that your family has lawyers. There are 3 generations of them. Well, I could hear him smiling over the phone. I suppose we'll have to show them what a genuine accomplishment looks like. I'll bring a formal offer letter and a small surprise. What type of surprise? You will see. Trust me, Natalie. Saturday evening will be unforgettable. After I hung up, I sat silently for a long time. I hadn't told Grandma about my plans. I had not told anyone. This was my decision. This is my moment. My entire life, I'd tried to earn my family's respect by remaining small and quiet, hoping that they'd eventually turn around and notice me. They never did. Perhaps it was time to stop waiting. I looked at my reflection in the window. I was 23 years old, at the top of my class, with a job offer that would make lawyers jealous, and a family that thought I was nothing. One of those things was going to change. I wasn't sure what Saturday would bring. But I knew one thing. It wouldn't turn out the way my parents expected. Okay. Before we get to the graduation party, which I promise you will not be able to look away from, I would like to ask you a question. Have you ever been looked down upon because of your career choice? Have you ever felt invisible in your own family? Leave a comment below and tell me your story. If this hits close to home, please like it so I know I'm not alone in this. Now, return to Saturday night. The Sterling was far more impressive than I remembered. Crystal chandeliers cast golden light on white linen tablecloths. Fresh roses adorned every surface. Waitstaff wearing black uniforms moved silently between tables, filling champagne glasses and adjusting silverware. The minimum number of guests is 60. I scanned the room and recognized about a dozen faces, distant aunts and cousins I saw every few years. The rest were strangers wearing expensive suits. My father's colleagues, partners, and wives. I arrived at precisely 7:30. My father stood at the entrance, shaking hands with a silver-haired man I didn't recognize. Congratulations, Jonathan, the man said. A significant occasion for your family. Thanks, Peter. There are big things ahead. Dad saw me approaching. A quick nod, nothing more. Then he returned to Peter, as if I were just another passing server. I moved further into the room. My mother was at the head table, fussing over Grace's dress. A stunning emerald gown that likely cost more than my monthly rent. Meanwhile, I was wearing the navy blue cocktail dress I had purchased with 3 weeks of overtime pay. Natalie, there you are. Mom barely looked at me. You're at table 6, near the back. Near the back. The front tables are for your father's partners. She smoothed Grace's collar. Do you understand? I fully understood. I walked to table 6, found my name card, and looked up at the elegant gold script banner that spanned the main wall, celebrating the Bennett family. No mention of graduation. No mention of me. I was a guest at my own party, providing a backdrop for someone else's announcement, but they had no idea I had brought my own guests. The restaurant's doors opened at 7:45. Grandma Evelyn walked in as if she owned the place. She wore a navy blue suit that was probably more expensive than my father's. Her silver hair was immaculately styled, her posture was ramrod straight. Even at 80 she could command attention without saying anything. My father's face became pale. Evelyn. He stepped forward and blocked her path. I do not recall sending you an invitation. Grandmother smiled. It was not a warm smile. I'm attending my granddaughter's graduation celebration. I do not need your invitation, Jonathan. This is a private family event. Yes, I am a family member. She walked around him smoothly. Whether you like it or not. My mother dashed over, her shoes tapping rapidly across the marble floor. Mother, please don't create a scene. I am not creating a scene, Margaret. I'm simply present. Grandma's gaze scanned the room. Where is Natalie seated? Oh, table 6 is at the back. How appropriate. Several guests had halted their talks to observe the encounter. My father laughed, a strained, too loud sound. My mother-in-law and everyone. Always a little dramatic. Grandma did not acknowledge him. She walked directly to me, arms extended. That's my gal. I held her tightly and fought back tears. I said, I have a surprise for Grandma. She drew back, eyes flashing. I understand, dear. I have one too. Before I could ask what she meant, a waitress informed that supper will start soon. My father was already moving through the crowd, conducting damage control, and beguiling his partners with his polished grin. He had no clue what was about to happen. I didn't completely know, but I was going to find out. After dinner, my father arose and tapped his champagne glass. The room went quiet. Thank you for being here tonight. His voice carried well. Years of courtroom experience have prepared me. We've gathered to honor our family. A short pause. I noticed he did not mention my name. Many of you are aware that the Bennett family has a long history in the legal profession. 3 generations of attorneys, about to be 4. He turned to face Grace, who was grinning at the head table. I'd like to raise a glass to my youngest daughter, Grace, who was just admitted to Harvard Law. Applause echoed throughout the room. I noticed my mother nodding enthusiastically. My father continued, his gaze fixed on Grace. I hope he waited for effect. I really wish Grace was the one holding the diploma tonight. She's the only child who has ever made me feel proud. More applauding, but quieter now. I observed a few visitors exchanging awkward stares. My mother nodded and smiled. Nobody glanced at me. I sat motionless at table 6, feeling each stare that purposefully avoided mine. The pitying stares from the few relatives that bothered, and the apathy of the others. Grace kept smiling, but something flared over her features. A moment of uneasiness, perhaps even guilt. Then it was gone. My father raised his glass higher. To the Bennett family and Grace, our brightest light. Everybody drank. I did not touch my glass. My grandma stood up. The room was silent again, and I understood this was when everything would change. Jonathan. Grandma's words sliced through the quiet like a blade. I think you neglected something vital. My father's smile tightened. Evelyn, now isn't the time. This is the precise time. She walked away from table 6 and toward the center of the room. You just made a toast at your daughter's graduation celebration. You did not mention her once. Murmurs echoed across the throng. I mentioned the family. You hoped a different youngster was carrying the diploma. Grandma's voice was calm but razor sharp at the party for the youngster who truly deserved it. Evelyn, you are humiliating yourself. No, Jonathan. You've been doing it for years. Gasps from many tables. I noticed my father's co-workers leaning in, suddenly intrigued. This is a family affair, my mother said, stepping up. We should not discuss private concerns in public. Private? Grandma laughed gently. You organized a public party to announce Grace's college admission during Natalie's graduation. You sat her at the back table. You did not even include her name on the banner. She motioned to the gold writing. There is nothing private about this humiliation. My father's face was going crimson. I have had enough of this. Evelyn, sit down or leave. I will do neither. The room was very still. 60 people are watching and waiting. Then the restaurant's doors opened. A man strolled in. Mid-40s, distinct gray around the temples, and costly outfit. He carried a huge envelope. He walked immediately towards me. He apologized for the late arrival, saying it loudly enough for everyone to hear. I have an urgent matter with Miss Natalie Bennett. My father frowned. Who in the heck are you? He grinned. I am Dr. Thomas Callahan, the director of recruiting at Presbyterian Memorial Hospital. The room became utterly quiet. Dr. Callahan strolled past my father without noticing him, then paused squarely in front of my table. Miss Bennett, he reached out his hand. It is an honor to meet you in person. I stood and shook his hand, my legs felt wobbly. Dr. Callahan, I wasn't expecting. I wanted to deliver it personally. He held up the envelope. May I? I nodded. He opened it and pulled out an official document with the hospital's letterhead. Then he turned and addressed the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry for disrupting your evening, but I had an urgent news. My father came forward. Wait just a minute. Natalie Bennett, Dr. Callahan continued, completely ignoring him. Graduated from the School of Nursing with honors, finishing first in her class. Her clinical assessments were the highest we had seen in 20 years. He held up the letter. Presbyterian Memorial Hospital is pleased to offer her a position in the emergency department. Starting compensation is $82,000 per year and is effective immediately. There were audible gasps from numerous tables. I overheard someone mutter, $882,000 for a nurse? Dr. Thomas Callahan grinned. To put that in context, the average first-year attorney at a top firm starts at $68,000. He glanced straight at my father. If anyone wishes to compare. The stillness was terrible. My father's face has changed from crimson to white. My mother put her fingers on her mouth. Grace stared at me with wide eyes from the head table. Not envy, but something else. Surprise. It was a real surprise. Dr. Callahan handed me the letter. Congratulations, Natalie. You have earned this. Thank you. I succeeded, but he wasn't done. There is one more thing, Dr. Callahan explained. I mentioned a tiny surprise. He reached into his jacket and retrieved another envelope. This letter is from Dean Robert Whitman of the School of Nursing. It was written specifically to Natalie, but given the circumstances, I thought I'd share a piece of it. He unfurled the paper and started reading. Natalie Bennett is the most remarkable nursing student we've educated in the last 20 years. She not only received flawless academic grades, but she also displayed compassion and professionalism that far beyond all expectations throughout her clinical rotations. We are pleased to nominate her for the Future Healthcare Leaders Program, which is designated for the top 2% of healthcare graduates nationwide. He glanced up. The top 2% in the country. Applause erupted. Not polite, but sincere and passionate applause. My father's colleagues nodded in approval and turned to gaze at me with new respect. My God, I heard someone remark. Jonathan, you never told us she was that successful. My father opened his mouth. Nothing came out. Dr. Callahan folded the letter and gave it to me. Your grandma was correct about you, Natalie. Every syllable. Grandma walked forward, her chin up. For those who are curious, she declared, her voice echoing over the room. I introduced Natalie to Presbyterian Memorial. I spent 45 years as a nurse, developing connections that Jonathan has never valued. She grinned. It turns out that being a servant to physicians has perks. My father appeared to have been smacked. My mom sunk into her chair. And Grace was looking at me with a look I had never seen before. Nor pity, nor envy, but something like respect. When I stood up, the room continued to buzz. 60 pairs of eyes focused on me, waiting. I had spent my whole life avoiding this moment, being quiet and little, believing that if I worked hard enough they would finally notice me. They never responded, so I gave up waiting. Thank you, Dr. Callahan. My voice was more steady than I expected. Thanks, Grandma. I turned to face the room, specifically my parents. I spent 5 years attempting to establish my value to this family. I worked double shifts. I've never asked for aid. I graduated as the top of my class. I halted. I realized something tonight. I do not need to prove anything to anyone. My father started speaking. Natalie, you misunderstand. I understand completely, Dad. I did not raise my voice. I did not need to. You intended to utilize my graduation celebration to announce Grace's admission. You wished she held my diploma. You seated me at the back table. I motioned to the banner. You didn't even include my name on there. The hush was total. I am not furious. I intended it. The rage had dissipated, leaving behind something cleaner. I'm just finished. I'm done waiting. I'm done hoping. Stop pretending you will change. I took up Dr. Callahan's letter. Starting today, I'm establishing a new limit. I won't ask for love anymore. I'll focus my efforts on folks who genuinely care about me. I looked at grandmother. Her eyes were gleaming. Then I looked back to my parents. I am not asking for an apology. I'm only letting you know that things will change now. My father has finally found his voice. Natalie, let's talk about this quietly. Number 1. I grinned. I suppose we're done talking. My father's expression shifted between numerous emotions. Shock, rage, and then something that resembled terror. Natalie, you're being theatrical. He feigned a laugh and looked at his colleagues. You understand how it is. Misunderstandings among family members. This was not a misunderstanding, Dad. I kept my voice quiet. You actually wished my sister had received my diploma in front of 60 people. You made a toast for someone else at my gathering. A man got up from one of the front tables. I knew him from my father's office. Mr. Lawrence Keaton is a senior partner. Jonathan. His voice was low yet forceful. I believe your daughter deserves an apology. Several heads nodded around the room. My father's laughter died in his throat. Peter, this is a family problem. You made it public by giving that toast. Mr. Keaton stared at me with something approaching respect. Congratulations, young woman, on your achievements. That is actually remarkable. Thank you, sir. My father was losing control of the room. I could see it in his eyes, the awareness that his well-planned event had gone terribly wrong. Everyone, please. My mother rose up, her voice straining. This is between our families. Margaret, Grandma's voice broke through. For once in your life, remain silent. You've been silent in inappropriate times for far too long. My mother's mouth dropped open. The room was very still. My father glanced around at his co-workers, partners, and the individuals whose opinions he had spent decades shaping. Everyone was looking at him with new eyes. He gulped heavily. I'm not sure what to say. For the first time in my life, Jonathan Bennett was silent, and I understood that was enough. Wow. Are you experiencing this as strongly as I am right now? Please comment and let me know. If you were me, would you stay or go after that moment? Here is the thing. The narrative is not over. What occurred next completely impacted my outlook. If you want to know how it all ends, click that like button. Now let me tell you about the aftermath. The party disbanded shortly after that. Guests made nice excuses and left. I stood near the entrance taking compliments from those who had ignored me an hour before. However, I did catch snippets of discussion. Two of my father's co-workers lingered at the coat check. I had no clue Jonathan was like this with his daughter. $82,000 for a new nurse. My kid graduated from law school last year. He's earning $64,000. Did you see his expression when the hospital director stepped in? Priceless. It leaves you wondering what more we don't know about him. I saw my father standing alone in the corner of the empty room. Nobody approached him. The companions who typically orbited about him maintained their distance. My mother was quickly packing her belongings and avoiding eye contact with everyone. Mr. Keaton paused alongside me on his way out. Miss Bennett. He took out a business card from his wallet. If you ever need anything, including a referral, a reference, or guidance, please do not hesitate to contact. Thank you, Mr. Keaton. Your father is a talented lawyer. He paused. But tonight, I discovered something about his character that I wish I hadn't. Good luck to you. He shook my hand and departed. I looked across the room. Grace remained at the head table alone. She was now looking at me, not with wrath or envy, but with what appeared to be confusion, as if she was seeing me for the first time. Our eyes locked for a long time. Then she stood up and began heading towards me. I readied myself for what was coming next. Grace came to a halt in front of me, her emerald gown suddenly appearing too dazzling against the lowering lights. Natalie's voice sounded uncertain. Are you okay? I nearly laughed. Are you really asking me that? She bit her lip. I didn't realize it was this nasty. How could you not know? She looked down. I guess I assumed this was how our family operated. Dad talks about me. Mom concentrates on me. And you? She drifted off. I remain unseen. I'd never thought of it that way. When she looked up, I was shocked to find her eyes streaming. I assumed you were silent. That you did not want the attention. I wanted it, Grace. I just realized I would never get it. We stood silently. Around us, the restaurant staff had started cleaning tables. I apologize. Her voice crackled. I know it doesn't solve anything, but I am. You do not have to apologize for Mom and Dad. I'm apologizing for myself, for never asking and never noticing. She wiped her eyes, just accepting things as they were. I felt a change in my chest. Not forgiveness, not yet, but something gentler than the barricade I had constructed. You were 20, Grace. You're still 20. You did not initiate this dynamic, but I benefited from it. Yes, you did. She nodded slowly. What happens to us now? I thought about the question thoroughly. You are my sister. That does not alter, but our relationship must be rebuilt on respect, not whatever this has been. That is what I desire. Her speech was soft, yet sincere. I really want to get to know you. Then start by seeing me, Not as a comparison, but as myself. She nodded again. It was the beginning. 3 weeks after the party, Grandma called with news. Your father is having difficulties at the company. I was at my new apartment, unloading boxes. What do you mean? Mr. Lawrence Keaton informed some of the other partners what happened that night. The story spread. She paused. Apparently, numerous clients have asked to deal with separate attorneys. They are leaving Dad. Not exactly, but they've made it plain that they prefer colleagues with stronger personalities, as one of them put it. I sat on an unopened box. I wasn't sure how to feel about it. Grandma continued. He's not going to be fired or anything. Nonetheless, his reputation suffered. The image of the golden lad has tarnished over time. I did not desire that. You did not cause it, dear. He did. You've simply quit covering for him. That afternoon, my mother called for the first time following the celebration. Natalie. Her voice was tense. We need to discuss your father's coworkers. They keep inquiring about you, mentioning the celebration. It is harming his work. That is not my fault, Mom. You could speak to Mr. Keaton. Explain that your dad didn't mean what? To humiliate me? To wish Grace had my successes? To seat me at the rear of my own party? Silence. I can't control what others think of Dad, I added gently. That is the result of his actions, not mine. Natalie. I am not going to clean up his mess, Mom. Not anymore. I hung up. For years I'd kept my family's image intact by being silent, accepting less and shrinking myself. These days were over. They were now responsible for the repercussions of their choices. My first day at Presbyterian Memorial, I stood outside the emergency department doors for a full minute, simply inhaling and absorbing everything in. The emblem on my scrubs read, Natalie Bennett, RN, which was my name, title, and achievement. Are you ready for your first shift? Dr. Thomas Callahan stood next to me smiling. More than ready. That's good. Because the ER doesn't wait for anybody. Inside there was controlled pandemonium. This is exactly what I had trained for. Monitors beeped, nurses called out vital signs, and physicians moved with purpose. For my first week I was assigned to Gloria, a veteran nurse. She showed me the procedures, shortcuts, and unwritten regulations that kept the department functioning. You're fine, she informed me after my first patient intake. Very excellent. Whoever trained you knew exactly what they were doing. I had a wonderful professor, and my grandma worked as a nurse for 45 years. Evelyn Hart. I blinked. Do you know her? Gloria laughed. Honey, Evelyn is well known throughout this facility. She helped train 50% of the top personnel. That woman is a legend. I felt a warm light spreading across my chest. Grandma left a bouquet of sunflowers in the break room, along with a letter. To my granddaughter, on her first day. I have always been proud of you. Always. My first genuine patient was an older woman, 74, who had chest symptoms. She was alone and afraid, grasping the bed bars with white knuckles. I grasped her hand. I'm Natalie. I'll be with you throughout this. You are not alone. Her grasp softened. Her breathing remained steady. This is why I chose nursing. Not for money or prestige. For situations like this. For being present when someone needed me the most. I was right where I belonged. 4 months later, my life had dramatically changed. I had a job I like, co-workers who appreciated me, an apartment that was finally beginning to feel like home, and Grandma Evelyn who came over every Sunday for tea and stories. My father still hadn't called, not once. I was not surprised. Jonathan Bennett did not apologize. He merely waited for the difficulties to disappear. I was not going to disappear any longer. My mother texted me occasionally. Short messages. How are you? Or thinking about you. There was never any recognition of what had occurred. Never apologize. I replied pleasantly. Briefly. There's nothing more. But Grace. Grace startled me. She phoned every Sunday, just before Grandma's visits. We would converse for 20 minutes, maybe longer. She informed me about the law school applications. She was pondering Harvard and looking into institutions closer to home. She inquired about my patients, my shifts, and my life. She never mentioned our parents. I'd want to understand you, she remarked one Sunday. Not the version of you I assumed I knew, the genuine you. It was not ideal. We had years of distance to cover, but she was trying. That meant something. The Bennetts were not healed. Perhaps it never will be. But I had given up waiting for someone else to heal me. I created new rules. I'd respond if they contacted me, but I wouldn't pursue their approval anymore. I would go to family occasions if invited, but I would not accept rudeness. I would adore them from a distance if it meant keeping my peace. Boundaries were not a form of punishment. They were acting in self-preservation. And for the first time in my life, I was prioritizing myself. On peaceful evenings, I sit on my apartment balcony and watch the city lights turn on. I reflect on the road that got me here. 5 years of straining myself to exhaustion in order to earn the affection I should have gotten for free. One night of public humiliation that almost shattered me, and one decision that changed everything. I quit pretending to be invisible. This is what I learned. Your worth is independent of whether others see it. People who should love you unconditionally cannot always do so. That is not your failing. It is theirs. Boundaries are not used to exact retribution. They are neither punishment nor cruelty. They represent the boundary you make between what you will and will not tolerate. Between who you are and what others expect you to be. Not everyone who claims to be family deserves the label. Real family. The individuals who show up, notice you, celebrate your achievements, and support you through setbacks. Sometimes you should share your blood. Sometimes they do not. I did not hit my folks that night at the Sterling. I finally stopped losing myself to them. My phone vibrates. A text from Grace. The Sunday call is still on. Another from Grandma. Baked your favorite cookies. I will bring them tomorrow. Gloria contributes a third at work. A patient from last week inquired about you. They said you were an angel. I thought you should know. I grin. A genuine smile. The type I couldn't recall having before now. My father wanted me to be invisible. My mother wanted me to be quiet. But I refused. And that made all the difference. I did not win against them. I've just stopped losing myself. That was the only triumph I needed. My parents skipped my wedding because I married before my perfect sister. Now their perfect family image is finally crumbling. After being together for 4 years, I, 32F, got married 8 months ago. Except for my sister Malene, 30F, and my parents, everyone went to the wedding. My parents' decision to skip the event was startling, but I wasn't overly shocked by my sister's absence because we've never really gotten along. However, considering our past, I should have anticipated it. I'll give you some background on our family's dynamics. I can't completely blame my parents for constantly favoring my sister over me. Throughout her life, she has been exceptionally good at almost everything. She was the center of attention in every room she visited as soon as she could walk. She won every spelling bee, science fair, and talent show in elementary school. Class president, valedictorian, and prom queen were all very much the same in high school. Tall, slender, and attractive enough, she pursued modeling while in college before concentrating on her business degree. She got her first modeling job during her sophomore year, and I can still remember it. To celebrate, my parents invited all of our family members and her friends to a lavish party. Her first professional headshot was framed and hung in our living room, where it remains to this day, directly above the fireplace. The same year I received my degree in computer science, they merely murmured, "Well done," and resumed organizing Malene's next photo session. She immediately climbed the corporate ladder after graduating and landing a job at a prominent company. She already has a corner office and a corporate car at the age of 30, making her a senior executive. In the meantime, I work for a respectable computer company as a mid-level software developer. Although I'm pleased with my work and it's a decent profession, it's not the type of employment that makes parents boast in front of the family. In addition, I'm bigger and shorter than my sister. My mother made crude remarks about my appearance, signed me up for workout classes I didn't want to attend, and put me on diets all the time when I was growing up. She would say, "Malene never struggles with her weight." Or, "You could look as nice as your sister if you just put in a little more effort." Even though I had learned to ignore these remarks by high school, they had an impact. Over the years, I've accepted these distinctions. I ultimately came to terms with the fact that my parents never took as much delight in my accomplishments as they did in Malene's. What was my option? I tried to get their approval for years by attending classes they recommended, joining clubs they encouraged, and even attempted modeling for a short time, a failure my sister never lets me forget. However, nothing was ever sufficient. I was merely the second daughter, and they were completely enamored with my sister's achievements. I gave up attempting to impress them sometime in my mid-20s. I concentrated on creating my own life, growing professionally on my own terms, and forming bonds with individuals that respected me for who I am. To be honest, following that, things have improved. Knowing that my parents were constantly concerned about maintaining appearances, I kept my interactions with them superficial in order to prevent conflict. During our mandatory Christmas meals and sporadic family get-togethers, I would nod and grin while they raved about Maline's most recent job, lover, or vacation spot. Since they had Maline to swoon over, they didn't seem to notice my emotional distance. Then, at a computer conference, I ran upon my spouse through a mutual friend. He noticed me, actually saw me, unlike my family. He liked my dry sense of humor, my ability to code, and yes, even my body type, right from the beginning. He never once said I should change or make comparisons to other people. He proposed to me after 4 years of dating when we were alone at home, enjoying takeaway and our favorite TV in the background. It was flawless. Naturally, I told my folks that I was engaged last year. My first clue should have been their response. There was no congratulation, only stillness. My mother then questioned whether I was certain I wanted to jump right in and recommended that I might want to improve my physical condition before the wedding. My father didn't say much at all. During the engagement party, my husband noted their odd reaction, which I was too anxious to fully comprehend at the time. They crouched over my mother's phone in a corner for the majority of the evening. My husband then informed me that he had heard them talking to Maline on the phone, who was clearly crying. They were talking about how this wasn't the plan, and how they never expected Rebecca to get married first, according to what he vaguely heard. There were some minor setbacks during the wedding planning process. Despite not even being engaged at the time, my mother had already made many wedding Pinterest boards for Maline and was not interested in assisting me in selecting a dress or location. My mother merely remarked that it was practical and suitable for my figure when I selected my dress, a straightforward yet exquisite A-line gown that made me feel lovely. My future mother-in-law, who treated me like the daughter she never had, and I ended up working together on the majority of the preparations. I carefully reviewed and double-checked the guest list with my spouse to be sure no one was overlooked before sending out both electronic and paper wedding invitations. I am certain that my parents received theirs because the electronic invitations included red receipts. I called, texted, and emailed them several times after realizing they hadn't RSVP'd. My mails were either ignored or met with evasive responses stating that they were very busy and needed to check their schedules. I couldn't waste too much energy worrying about it because I was too busy getting ready for the wedding. My in-laws were incredibly helpful, offering assistance with everything from seating maps to floral arrangements. Even at the lovely bridal shower hosted by my husband's sister, the painfully obvious absence of my own family was never brought up. Even though my parents weren't there, the wedding day itself was beautiful. We held a laid-back afternoon celebration after the morning wedding in a garden setting. Everyone was right when they said we looked so content and in love. But there were times when their absence felt like a physical anguish, such as when I saw the front row seats empty or at the father-daughter dance that I was not able to attend. I sought answers after the honeymoon and wedding. They said they were deeply hurt, that they had never gotten a formal invitation when I eventually reached them on the phone. My mother launched into a lengthy tirade about how careless I was, how she had always wanted to assist in organizing her daughter's weddings, and how she couldn't comprehend why I would leave them out of such a significant occasion. I was perplexed by this since I was positive we had given them both kinds of invitations. During the call, I verified that we had indeed sent them by looking through our records. Even the physical invitation's delivery was confirmed. I didn't confront them about their attempts to gaslight me. I just said I was sorry for the error and hung up. Later, my husband brought up a number of incidents that demonstrated their true intentions, such as the way they appeared surprised rather than delighted when we told them we were engaged or the way they continued coming up with reasons not to assist with the wedding planning. Because he didn't want to add to my anxiety during the wedding planning process, he hadn't brought up these findings earlier, but in retrospect, the pattern was clear. The idea that I, the less successful daughter, was getting married before their beloved Maline was too much for them to bear. Their demeanor simply served to validate what I had always suspected but had resisted, that I would never be able to compete with my sister in their eyes. The most depressing thing was learning that even my wedding day, which ought to have been a celebration of love and fresh starts, turned into yet another front in their never-ending war to preserve their ideal family image, with Maline at its core. Maline recently got engaged to someone she's been dating for a year, according to family members I spoke with. In family group conversations that I don't participate in, my parents openly express their excitement about organizing an elaborate wedding for her. They are already boasting about securing upscale locations and luxury gowns, and my mother is taking Maline to private fittings at upscale stores. All the mother-daughter time I was not allowed. It's intriguing that a large number of our family are suddenly refusing to go to Maline's wedding and engagement party. My parents' actions at my wedding apparently became a topic of conversation in the family. I just tell my family members what I think is real when they inquire as to why my parents didn't attend my wedding. They couldn't bear it when I married before their beloved daughter. I present the facts as I perceive them, without embellishment or an attempt to win sympathy. My parents got in touch with me a few days ago and accused me of purposefully attempting to spoil Maline's wedding. According to their claims, the relatives they have spoken to are using reasons to avoid going to any of her wedding-related festivities. My cousin, to whom my sister vented, informed her that people are reluctant to come because they have heard about my parents' treatment of me. My parents claim that because I'm envious of my sister's impending lavish wedding, I'm spreading false stories. The problem is that I'm only telling folks the truth about what happened. Perhaps they should consider their conduct instead of blaming me for the results if the truth makes them appear terrible. As things continue to change, I'm finding it harder and harder to keep up the appearance of a relationship with my parents. Their behavior during my wedding finally made it clear to me that I would never be sufficient for them, regardless of what I did. Their absence at my wedding is no longer the most difficult aspect. It's coming to terms with the fact that I never had the kind, encouraging parents I always desired. I'm concentrating on creating a life with someone who genuinely appreciates me for who I am right now, but I'll keep you updated if anything important changes. First update: since my last post, which was 2 weeks ago, a lot has transpired. I ultimately made the decision to speak with my parents face to face over their actions at my wedding and their current charges that I ruined my sister's special day after reading your encouraging remarks. I felt it was time to put everything on the table when they began texting me about their tarnished family history. My parents quickly started making accusations during our phone call, saying that I was jealous of Maline and had planned the entire thing. I did something I had never done before. I agreed with them, but not in the way they had anticipated, in place of defending myself as I usually would. I said to them, "You're correct. I'm envious. Not Maline's career, not her accomplishments, not her appearance. I'm envious of the unwavering love and support you've shown her, which you never even made an effort to show me." There was a pause in the line. My mother then began claiming that I was exaggerating and that they had always treated us equally. Something broke inside of me at that moment. Feelings that had been repressed for years came flooding out. I informed them of each birthday when Maline's most recent success eclipsed my own accomplishments. When Maline had a modeling callback, my mother canceled my high school graduation dinner. About how her prom outfit cost more than the total cost of my college textbooks for a year. I continued despite my father's attempts to cut me off by accusing me of exaggerating. I talked about how it was to watch them spend years organizing my sister's fictitious wedding while showing no interest in my own. I told them how painful it was to see my parents' seats vacant and how my mother-in-law had to help me with everything, from wedding preparation to clothing buying. Their reaction was instructive. They flipped it on me rather than accepting any of my arguments. "Why did you never speak up if you felt this way?" As if I hadn't tried to speak with them for years, my mother insisted. My father went on to say that by discussing these emotions with our family members, I was being unjust and spiteful. My mother said something at that point that ultimately clarified everything. "We never imagined you'd go to such lengths as to try to ruin Maline's wedding out of spite, but we always knew you were insecure about her success," she stated. "This is not how we brought you up." I became aware that they couldn't even hear me. They believed that their behavior and my emotions had nothing to do with the entire circumstance. It has to do with Maline's reaction. They were more worried about her impending nuptials than the hurt they had caused me, even during this discussion about their absence from my wedding. I didn't attempt to make things better for the first time in my life. I didn't retract or apologize. Rather, I expressed my thoughts to them directly. "You're correct on one point. I was raised by you. You instilled in me the belief that I would never measure up. That Maline's accomplishments would always be more significant than mine. That upholding your ideal family image was more essential than my feelings. However, you also taught me that I deserve better than this, which was something you didn't mean to teach me." Before my father spoke, there was a long pause. He spoke in a cool, collected tone. "Maybe it's time for us to stop acting like we're bad parents, since you've already determined that we are and you obviously take pleasure in seeing us suffer. Since you are family, we assumed you would assist in resolving this issue, but it is clear that you have made your own decisions." The last blow was delivered by my mother. "Perhaps you simply couldn't cope with not being the center of attention, even though we always tried to treat you both fairly. Rebecca, that's not our fault. You made the decision to play the victim." I refrained from arguing. Why would it matter? Everything I had been saying had just been validated by them. They were unable to admit their involvement in any of anything, even at this last discussion. I just hung up and said goodbye. I was surprised to feel relieved after the call. Tears were shed, to be sure, but they weren't the frantic, heartbreaking ones I remember from my early years. They were liberating tears. For the first time, I had expressed everything I needed to say without holding back or feeling guilty about how I felt. Later, my husband saw me gazing at the sunset from our back porch. He sat next to me and grasped my hand without saying anything. "They're never going to change, are they?" I asked him after a time. "No, but you have," he said, squeezing my hand. "And that is what counts." He is correct. I've changed. The young child who frantically tried to win her parents' approval is no longer there. They no longer need to validate the woman who came out of that last conversation. Although acknowledging that my parents will never be the people I need them to be is painful, it is not as painful as holding out hope that they would change. For the first time, I don't really care what happens with my sister's wedding or the family drama. I've had my say, and they now have to deal with whatever comes up. The most peculiar aspect? I feel as though a burden I've carried my entire life has finally been lifted. Although it's not the happy ending I had hoped for with my parents, perhaps it was the one I needed, the ability to quit striving for love that ought to have come naturally. Second update. 3 days have passed since my run-in with our parents, and things have taken a surprising turn. Malene made the decision to become involved in the drama, but her strategy failed horribly. My sister sent me a thoughtfully composed message yesterday morning. She had developed a condescending tone over the years, and it was evident in her text. "What you said to your parents was totally inappropriate. They have helped us through every stage of our lives and given us everything. You cannot simply blame them for being poor parents because you are insecure about the decisions you have made in life." She continued the message with her typical blend of moral superiority and covert jabs. "I understand that your wedding wasn't exactly what you had envisioned, but that doesn't mean you should try to destroy mine. There's nothing wrong with wanting a celebration that honors those of us who have put in a lot of effort to meet specific standards. Rebecca, not everything needs to be a contest." I didn't bother to answer. I've discovered that interacting with her merely provides her with more ammunition after years of putting up with her manipulative conduct. I just blocked her number instead. Malene has never been one to put up with being ignored, so I assumed that would be the end of it. My husband, who was laughing so hard that he could not speak, called me at work a few hours later. Malene was apparently unable to get in touch with me directly, so she found his personal number, probably via a common acquaintance, and sent him a string of texts outlining the precise reasons why our sister relationship has never been good. She began her initial communication to him in a sufficiently professional manner. As Rebecca's sister and someone who cares deeply about our family's well-being, I feel compelled to reach out. However, it soon turned into her actual motivations. She informed my husband that he had an obligation to help me behave in a more suitable manner because he was the new man in Rebecca's life. The messages become increasingly patronizing. "Family dynamics are complex," she told my husband, a professional software architect with an MBA, adding that someone with Rebecca's sensitivity might not understand the bigger picture. She advised him to assist me in seeing reason before I irreparably harm family relationships. Her attempt to play on what she believed to be his social climbing impulses was the true kicker, though. In fact, she wrote, "Surely you understand that maintaining good relationships with successful family members like myself could be beneficial for your future. Rebecca's behavior is only hurting her own prospects and, by extension, yours." Having always been able to see through Malene's facade, my spouse thought her attempt at manipulation was humorous. He particularly liked her presumption that her business rank or the prospect of networking opportunities would somehow impress him. In his own words, "She really doesn't know me at all, does she?" We went over the messages together when I got home that night. I was laughing with my hubby instead of feeling offended or upset. Seeing Malene's deceptive methods exposed, particularly when they were aimed at someone who was totally impervious to them, was liberating. I learned something significant about my sister as a result of this encounter. She is still that insecure adolescent who needs to tear others down in order to feel superior, despite all of her achievements and success. It's clear how little she knows about good relationships that she believed she could control me by manipulating my husband. When her direct approach failed, she swiftly turned to trying to use my husband against me, which was the most revealing aspect. She used to do precisely that in high school. She attempted to turn my friends against me when she was unable to bully me directly. Different decade, same strategies. With this fresh viewpoint, I now understand how Malene's actions went beyond simple sibling rivalry throughout our early years. She made a concerted effort to keep her status as the favorite child, always telling our parents, and me, how much better she was. She had to overshadow whatever I accomplished. She had to point out my shortcomings to everyone I made friends with. My response to her games is different now. Her messages would have caused me to fall into self-doubt 10 years ago. I would have been upset and hurt 5 years ago. Today? Simply put, I'm sick of the drama and find her blatant attempts at manipulation amusing. My husband's response was ideal. Rather than becoming embroiled in her drama, he merely responded, "Thank you for your concern about Rebecca's well-being. As her husband, I'm focused on supporting her happiness, not managing her behavior. I think it's best if you direct any future concerns to Rebecca directly. Have a nice day." Malene sent one last message after not receiving the desired response. "I see she's poisoned you against the family too. Don't say I didn't try to help when this all blows up in your faces." Ironically, Malene's attempt to assist has further strengthened my resolve to keep my distance from the destructive dynamics of my family. Nothing has changed, as evidenced by her messages to my spouse. She is still the same cunning individual who feels the need to dictate every story and who perceives any departure from her ideal family script as a danger. Knowing that her attempts at persuasion were so totally unsuccessful is perhaps the most pleasant aspect of the entire incident. She succeeded in bringing my spouse and I closer together rather than causing us to drift apart. Totally unconcerned by her fears of social repercussions, we joked about her texts and planned a weekend trip during the evening. I've come to understand that true family isn't about upholding facades or dictating stories. It's about standing together, laughing together, and supporting one another when someone tries to manipulate you, even your own sister. I'm more certain than ever that I'd be better off keeping a safe distance from Malene's wedding drama. Instead of getting sucked into my family's never-ending power struggles, my husband and I have made the decision to concentrate on creating our own happiness. Success is said to be the best form of retaliation, but I'm coming to realize that real success isn't about impressing people. It's about accepting your decisions and surrounding yourself with individuals that encourage rather than impede your own development. I feel more successful than ever by that metric. Third update. After my sister's unsuccessful attempt to control my husband 2 weeks ago, things have taken unanticipated turns. The situation is becoming worse despite my parents' desperate attempts to repair their reputation. I found out through family ties that my parents have been on a mad quest to correct the narrative. They have been phoning each relative separately and accusing me of spreading vile tales because I'm envious of Malene's ideal wedding. They claim that I'm just resentful since her wedding will be far more sophisticated and gorgeous than mine was. According to their most recent tale, I purposefully left them out of my wedding so I could act like the victim. It's funny that they still reside in the same home they've owned for 30 years and have the same email addresses since the invention of email, but they're saying I sent their invitation to an old email address and an old physical address. The good news is that their attempts to limit the harm are failing miserably. Our family members don't believe it. Actually, a number of family members have shared their personal accounts of my parents' history of partiality. According to one aunt, my mother had previously engaged in similar antics at family weddings in an effort to guarantee that Malene was the life of the party. The way my extended family has reacted to my parents' manipulation is the most fulfilling development. Important family members, some of whom were expected to have significant parts in the event, have stopped supporting Malene's wedding. They may no longer have access to the exclusive location they were able to get through family ties. Even a family friend's luxury garment business has unexpectedly experienced scheduling conflicts. At a family get-together last weekend, things reached a breaking point. It seems that when someone naively inquired about my wedding pictures, my mother became upset. Out of jealousy, she started a defensive tirade about how I had changed after getting married and was attempting to destroy the family. Her tantrum backfired, stunning a number of relatives who were unaware of the circumstances and further harming their well-maintained reputation. It's especially ironic that my parents' frantic efforts to maintain their ideal family facade are the reason it's falling apart. Each time they attempt to justify their absence from my wedding, they wind up disclosing more about who they really are. People are becoming more aware of their deception the more they attempt to portray me as the bad guy. Family members are now picking sides after previously remaining impartial. Recently, even my father's brother, who had always kept silent to maintain harmony, apologized for not speaking up sooner about how they treated me. He has made the decision not to go to any of Malene's wedding-related festivities with his family. I don't have to answer any of this explicitly, so I haven't. The truth is taking care of everything for me. Malene and my parents always wind up revealing more of their destructive conduct when they attempt to twist the tale. It comes out that all those years of remaining silent and putting up with their treatment in an effort to keep the peace was really just a way of allowing their actions. My husband said it in the best possible words. They constructed a facade of the ideal family over many years, but it was based on emotional manipulation and partiality. Eventually, it was going to fall apart. I'm doing better than ever, personally. I no longer have to worry about attempting to win my parents' approval. The stress of controlling Malene's emotions has subsided. I'm not concerned about upholding their ideal family image for the first time in my life. Sometimes the best retaliation is just letting the truth speak for itself rather than taking action. I'm grateful to Reddit for giving me the courage to advocate for myself. You have no idea how much your guidance and encouragement have meant to me along this path. Sometimes you need to see what true family support looks like from strangers you met online. I took back my house and left my mother homeless after she disowned me for not attending my sister's wedding. Hey Reddit, my mom's favorite was always clear when I was growing up. My younger sister Rachel, 37F, and I, 42F, are the children of my mother, Karen, 62F. It seemed as though I had vanished from the world the instant Rachel was born. I don't want to come across as theatrical, but this is the reality. My mother was naturally quite protective of Rachel because she was born underweight and ill. I get that it must have been frightening for her to have a sick kid, but Rachel was the only child that Karen cared for, rather than merely the family's baby. Rachel received royal treatment. Her needs, wants, and moods were the center of attention. For example, Mom would hand-feed Rachel until she was well into middle school since she disliked eating by herself. Mom would simply complete any school projects or homework for Rachel. No questions asked, Mom allowed Rachel to stay at home if she didn't feel like going to school. And then there was me. I had clothes, food, and other essentials, so I wasn't completely disregarded, but I was alone emotionally. Unless it had to do with Rachel, Mom never truly cared about me. Mom was preoccupied at a spa and forgot about a dentist appointment I had when I was around 10 years old. After hours of waiting outside the school, a family friend saw me and offered to drive me home. My mother pretended it wasn't a huge thing when I returned. "Oh, I thought you'd figure it out," she simply said. The only person who actually saw me was my father, Michael, may he rest in peace. He wasn't home as much as I would have liked because he worked so much, but when he was, he tried his best. When Karen and Rachel weren't there, Dad and I would go out for movies or ice cream. He would give me extra cash for birthdays or school outings, but he would urge me not to tell my mother. In retrospect, I believe he was attempting to compensate me for feeling so unnoticed. But Dad could not deny the favoritism no matter how hard he tried. Everything was always better for Rachel. I had to save money or work for what I desired. Rachel, however, only needed to ask, and it would materialize. I requested a bike one Christmas, and Rachel made a last-minute request for the same item. Rachel received a brand new, gleaming bike beneath the tree on Christmas morning. I received some socks. "You're older," Mom responded when I inquired why. "You can get one for yourself by saving money." However, it was more than just material possessions. Rachel's happiness was Karen's obsession. Mom would move quickly to resolve whatever small problem Rachel was having, such as a friend not texting her back or receiving a poor grade. I quickly learned not to bother going to her for anything, though, as she would tell me to stop being so dramatic, or figure it out like an adult, whenever I was upset about something. Of course Rachel took it all in. Why wouldn't she? She was living the dream since Mom took care of everything for her, so she didn't have to do anything. Rachel eventually stopped learning even the most fundamental life skills. She was incapable of managing her own schedule, cooking, or even cleaning. Rachel was totally reliant on her mother since she protected her from everything. I didn't know how toxic the dynamic was until high school. Mom would complete Rachel's schoolwork after she would sob to her about how difficult her lessons were. Mom pleaded with the principal to have Rachel's grades modified after she failed high school, accusing the teachers of failing to recognize her unique needs. Naturally, it didn't succeed, but it demonstrated the lengths Karen will go to in order to shield Rachel from responsibility of any kind. However, I was supposed to be self-sufficient. I had to work things out on my own if I had trouble in school. I had to use the money I earned from babysitting if I wanted to participate in extracurricular activities. And Karen would tell me, "You're the older sister, you need to set an example," if I ever ventured to voice my displeasure. I was eager to be out of high school by the time I graduated. I never looked back after enrolling at a college in a different city. I never made a better choice than to move away. I was able to breathe for the first time. I didn't have to compete for Karen's attention or continually compare myself to Rachel. I might simply be myself. Rachel, meanwhile, remained at home and didn't leave until she was 26 years old and married. Karen continued to be involved in her life even at that point, phoning her 5 times a day to inquire about topics like, "What did you eat?" or "How is your hubby doing?" She even unexpectedly came up to bring Rachel groceries or clean her house, even though Rachel and her husband were more than capable of handling those tasks on their own. For my part, I was going about my life. I obtained a job after graduating from college and began constructing my future. Dad kept in touch with me by giving me frequent phone calls and coming to see me when he could. Not so much Karen. She would occasionally comment on my Facebook posts or send me a birthday text, but that was about it. I honestly didn't give a damn. Her unrelenting criticism and partiality no longer burdened me, and I was joyful. In hindsight, I believe Karen's fixation on Rachel stemmed from a desire for control. She never allowed Rachel to grow up because she wanted her to always be in need of her. I had to fend for myself after being thrown out of the nest early. Although it was painful at the time, I now consider it a blessing. While Rachel became totally dependent on Karen, I learned to stand on my own 2 feet. The dynamic remained the same even after I left. Karen was Rachel's facilitator, I was the forgotten child, and Rachel was the golden child. Some things never change, which is humorous. Not funny haha, but funny in a depressing manner. But everything did 11 years ago. At first, Dad's frequent coughing didn't seem like a huge concern. He blamed it on a recalcitrant cold or allergies. However, he didn't get better as the weeks stretched into months. He actually grew worse. He was usually exhausted, breathless, and simply not himself. Nevertheless, he continued to labor because he was a selfless, industrious man who always put the needs of others before his own. Karen didn't appear to notice at all. She was too preoccupied with her daily schedule of yoga sessions, spa visits, and whatever else occupied her time. After her first marriage ended, Rachel was back at home by that point. She didn't appear to be really worried about Dad's health, and she wasn't working either. They seemed unwilling to face the inconvenience of admitting that something was amiss. I was trying to keep some distance from all the family dysfunction while establishing my career in a distant place. During our frequent phone conversations, I could sense that something wasn't right. He sounded more worn out and weaker. He dismissed my question about whether he had seen a doctor, claiming to be all right. I knew he wasn't though. When he eventually went to the hospital following an especially severe coughing spell, things reached a breaking point. A serious lung infection was the diagnosis. When I learned, I immediately dropped everything and ran home. I was appalled when I arrived. Dad was laying in bed by himself, looking so weak and ill. Rachel and Karen? They were out getting manicures. Karen pretended to be shocked to see me when they returned. She even attempted to give me a hug, but I refused. When I questioned her why she wasn't with Dad, she said that she had errands to run. Both had recently had their nails done and were carrying shopping bags, so it was clear they had just left the spa. I spent as much time as I could with Dad when he was admitted to the hospital. Every now and then, Karen would stop by, but only for a few minutes. Rachel? She said it was too hard for her to see him in that state, and she hardly turned there at all. I was balancing everything at the same time, including communicating with doctors, controlling his medicine, and attempting to make him comfortable. On most nights, I even slept in a chair by his bed. It was frustrating that Karen didn't participate. It's not like she was too busy to be there because she didn't work. However, she pretended that going to the hospital was a huge hassle. The day she stated, "He's in good hands with the nurses," will always stick in my memory. Should I just sit there, or what? Yes, Karen, supporting your husband is exactly what you're meant to do. Dad was released from the hospital after a week. We hired a nurse to assist at home because he still required round-the-clock care. Karen was expected to take charge and assume greater responsibilities, yet she continued to be untrustworthy. She would leave for hours to run errands, only to return with shopping bags, or she would fail to give him his medications on time. On one occasion, she chose to stop at the salon before picking up an oxygen tank for him. I had already made arrangements for someone else to deliver it by the time she arrived home. Rachel wasn't any better. She said she avoided Dad completely because she couldn't bear to see him in such a vulnerable state. She spent much of her time in her room watching TV or browsing on her phone. She even went on vacation with her friends during one of Dad's worst bouts, leaving me to manage everything by myself. In the end, I resigned my job to care for Dad full-time. To be honest, I didn't want to leave him alone with Karen or Rachel, and I didn't trust them to do it. He was worthy of better. In order to keep him from feeling lonely, I prepared his meals, assisted him with his physical therapy, and made sure he had company. I loved him, so even though it was exhausting, I would do it all over again if I had to. As Dad's health deteriorated, Karen did make an attempt to work harder, but it was too late. She would sit next to him, but she would be glued to her phone, either talking to Rachel or posting on social media. It seemed as though she was unable to fully focus on him. Rachel only arrived after being coerced by Karen, and even then, she would excuse herself and depart after a short while. A few months later, Dad died. The nurse, I, and a few of his friends who had come to bid him farewell were all around him. Rachel and Karen. They weren't present. Rachel was out with friends, and Karen had gone to some sort of wellness retreat. When it became apparent that Dad was running low on time, I contacted both of them, but they did not answer. The funeral went by quickly. I was tired and heartbroken, but I still had to put up with the bullshit from Rachel and Karen. As though she hadn't been ignoring all the warning signals for months, Karen talked to her friends about how unexpected Dad's death was for the majority of the funeral. Rachel made a huge show of crying, but it felt so forced. She hadn't given a damn when it counted. Dad's attorney called me a few weeks after the funeral to discuss his will. I was hoping for a tiny inheritance or a memento, but nothing more. However, I was taken aback when I met with the attorney. Dad had bequeathed the house, his savings, and his assets to me. Rachel and Karen received nothing. Given how little his wife and youngest daughter cared for him, I could only imagine how much anguish Dad must have been going through in his last months. He expressed his appreciation for everything I'd done for him by leaving everything to me. It caused a firestorm, though. When Karen and Rachel learned, they were furious. In fact, Rachel yelled at the attorney, stating that she could never be subjected to this treatment by her father. Karen called and insisted that I give them a piece of the inheritance. I declined. For the sake of my sanity, I disconnected from Rachel and Karen. Their sense of entitlement was draining. I eventually met my husband after relocating to the city where I was employed and concentrating on starting again. We relocated abroad for his work, got married, and had a baby. To be honest, I didn't feel the need to tell Karen or Rachel about it because it was a new beginning. After a few years, I became a mother to my daughter. Karen appeared at my place out of the blue. It was unexpected to see her at my door as I hadn't spoken to her in years. She appeared more worn out and less put together. She sobbed, expressed regret, and expressed her want to be involved in my daughter's life. She even acknowledged that she felt bad about the way she raised me. She said she just wanted to make amends because she had been living with remorse ever since Dad died. Although I must admit that I didn't trust her, I chose to give her a chance. It was all right for a time. Karen would occasionally send gifts and make video calls to see how my daughter was doing. For once it felt normal. Then, predictably, the hints began. I thought it would go away, so I disregarded Karen when she casually said how hard life had been for her since I took everything, or how she was having financial difficulties. Karen gave me a call around a month ago. The fact that she seemed enthusiastic made me uneasy right away because Karen doesn't call unless she needs something. She struck up a discussion by inquiring about my spouse and daughter, which was already strange. Then she revealed the shocking news that Rachel was getting married once more. As you recall, Rachel's first marriage ended almost a year later. She never really put her life back on track after moving back in with Karen. Rachel and I hadn't spoken for more than 10 years, so this news was unexpected. Karen talked endlessly on Rachel's significance of this wedding, how it was a new beginning for her, and how pleased the family would be. I congratulated her, was courteous, and assumed that was the end of it. But obviously not. Karen went on to say something like, "You know, Rachel has had a really difficult time organizing this wedding within her budget. After everything she's been through, she deserves a lovely day." I knew where this was going, so I said nothing. "I was hoping you could help out with the expenses," she finally added. "Considering everything your father left you, it's the least you can do." I was astounded. To begin with, Rachel and I don't even communicate. Second, what level of entitlement is required to demand payment from someone who isn't even invited to the wedding? Indeed, Karen made it apparent that I was not invited. "Oh, we assumed you wouldn't want to travel with a baby, but of course you're welcome to come," Karen said in an attempt to backtrack when I brought this up. "Your sister is getting married, so you don't need an invitation." I bluntly told her no. I had nothing to pay for. She attempted to place the blame on me by claiming that I had an obligation to assist Rachel as the older sister. She also mentioned Dad's wealth, saying that while Rachel was struggling, I was hoarding the family fortune. I informed her that Rachel and I were not romantically involved and advised her to get in touch with Rachel directly if she needed assistance. Rachel, predictably, never did. Karen didn't accept rejection. She kept bringing up the same point in her voicemails and texts over the course of the following few weeks. I was disappointing Rachel, I was self-centered, and I didn't care about my family. "If you don't help, it will ruin Rachel's big day and everyone will know it's your fault," she even stated. The problem is that Rachel and Karen were behaving as though I owed them money. But when I needed assistance, where were they? I was the one who put everything on hold to take care of Dad while he was ill. While everybody continued living their lives, I was the one who remained by his side. And now they wanted me to come through and save the day after years of silence? Not at all. Karen made matters worse by asserting that Rachel had already reserved the space and paid deposits for musicians, caterers, and decorations. Since the invitations had already been sent, She claimed that canceling everything would make the family look foolish. If they couldn't afford it, how did they plan all of this? I asked her. What did she say? You were what we needed. That was the last straw. I informed Karen that because I wasn't providing them any money, she could solve the problem on her own. She broke down in tears and threatened to cut me out of her life if I didn't help. You already treated me like I didn't exist, I responded, laughing. What makes a difference? I hung up and blocked her after that. Although he cautioned that there would be criticism from extended family, my husband supported my choice. He was correct. Some family members contacted me and said that since family is family, I should be the bigger person and lend a hand. However, where was all of this concern when Karen and Rachel were treating me like trash? I disregarded them and refused to back down. I haven't replied, and to be honest, I don't intend to, but Karen left me a voicemail with the words, "If you can live with ruining your sister's wedding, then I guess you're not the person I thought you were. Too much of my life has been devoted to going above and beyond for folks who don't value it. I'm finished." I reached my breaking point after the wedding drama. In the house Dad left me, Karen and Rachel had been living rent-free for more than a decade. A part of me believed that especially after Dad's passing, it would be simpler to avoid the drama of evicting them. But as time went on, I came to see that they were not appreciative of me, did not respect me, and had no plans to ever be respectable. Let's go back a little. Karen and Rachel were furious that Dad left everything to me when his will was read. Karen said that because she had lived there for many years, it was her house. Rachel screamed about how unjust it was during her tantrum. In actuality though, neither of them was worthy of a dime. When they couldn't even bother to come up most of the time, Dad left me the house because he could see how much I cared for him in his last months. "I see you, and I appreciate you," was how he expressed his gratitude. I allowed them to remain in the house even after I inherited everything. I had the hope that they might change. However, Karen never once offered to pay me rent and instead rented out one of the rooms to pay for her own costs, acting as though the house was hers. I was treated like a villain by Rachel, who told the rest of the family that I had tricked Dad into excluding her from the will. They didn't try to patch things up between them. I finally came to the conclusion that enough was enough. I needed to reclaim what was properly mine since they had stayed too long. "I was hoping you could help out with the expenses," she finally added. "Considering everything your father left you, it's the least you can do." I was astounded. I don't even speak to Rachel, to start. Second, what level of entitlement is required to demand payment from someone who isn't even invited to the wedding? Indeed, Karen made it apparent that I was not invited. "Oh, we assumed you wouldn't want to travel with a baby, but of course, you're welcome to come," Karen said in an attempt to retract her statement when I brought this up. "Your sister is getting married, so you don't need an invitation." I bluntly told her no, I had nothing to pay for. She attempted to place the blame on me by claiming that I had an obligation to assist Rachel as the older sister. She also mentioned Dad's wealth, saying that while Rachel was struggling, I was hoarding the family fortune. I informed her that Rachel and I were not romantically involved and advised her to get in touch with Rachel directly if she needed assistance. Rachel, predictably, never did. Karen didn't accept rejection. She kept bringing up the same point in her voicemails and texts over the course of the following few weeks. I was disappointing Rachel, I was self-centered, and I didn't care about my family. "If you don't help, it will ruin Rachel's big day and everyone will know it's your fault," she even stated. The problem is that Rachel and Karen behaved as though I owed them money. But when I needed assistance, where were they? I was the one who put everything on hold to take care of Dad while he was ill. While everybody continued living their lives, I was the one who remained by his side. And now they wanted me to come through and save the day after years of silence? Not at all. Karen made matters worse by asserting that Rachel had already reserved the space and paid deposits for musicians, caterers, and decorations. Since the invitations had already been sent, she claimed that canceling everything would make the family look foolish. If they couldn't afford it, how did they plan all of this? I asked her. What did she say? "You were what we needed." That was the last straw. I informed Karen that because I wasn't providing them any money, she could solve the problem on her own. She broke down in tears and threatened to cut me out of her life if I didn't help. "You already treated me like I didn't exist," I responded, laughing. "What makes a difference?" I hung up and blocked her after that. Although he cautioned that there would be criticism from extended family, my husband supported my choice. He was correct. Some family members contacted me and said that since family is family, I should be the bigger person and lend a hand. However, where was all of this concern when Karen and Rachel were treating me like trash? I disregarded them and refused to back down. I haven't replied, and to be honest, I don't intend to, but But Karen left me a voicemail with the words, "If you can live with ruining your sister's wedding, then I guess you're not the person I thought you were. Too much of my life has been devoted to going above and beyond for folks who don't value it. I'm finished." I reached my breaking point after the wedding drama. In the house Dad left me, Karen and Rachel had been living rent-free for more than a decade. A part of me believed that especially after Dad's passing, it would be simpler to avoid the drama of evicting them. But as time went on, I came to see that they were not appreciative of me, did not respect me, and had no plans to ever be respectable. Let's go back a little. Karen and Rachel were furious that Dad left everything to me when his will was read. Karen said that because she had lived there for many years, it was her house. Rachel screamed about how unjust it was during her tantrum. In actuality, though, neither of them was worthy of a dime. When they couldn't even bother to come up most of the time, Dad left me the house because he could see how much I cared for him in his last months. "I see you, and I appreciate you," was how he expressed his gratitude. I allowed them to remain in the house even after I inherited everything. I had the hope that they might change. However, Karen never once offered to pay me rent and instead rented out one of the rooms to pay for her own costs, acting as though the house was hers. I was treated like a villain by Rachel, who told the rest of the family that I had tricked Dad into excluding her from the will. They certainly enjoyed living in a house they didn't pay for, but they didn't try to patch things up. After Karen's absurd request that I cover Rachel's wedding costs and the constant attempts at manipulation, I finally had enough. I had an eviction notice prepared after I called my attorney. Karen went insane when she got it. "You can't evict me," she yelled when she called me. "I call this place home. I've spent 45 years here." I politely told her that she had 30 days to leave the house and that it was legally mine. Naturally, Rachel threw herself into the conflict. She accused me of being greedy and callous, calling me every possible insult in the book. "I just cared about Dad to get the inheritance," she said. It was absurd. I'm the terrible guy, even though she was the one who hardly ever saw Dad while he was dying. Karen did everything she could to get me to reconsider. She pretended to be tough at first, adding, "I dare you to kick me out." She then softened, saying that the house was all she had left and that she was too old to start again. "I'm not going anywhere." As if it wasn't the place I should have been collecting rent on for years, she even sobbed about how she had been renting out a room to make ends meet. It didn't work. Her attempt to guilt-trip me by asking, "What would your dad think if he saw you throwing your mother out on the street?" was the last straw. "Dad left me the house for a reason," I explained to her. "Perhaps he would still be alive if you had given him even half the attention you gave to spa sessions." I realized that was harsh, but I had had enough of sugarcoating things. Karen had to deal with the repercussions of her decisions. The eviction wasn't warmly received by Rachel either. She made a huge deal out of telling Karen to temporarily move in with her. She boasted to every one of her relatives over the phone that she was supporting Karen and that she didn't require anything from me. She seemed to want a round of applause for performing the absolute minimum, and it was all very performative. On the 26th day of the 30-day notice period, Karen left. I didn't even make an effort to appear. To oversee the transition, I engaged a property manager. I had the house refurbished and cleaned after it was vacant. I made the trusting decision to rent it to the brother of a family friend. Knowing that the house would eventually be occupied by individuals who valued it was a pleasant feeling. In the meantime, because I wouldn't pay, Rachel's elaborate wedding plans fell through. She was forced to move from an elegant lakefront location to a municipal hall. It seems that this embarrassed a number of people in their social circle, and Rachel's fiancé wasn't pleased either. He didn't even want a large wedding, it turns out. Shortly after Karen moved in with Rachel, I began to hear rumors of trouble in paradise because Rachel had assured him she would find a way to pay for it, which was obviously code for "my sister will pay." Having his mother-in-law as a frequent visitor to the residence did not sit well with Rachel's husband. As usual, Karen felt compelled to interfere in their lives. She would make fun of Rachel's cooking, or remark on how Rachel's husband managed the house, and overall be a pain in the neck. Some family members have attempted to use guilt-tripping to get me to forgive Rachel and Karen. They insist that I should have allowed Karen to remain in the house and that I have gone too far. But to be honest, I don't give a damn. I don't care about these people's thoughts anymore because they remained silent when I was being tormented. Let's go on to the final update now. I believed that I would finally be at peace after Karen moved in with Rachel. I cut off most of the toxic relatives who tried to guilt-trip me into forgiving Karen and Rachel, rented out the house, and concentrated on my family. I must admit that I was relieved when I didn't hear from them for a time. Naturally, though, that didn't last. I received a contact from a mutual relative inquiring whether I had heard anything about Karen and Rachel's situation around 2 months after the eviction. I hadn't, and I wasn't sure I cared, to be honest. But I had to ask since I was so curious. They told me things that were both frustrating and, dare I say it, gratifying. Chris, Rachel's husband, apparently had enough of Karen's interference and issued Rachel a final ultimatum: either she leaves or I leave. Due to the wedding fiasco, Rachel was already at odds with him. Do you recall that she had promised him a lavish wedding, which I was supposed to pay for? Rachel felt ashamed in front of her friends and his family when they were forced to settle for a modest town hall ceremony when things didn't work out. There was a lot of friction in their relationship as a result of her disregarding Chris's warnings not to overextend financially. Things only got worse when Karen moved into their house. Chris's cuisine, his parenting skills, they have a toddler, and even his communication with Rachel were all criticized by Karen. Ironically, given her own financial mess, she would advise them on how to handle their money. For a while, Chris tried to put up with it, but after one very heated argument in which Karen accused him of not being man enough to care for his family, he told Rachel that it was either him or Karen. Rachel pleaded with him to change his mind, but he refused. The worst part is that Karen didn't go out in silence. She lost it when Rachel informed her of Chris's ultimatum. She also threatened to remove Rachel from her will, which was a pointless threat given that Karen had nothing to leave behind, and accused Rachel of abandoning her like everyone else. After they got into a heated dispute, Rachel, who was probably embarrassed and upset, advised Karen to work it out on her own. Where has Karen disappeared to? Not surprisingly, she made an attempt to get in touch with me. She asked me if I would think about allowing her to return to the house via email. Yes, an email, as I had blocked her on all other platforms. She wrote on how harsh life had been to her and how, as a mother, she had always tried her hardest. She even attempted to present it as a chance for us to mend and re-establish our bond. I didn't even think to answer. Her deceptive strategies were now just depressing. Karen attempted to use guilt tripping to persuade some extended family members to take her in after I failed to respond. The majority of them flatly refused, most likely due to their observation of her methods. A distant cousin consented to let Karen stay for a short while, but she was asked to leave after just 3 weeks. Evidently, the cousin had had enough of her persistent complaints and demanding demeanor. Rachel is currently coping with the consequences of her choices. Although Chris stayed with her, their relationship is apparently in very bad shape. Chris has been withdrawing both financially and emotionally as a result of the wedding costs, Karen's turmoil, and Rachel's inability to accept responsibility for anything. Rachel has been telling everyone that he, not her, is the issue, even though he even recommended couples counseling. According to what I've heard, Rachel has been complaining to her family about how unfair it is that Dad gave me everything. She said that none of this would have occurred if I had simply divided the inheritance. She intentionally omits the part where she and Karen treated me like a monster for caring about Dad and disregarded him in his last months. With them, it's always someone else's fault. I've been doing okay in spite of their turmoil. The best choice I've ever made was to lease out the house. The space is truly loved and respected by the renters, a lovely family. I now have financial stability and can invest in my daughter's future thanks to the rental income. My spouse and I are doing well in our jobs, and we have begun preparing for a long overdue family getaway. Regarding Karen and Rachel, they have already made their decisions and are now dealing with the fallout. Rachel is trapped in a marriage that is about to end, while Karen continues to move between relatives. I simply don't care about them anymore. I don't mean any harm. The most liberating thing of all has been realizing that their turmoil is no longer my problem. I appreciate you reading and all of your help along the process, Reddit. Thank you for everything, and be careful. My parents threw me out for my pregnant sister on my 18th birthday, but karma struck back spectacularly at her wedding. Allow me to illustrate the dynamics of my family for you. My name is Deborah, and I was born into a family who publicly called me their midlife mistake. My dad, Michael, 65 million, is a middle management who never challenges my mom, Karen, 63, who is a career-obsessed corporate juggernaut. Then there is my sister, Jennifer, 32F, who has never given a damn about me and is 14 years older than me. I was an unwanted surprise when I entered this world. When Mom found out she was pregnant at age 45, she initially assumed it was menopause. She desired an alternative answer, but by the time she met a doctor, it was too late. My arrival wasn't the consequence of a loving parental decision, based on what I've pieced together from overheard discussions and family whispers. I spent more time in the hospital than at home because I was born prematurely and had multiple health problems. Mom never paid much attention, constantly saying she had meetings that were too important to miss. Dad and my Aunt Rachel alternated in keeping an eye on me. Aunt Rachel has become the family's saint. Rachel was there, speaking encouragement through the incubator while my mother was probably closing deals. "You're going to be just fine, little one. You're stronger than you know." I still think about those words when things get hard. Upon my eventual release from the hospital, my grandfather George took over once more. After determining that our home was insufficient for 2 children, he purchased a brand new 5-bedroom mansion with an enormous backyard in one of Boston's greatest neighborhoods. However, the emotional gap in that home could not be filled by any amount of wealth. The immaculate white carpeting, high-end furnishings, and carefully chosen artwork made growing up there feel like living in a museum. I knew right away that I wasn't a part of the display and was an unwanted artifact. When I was 5 years old, I have one of my best memories. On this Take Your Child to Work Day, my classmates were all thrilled to go to their parents' places of employment. Mom gave me a look that made me feel foolish when I asked if I could go with her. "Don't be ridiculous, Deborah," she yelled. I chose to spend the day with Aunt Rachel at her comfortable painting studio instead, saying, "I have important meetings all day. You'd just be in the way. Besides, the office isn't a place for children." She gave me permission to paint, displayed my creations on her walls, and gave me a sense of importance. My haven was school. In an effort to avoid returning home, I threw myself into my studies and joined as many clubs as I could. "Such a quiet, well-behaved child," my teachers would say, praising me. They had no idea that I was afraid of being a burden at home, which is why I behaved well. Even during her brief holiday visits, Jennifer's lack of interest was evident, even though she was already enrolled in college when I entered elementary school. During the holidays, she would come in and tell me about her wonderful college experience, without mentioning me other than to gripe about how her old room had turned into my messy kid space. Grandpa George did his best to make up for my parents' lack of interest. Every few months, Dad would travel from Canada to visit, always bringing thoughtful presents like art supplies, books he knew I would enjoy, and other items that demonstrated his genuine interest in me. However, his presence was insufficient to address the underlying dysfunction in our family dynamic. In essence, Mom's approach to parenting was to spend money on issues and hope they would go away. Lessons in dance? Yes. Tutoring in private? In any case, attending my performance or parent-teacher conferences in person? Sorry, important meeting, can't reschedule. I received the same apathetic reaction for every accomplishment I made. "That's nice, dear. Dad wasn't much better. Now please be quiet, I'm on a call." It turned out that his promise to Mom that he would assist her with me if she chose to have me was a hoax. He was never too tired, or too busy, to hang out with me. I once tallied how many times he used his favorite phrase, "Not now, Deborah," in a single weekend, 17 times. I can still recall my 10th birthday. Naturally, Mom and Dad forgot. Without even asking what I would desire, they hurriedly ordered a pricey cake and threw money at me when Aunt Rachel reminded them. Jennifer never gave a call. The only actual celebration took place the next day at Rachel's house, when she set up a small gathering with homemade cake and decorations that she knew I would adore. I became increasingly aware of the truth of my circumstances as I grew older. I pieced together the facts from bits and pieces of drunken confessions and whispered disputes that I shouldn't have overheard. When I was 12, I overheard my parents arguing about me one evening. Mom, who was likely drinking her 3rd glass of wine, said, "She's just so demanding. Needing something, always wanting attention." I did not sign up for this. "How do you want me to handle this?" Dad retorted. "We can't really give her back." I began spending much more time at Aunt Rachel's after that. Her modest yet comfortable home turn became my actual residence. She would listen to my issues, help me with my homework, and teach me how to cook. All of the duties that parents are expected to perform. On the weekends, we would work on creative projects, bake cookies, or simply chat about life. She would inquire about my aspirations, anxieties, and future goals, things that my own parents never bothered to find out about. As the years passed, the gap between my life at home and my time with Rachel grew more pronounced. I was Debbie at Rachel's, loved, respected, and heard. I was Deborah at my parents' house, the misfit, the trouble, the unwelcome one. I discovered how to exist in these parallel universes, flipping between them like a television channel. Naturally, Grandpa George noticed. In order to guarantee that I would have assets of my own when I turned 18, Dad began making direct deposits into a private account on my behalf. With a knowing expression, he would say, "Just in case." I didn't realize at the time how prophetic those comments would turn out to be. The world can be unpredictable. It's interesting how life can throw you a curveball when you least expect it. When my parents dropped a bombshell on me, I was 18, counting down the days until I could leave for college, and struggling to get by each day in the emotional wasteland that was my home. "Deborah, Mom continued in a very upbeat tone. We have amazing news. Jennifer, your sister, is pregnant and getting married. We're going to be grandparents, Dad added with a foolish smile. Wondering why they were telling me this as though I should be ecstatic, I forced a smile. That's fantastic, I said. Mom went on. We're going to be very busy preparing for the wedding, oblivious to my lack of excitement. Their eyes flitted to my bedroom door, and then all of a sudden everything fell into place. Jennifer and her husband will need space for the baby when they move in with us after the wedding. It all made sense. The measuring tape I had seen in my room, the whispered discussions I had been overhearing, and their strange interest in my college aspirations. They were preparing for my departure as well as Jennifer's return. I realized that the upcoming weeks would be a game changer as I stood there and saw their faces light up at the thought of their real family getting together. I had no idea how drastically those changes would occur or how karma would soon make a big appearance in our family's drama. Update 1. How my parents officially erased me on my 18th birthday. Allow me to explain how my parents formally removed me from their lives on my 18th birthday. Aunt Rachel prepared her customary birthday pancakes and gave me the most considerate presents, including books, art tools, and a lovely handcrafted photo album of our times together. I spent the morning with her. Grandpa George was the true surprise. I initially assumed he was just being protective as usual, but now that I think about it, it seems like he knew something was coming. He had sent me the newest smartphone along with a letter that read, "Keep it handy and document anything important." When I got home to join in the celebration, he also requested me to participate in a live video call. I was unaware that I was going to document the proof that would make all the difference. I started the live video with Grandpa at noon and went home while talking to Aunt Rachel about my morning. Something didn't feel right when I opened the front door. There was an odd fragrance of fresh paint in the air, and the house was eerily quiet. My pulse began to race as I ascended the stairs to my room. Something was clearly off. I always left my door open, but now it was closed. I nearly dropped my phone in horror when I turned the handle. My room was no longer my own. After being covered in my photographs and artwork, the walls were recently painted a gentle shade of blue. An ornate white crib had taken the place of my bed. Teddy bears were all over the place, and where my desk had been, there was a rocking chair. To fit the nautical theme, even the curtains had been changed. I heard footsteps behind me at that moment. My parents were shocked to discover me filming as they came out of their bedroom. "Deborah," Mom said sternly. "Why are you in this place? Why are you taping too?" I was still processing the whole deletion of my existence, so I hardly paid attention to what she was saying. My room. What happened to it? Where are all my belongings? Dad nervously cleared his throat. "You see, Deborah, we've made the decision to give your sister's child this room. Because it has the most natural light, it's ideal for a nursery, and our first grandson deserves the best," he said. With a beaming passion that I had never seen directed at me, Mom interrupted, saying, "Jennifer is expecting a boy, the son your father has always desired." It seemed as though someone had punched me in the stomach. However, where should I sleep? Where are my belongings? With a dismissive gesture toward the stairs, Dad remarked, "Oh, we packed up your stuff. The garage is where the boxes are. When you depart, you ought to bring them along." "Go," my voice broke. "Leave, what do you mean? I call this place home." Mom's phony grin wavered. "Deborah, you must comprehend, dear. There just isn't room for you here anymore, especially with Jennifer and her husband moving in and the baby on the way. Furthermore, you should learn how to support yourself now that you are 18. What I was hearing was unbelievable. "No," I murmured, my voice wavering. "No, I won't go. I also call this place home. You can't just ignore me like I don't exist." Mom finally lost her temper and said, "For heaven's sake, Deborah. Avoid being tough. This is about family, not about you." "I am a member of your family." Tears were flowing down my face as I yelled. "I am your daughter. My birthday is today, and you're throwing me out. Did you not even realize it was my birthday?" Dad rolled his eyes. "Is it your birthday? Is it the purpose of this outburst? We have no time for such nonsense." Their indifference struck me like a blow to the body. Mom looked anxiously at my phone, which was still filming everything, while I was crying. "Stop causing a commotion," she growled. "The neighbors will listen." "Well done," I fired back. "Give them permission. Make it clear to everyone your true character." Dad's fingers dug cruelly into my arm at that moment. He snarled, "That's enough," and pulled me to the stairs. "Leave right away and don't return." After a last shove, I was on the front porch with my stuff in hurriedly packed boxes. With a finality that reverberated in my bones, The door slammed behind me. I'm not sure how long I sat there crying, but Grandpa George's voice finally broke through my tears. Are you there, Deborah, my love? I witnessed everything. Don't worry, we'll resolve this. For now, go to Rachel's, shall we? And be careful with the video. Having witnessed the entire event via Grandpa's shared live broadcast, Aunt Rachel was already waiting at her door when I got there. For the first time that day, I felt secure as she drew me into a strong embrace. Rachel insisted that my birthday be celebrated. She ordered my favorite meal, invited some of my closest friends over, and made every effort to make the day memorable. We all understood, however, that this was about more than just a botched birthday celebration. It was about my whole existence being completely upended. Grandpa George sent me an email that night when I was lying in bed in Rachel's guest room, which she started referring to as my room right away. He had a strategy, and his lawyer had saved and certified the live stream footage. He wrote, "The wedding is in 3 days. Be prepared. Karma occasionally requires a little assistance to get going." I didn't realize at the time how correct he was, or how spectacularly karma was about to hit. Update 2, Jennifer's wedding is the target of karma. Aunt Rachel demanded that we go to Jennifer's wedding even though we weren't invited. She helped me into a gorgeous blue frock she had purchased for the event and remarked, "We have every right to be there." Besides, we were specifically invited by Grandpa George. As soon as we walked into the reception area, I saw Grandpa. I felt uneasy since he was sitting at a table close to the front, looking sharp in his pricey suit. His exact plans were kept a secret from me, as he wanted to be prepared for some justice. As my parents had imagined, the ceremony itself was picture perfect. In her expensive gown, Jennifer looked stunning, and her new husband appeared to be a kind guy, although a little overwhelmed by the extravagance. Throughout the ceremony, Mom and Dad looked like the ideal family they had always envisioned, beaming with delight. As my parents worked the room throughout the reception, boasting about their expecting grandson and pregnant daughter, I observed from a corner table. They presumably hoped we wouldn't cause a commotion by deliberately placing us at the farthest table. If only they were aware of the impending danger. Grandpa George abruptly rose up during the celebratory supper as the congratulatory remarks got underway. The astonished best man handed over the microphone to him as he marched to the front of the room. There was silence in the room. He opened with the serene authority that only comes with age and wealth. "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry to disturb this happy occasion, but there is a serious injustice that must be addressed. I have never seen a takedown as deliciously vicious as the one that followed." Grandpa meticulously described every aspect, from my parents' early denial of my existence to their recent eviction on my birthday. On the projection screen in the reception area, he presented a few selected segments from the live feed, allowing everyone to see their actual hues in high definition. He roared, "These people threw their own daughter out like garbage on her 18th birthday to make room for their new grandson. Keep an eye on this." The film showed Dad's physical aggressiveness and Mom's contemptuous cruelty. The guests' faces shifted from bewilderment to surprise to indignation. In fact, a few of Mom's best friends stood up and left. As she watched, Jennifer's mascara trickled down her cheeks, making her new spouse appear more uneasy. Grandpa wasn't done when Mom, her face flushed, tried to intervene. His voice was as frigid as ice when he turned to face my parents. "Let me state this unequivocally, I am altering my will. I will give Rachel and Deborah every money I have. Jennifer, Karen, and Michael, you're all totally disconnected. The investment accounts, the trust monies, everything, disappeared." The outcome was instantaneous chaos. Mom cried out in a choked voice. Jennifer wept about the future of her unborn child as Dad's face became a frightening shade of purple. The biggest surprise, though, was when a number of Dad's business associates got up and walked away, pointing out their business cards to Grandpa as they went. As you can see, my parents were unaware, or had conveniently forgotten, that Grandpa was not only rich but also a significant investor in a number of businesses, including the one where Dad worked and many of Mom's most important clients. Grandpa had a significant impact on both their business and social networks. Mom's well-cultivated social circle started apologizing and departing as we watched. Suddenly, Dad's coworkers were unable to look him in the eye. Jennifer's in-laws appeared to be having a heated argument while gathered in a corner. When Jennifer's new husband got up and declared he needed some air, it was the last straw. He still hasn't returned. He is reportedly speaking with divorce attorneys because he doesn't want to be associated with a family that has such a well-publicized problem. The best thing, though, is this. Do you recall the business cards that people were giving to Grandpa? As it happens, a number of Dad's colleagues had been searching for fresh investment prospects. By the end of the evening, Mom's clientele was beginning to appear extremely slender, and Dad's business had lost 3 significant investors. Grandpa smiled at me contentedly as we walked out of the celebration. Letting people ruin themselves is sometimes the best kind of retaliation, my love. All I did was make sure their audience was appropriate. Since then, my parents have been bombarding my phone with frantic messages about understanding, forgiveness, and family. They even attempted to break into Rachel's house yesterday when they arrived. I made the decision that enough was enough at that point. After glancing at Rachel, I made the choice that would alter everything. "I want you to be my legal guardian," I replied. Our lawyer claimed it was almost a slam dunk with the video proof we had, and the paperwork was already underway. The reputation of Mom and Dad was in ruins. Their financial future appeared bleak, and they had been abandoned by their social group. At the time, Jennifer was residing with our parents. Her idyllic life was falling apart around her, and she was being shut out by her husband's family. As they say, karma is a wonderful thing. Tomorrow, I'm going to file for a restraining order. It should be an easy win because of the video proof of Dad's physical assault and their emotional abuse. If we wish to pursue a civil complaint, our attorney thinks we have sufficient funds for one as well. Grandpa George wasn't joking when he said that karma needed a little assistance occasionally, but it was worth every tear I ever shed because of my parents to see their meticulously maintained facade fall apart. Third update. I'm finally prepared to discuss how the wedding went, even though the effect has been utterly devastating. Karma did more than simply strike back. It composed a symphony of justice that would make any fan of vengeance cry with delight. Let's begin with the court case. Only 2 weeks after the disastrous wedding, the court hearing for Rachel's guardianship and my restraining order was set. My parents appeared in their most favored role, that of loving, worried parents who only wanted their daughter back. They had even engaged a public relations consultant to assist them develop their image, giving them advice on how to come out as contrite. The sight in the courtroom was unreal. In contrast to her typical power suits, Mom dressed her best concerned mother attire, complete with natural makeup and modest jewelry. In fact, Dad had a new haircut and, of all things, a Bible with him. They had even brought in character witnesses, mainly well-off friends, who were prepared to attest to their commitment as parents. They weren't ready for what we had though. In addition to the birthday video, our lawyer provided years' worth of financial documents that demonstrated how they had misappropriated the assistance funds that Grandpa had been sending for my upbringing. As it turned out, they had been transferring the majority of it, more than $200,000, to their personal investment accounts and Jennifer's trust fund. I will never forget the judge's expression as the footage was being played again. She even halted the proceedings to inquire if I wanted to file criminal charges when it reached the point when Dad physically pulled me out. I refused. It was enough torture to watch their world fall apart. She was adamant, nonetheless, about sending the case to the district attorney's office for examination. For my parents, the judge's decision was terrible. In addition to being given full guardianship, they were mandated to reimburse Rachel for all of the money that had been embezzled from her support, plus interest. They must keep at least 500 feet away from Rachel and myself, according to the restraining order that was granted. However, that was only the start of their demise. Do you recall the wedding's business contacts? They were rushing, not simply walking away. After a number of investors left, Dad's company carried out an internal audit, which revealed several dubious choices he had made. He was relegated to a role with little actual authority or client contact, but he wasn't dismissed outright. Interns now share a cubicle with the man who once held the corner office. Even more spectacularly, Mom's career collapsed. Her once advantageous reputation as a brutal businesswoman was now viewed differently. Clients canceled contracts citing ethical concerns when the video of her ruthlessly evicting her own daughter went viral in local business circles. She now reports to someone who was once her junior associate after her corner office was moved to a cubicle 3 floors down. The social repercussions were just as disastrous. Following a particularly contentious board meeting where the video was aired, their membership in the country club was cancelled. To get away from them, old friends crossed the street. Their names inexplicably disappeared off the donor wall when their church requested that they take a break from committee work. In little than a month, the meticulously crafted social standing they had spent decades cultivating fell apart. Things haven't gotten much better for Jennifer. 2 weeks after the wedding, her husband filed for divorce, citing fraudulent misrepresentation of family character. She continues to live with our parents, using department store maternity clothes in place of her fashionable pregnancy outfit. My former room, the nursery they so brutally evicted me for, is now empty and underused, while her ideal suburban dream has degraded into sharing her old adolescent bedroom with her expectant child. The impact on finances has been enormous. Grandpa George wasn't threatening the will in a meaningless way. He essentially moved the majority of his assets out of my parents' grasp by having his attorneys create an irrevocable trust for Rachel and me. They have now received eviction papers from the house they reside in, which is officially held by one of Grandpa's businesses. While the investigation into the stolen support monies is ongoing, their investment portfolio has been placed on hold. They made every effort to turn things around, including offering treatment, making heartfelt apologies, and even trying to buy Rachel's neighbors to spy on us. They sent their lawyer to negotiate last week, seemingly ready to forgive me if I could persuade Grandpa to restore their inheritance. It was almost impressive how bold they were. For my part, things has taken a surprisingly positive turn. In what is now officially my permanent residence, Rachel and I share a home. We've painted my room in my favorite colors, hung my artwork, and made it genuinely so it's no longer just a guest room. Rachel even assisted me in creating a fairy light-equipped reading nook near the window. I feel like I have a true home for the first time in my life. Grandpa George established a substantial college fund, and I've received acceptance offers for the next autumn semester from multiple universities. I'm going to study psychology with a focus on family trauma therapy because, well, I might as well apply my life experience. I've already begun assisting other teenagers from toxic homes deal with their circumstances by working at a nearby youth shelter. The amount of support I've received has been tremendous. It seems that many people in similar circumstances found resonance in my narrative. I've started a blog to chronicle my healing process, join support groups, and gain new friends that can relate to what I've been through. The texts I get every day from people going through similar things give me hope that all of this suffering can lead to something positive. Yesterday, my parents' most recent attempt to get in touch was a formal letter from their lawyer threatening to sue me for defamation if I don't take back my false accusations. Our lawyer actually chuckled when he read it, but he also reminded them that we have everything on video and that the truth is an absolute defense against defamation. As I reflect on the last 3 months, I've come to the essential realization that sometimes the family you were born into isn't the one you were intended to be with. I learned what unconditional, encouraging, and respectful family love looks like from Rachel and Grandpa George. They have only ever asked for my pleasure and well-being in exchange. To everyone who helped me along the way, you have no idea how much your messages, counsel, and experiences have aided me. The Reddit community turned out to be a surprising wellspring of knowledge and courage. You showed me that standing up for myself wasn't selfish and that I wasn't wrong to ask my parents to have basic human decency. There is hope for people who are still stuck in unhealthy familial environments. Create a support system, keep track of everything, and never forget that you deserve better. Being related by blood does not give someone the right to mistreat you. Those who don't love you well don't define your value. I've legally changed my identity, I have a real home, and I can finally control my future when I start college in the fall. Karma rolls hard, but occasionally it needs a little prodding. I'm sure my folks are reading this, so I hope it was worthwhile. You lost the daughter you never cared to adore as well as everything else because of your ideal family image. Reddit, I appreciate you sharing in my path to liberation. My family didn't invite me to the reunion, so I showed up unannounced, shared my engagement news, and finally took a stand for myself. I am the youngest of 3 siblings and I am 28 years old. As a child, it was clear that I was the odd one out. There was always an obvious favorite, or favorites, I might say, among my parents. With their stable careers, large homes, ideal marriages, and those cute Christmas card families, my brother, 35M, and sister, 32F, were everything parents could boast about. My sister is a lawyer of some sort, and my brother works in finance. Both of them reside in lovely suburban communities with spouses who complement their professional backgrounds. Every family gathering is an opportunity for my parents to brag about their kids to friends and family. And then me. 2 years ago, I left my corporate position to launch a modest business of which I am really proud. I'm content with my life and earn enough money to live comfortably. Together, my 5-year boyfriend and I share a rental home. Even though we're not making a lot of money, we're doing okay. But my folks had a different perspective. Stable and traditional are terms they frequently use, and I suppose I don't suit that description. The subtle jabs about my hobby job, and remarks about how much better my life would be if I had persisted with a 9-to-5 have become unimportant to me. On the surface, we've always been courteous, but the tension has been for years. I didn't believe it was this horrible though. I came across my cousin's tale on Instagram a few weeks ago while perusing the platform. She appeared to be at a large family reunion. With all of the extended family gathered in one house, it was the type of gathering that my family often hosts a few times a year. There were my sister and brother, grinning with their partners. Except for me, my aunt, uncle and cousins were all tagged. I initially believed that I might have missed the group conversation. Perhaps the invitation got lost in all of my alerts. I sent my siblings an SMS. While my sister responds more slowly, she doesn't entirely ignore me, and my brother typically responds right away. Nothing happened for hours. I began to have the strange sensation in my chest that occurs when you know something is amiss but are reluctant to acknowledge it just yet. I called my mother the following day. I asked her how she was doing and if there had been a get-together, using a conversational tone. For far too long, the phone line went silent. She said, "Oh, the reunion? I didn't think you'd want to come. You're always so busy with your little business and everything." I took a moment to answer. I questioned her about why she thought I wouldn't want to attend. After all, my family is my family. She seemed to be trying to shrug the discussion aside as her voice became lighter. "We just didn't want to bother you, sweetheart. Besides, you've missed a few events before." Indeed, but primarily due to work, and not without informing them. As I persisted, it became increasingly evident that my absence was not an accident. They hadn't forgotten me. They had declined my invitation. Something about hearing it firsthand made my stomach plummet, and I'm not sure why. I hung up and sat there listening to the exchange again. I had previously experienced exclusion. Plans for many of the holidays seemed to center around my brothers' or sisters' families. I used to convince myself that it wasn't deliberate. Perhaps they didn't consider how I would fit into their plans because I didn't have children or a conventional lifestyle. I was unable to ignore it any longer, though, as I sat in my peaceful kitchen and watched my boyfriend work in the other room. This was intentional. My partner was incensed on my behalf when I told him. "You need to go anyway. They don't get to decide you don't belong there," he replied. He was correct. Why should I allow them to act as though I don't exist? I was tired of being treated like an afterthought by my family. Whether they liked it or not, I deserved to be a member of my family. The plan began to take shape at that point. I had been holding on to one card for weeks, and I hadn't played it yet. 2 weeks prior, my boyfriend and I had become engaged. I wanted to do it face to face with the people who should be concerned about my life, but we hadn't notified anyone. Now, though, I had my own motives. I would remind them of my presence if they were considering excluding me from my family. This time, they wouldn't ignore me. I made the decision to arrive without warning. I declined my boyfriend's, bless him, invitation to accompany me. I had to take care of this on my own. We devised a contingency plan, and he agreed to drive up and grab me if things didn't work out. If they didn't want me there, I would arrive and then depart, but not before telling them what I had to say. In order to make it appear as though I had always meant to attend, I prepared a large quantity of snacks to bring with me in the days before. For me, this wasn't about proving myself, even if my partner insisted that I didn't need to prove anything to anyone. I had to be there for myself. I had had enough of fading away because they didn't think I belonged. I promised myself that if I had to leave, I would go, smile, and share my news. Although I had no control on their feelings toward me, I did have influence over how I responded to it. I refused to let them treat me like an outsider for once. Additionally, I would at least have closure if things didn't work out. First update. It took slightly over 3 hours to go to my folks' house. The majority of time was spent on how to appear unimpressed, as if I had simply happened to stop by since, well, I was aware of the family reunion. It seemed a bit ironic given why I was there, but the box of handmade cookies on the passenger seat smelled sweet and soothing. After checking the place twice, my partner assured me that he would be prepared to come get me if I needed a way out. I promised to keep him informed. The house was filled with automobiles parked on the lawn and along the driveway when I eventually pulled there. I inhaled deeply, picked up the treat box, and made my way to the front door. From within came the sounds of music, laughter, and clinking dishes. I stepped through the slightly open door. The noise stopped as soon as I entered. I knew they had all seen me without having to glance up. I sensed dozens of eyes swinging toward me as conversations broke off in the middle of sentences. My mother recovered first. She hurried over, her voice too happy and high. "Oh, you succeeded? How unexpected?" She merely patted my arm and moved away without giving me an embrace. Her eyes did not meet the phony warmth in her voice. There was an uneasy shuffle of movement in the room. People resumed their talks, but things had changed. Before my brother vanished into the kitchen, I saw him and my sister looking at each other across the room. Standing with her husband, my sister gave me a quick look before launching back into a boisterous discussion with other aunts. Across the room, I saw my cousin, the same person whose Instagram tale had given me the hint. Despite her apparent astonishment at seeing me, she nodded and smiled slightly. On the dining table, I set my package of goodies next to a spread of what appeared to be catered cuisine. Nobody even looked at my belongings. It hurt when I heard an aunt whispering to someone by the hallway, "Did they not invite her on purpose?" While I was moving through the room, I slipped by them into the living room after pausing to check my phone. My cousin drew me aside a few minutes later. She lowered her voice and looked over her shoulder. "They didn't think you'd come. Your parents, well, they didn't think you'd fit in here anymore." In spite of her apparent remorse, she said, "Fit in," as if I were a shattered puzzle piece in a family portrait. My dad was by the drink station when I left, but I can't recall what I muttered in response. I made the decision to give it a try. I questioned him why no one had told me about the reunion. As he filled the glass, he hardly raised his head to say, "We thought you'd be happier doing your own thing." The words hung thick in the air, yet it wasn't unkind. Since it was clear that I would not receive answers, I didn't press him any further. I didn't feel like making small chat with relatives who were acting as though they didn't see me, and the box of cookies I had brought was still unopened on the table. But it wasn't all bad. A few of my younger cousins approached to greet me. I felt a little better when they inquired about my company and mentioned that they had seen some of my work online. Someone cared about my life, at least. Once more, there was a bustle of talk in the room, and I sat down close to the corner and browsed through my phone idly. I simply needed time to think on what to do next. I didn't want to cause a scene. My sister's voice broke through the commotion at that point. Her face was beaming with joy as she clapped her hands. The room fell silent as she said, "Everyone, I have some news to share." And everyone's eyes shifted to her as she revealed she was expecting her second child. Cheers broke out. As everyone applauded, a few uncles made a joke about placing wagers on whether it would be a girl or a boy. My mother appeared as though she could burst with joy. Nobody gave me a sidelong glance. As I stood there, I heard the laughter and congrats. I seemed to have vanished once more. As usual, the same motif. The fact that I was present was irrelevant. The fact that I had arrived even though I hadn't been invited didn't matter. They would always treat me like an outsider and glorify my siblings. Something broke inside of me. I'm not sure if it was my dad's departure, the rumors I had heard, or the fact that my cookies were still unopened. Perhaps it was everything. I took a glass off the drink table and gave it a loud fork clink. Heads turned to face me as the room gradually became quiet once more. After enjoying the attention, my sister became irritated. I choose to disregard it. "Well," I continued steadily, "I have something to say too, since we're sharing big news." Second update. As soon as I walked in, the place was silent once more. All eyes were on me, all conversations halted, and forks froze in mid-air. But compared to when my sister revealed her pregnancy, the attention wasn't as enthusiastic or welcoming. I felt as though I had disturbed a sacred item. Despite my racing heart, I stood up and held my hand firm. "I just wanted to share some news of my own," I said. I raised my left hand to reveal the engagement ring, which sparkled in the light from the dining room. No one responded for a second when I said, "I got engaged 2 weeks ago?" The silence was then broken by a few dispersed claps. From the side of the room, my little cousins, God bless them, cheered me on. The rest of the room remained motionless, as though they were still processing it, but a courteous uncle gave a nod of assent. Before forcing a faint smile, the kind she typically saved for strangers, my mom's face fell. "Why didn't you inform us earlier?" Her voice sounded more like an accusation than one of enthusiasm or inquiry. Her gaze flicked to the ring and then returned to me. "I didn't think twice," I said, loud enough for everyone to hear. "I wasn't sure you'd care. I wasn't invited here, after all. I assumed you no longer wanted me to be involved in family matters." Discomfort spread throughout the room. Pretending to check their phones, people looked at each other or moved in their seats. After standing by the kitchen doorway, my brother moved forward and pushed off the frame. His voice was sharp, and his face was crimson. "You are not the focus of this. You have to put yourself first at all times." There was a response to that. A few whispered to themselves, "Not now." Yet I could sense that everyone was observing. My brother's crossed arms and intense gaze made it difficult for me to speak. "So I did." "Really?" I shot back. "You all seem fine without me, but I don't remember getting an invitation to this little party. My engagement is as significant as the news of anybody else." The room became silent once more at that point. My sister refused to look at me since she was still blushing from her own news. My mother's courteous facade was beginning to crumble, and her face changed to one that was more recognizable. Annoyance. I saw her take a breath, likely to speak, but before she could, a voice broke the silence. One of my relatives remarked, "She has every reason to be angry." Her arms were folded as she sat close to the couch's edge. "What did you expect if you didn't invite her?" That she would simply remain silent indefinitely? Some people turned to look at my cousin. From the dining table came another voice. Yes, it's not as though she's incorrect. I sensed a change for a split second. Although it wasn't much, it was sufficient. The fissures were visible. My mom shifted the topic, as she always does when she's cornered, likely understanding she was losing control of the situation. Well, let's not forget how exciting it is that your sister is having another baby, she remarked, bringing a smile back to her voice. The family is thrilled to hear that. There was a deflection, so clear. She was unable to give me this moment, not even for a brief moment. Immediately, the focus returned to my sister, who grinned broadly and thanked everyone once more for their congrats. My brother gave me a cocky grin like he was saying, "See? I was done." I took my phone out of my pocket and texted my lover, "Come get me," without uttering a word. I wasn't going to stay any longer than absolutely necessary. I picked up my handbag and made my way to the front entrance. Two of my younger relatives hurried after me, apologizing and inquiring as to where I was going. One of them hugged me and whispered, "You don't deserve this?" I returned the hug and assured her that I would be all right. It wasn't loud, but it was loud enough to hear my dad murmur, "Drama queen," from the side of the room as I was putting on my coat. I hesitated for a moment, but I didn't look back. Rather, I opened the door and went outdoors. The cool air cleared the heaviness in my chest and struck me like a jolt. One of my relatives came running out after me before I had gone halfway down the driveway. Her shoes crunched on the gravel as she jogged to catch up. "Hold on," she yelled. I paused and looked at her. She appeared embarrassed, almost as if she was at a loss for words. "I apologize," she blurted. "For everything. It was courageous. In there you defended yourself. That was not how you should have been treated." I swallowed the lump in my throat and nodded. I managed to say, "Thanks." Perhaps someone from inside asked what I was doing when her phone buzzed in her pocket. She rushed back toward the house after giving me one final pitying glance. After a few minutes, my boyfriend's vehicle arrived. I buckled my seatbelt, threw my purse on the seat and got in. I started crying as soon as I sensed the car moving. The tears flowed quickly and forcefully, like if I had been suppressing them for hours. My guy simply reached over and squeezed my hand without saying anything. As the trees beyond the window blurred by, I let it all out. The sobbing had subsided into soft sniffles by the time we drove onto the main road. Although I still felt raw and ashamed, there was also relief behind all of that. I hadn't just let it happen for the first time. I had raised my voice. Even if they didn't want to, I forced them to see me. Third update. At first, the only sound on the drive home was the hum of the road. As my fiancée drove, I gazed out the window, mentally reliving every moment of the recent reunion. I eventually opened up, discussing my brother's teasing, my dad's remark about my being a drama queen, my mother's disregard for me, and how my sister's pregnancy announcement had been the last straw. It all spilled out. With his palm resting on the gear shift, my fiancé listened and occasionally nodded. "You did the right thing," he added, looking over when I was done. "They have no right to declare you unimportant. We will proceed without requiring their consent." It was helpful to hear, yet I remained silent. My phone buzzed as we got close to home. I looked down. The cousin who had followed me out of the gathering had left me a message. "You were correct. For a long time, your parents have been discussing you behind your back." I straightened my posture. There was more to the message. "I apologize, but you must understand this. Your mother told everyone that your lack of a steady career makes you a disappointment. Additionally, she stated that your sister's announcement is far more significant than your engagement." It didn't seem fair to me. In an attempt to comprehend the words, I read them twice. I was still looking at the screen when I received a second message, this one containing screenshots. It came from a family catch-ups group chat, of which I had obviously been excluded. My mother's name was prominently displayed in one of the screenshots. I'm not sure why she would want to attend anyhow. She constantly makes things about herself and does her own thing. Giving up a real career to pretend to be a business owner? So self-centered. If nothing else, sister is leading a life of which we may be proud. My chest constricted. The subsequent screen grab was even worse. Since I didn't want her to show up and ruin the day with a dramatic story about her engagement, I honestly didn't notify her about the reunion. Who cares? She's not getting married first, after all. When the television came back to life, I sensed my fiancé looking at me. "What is it?" he inquired. "Proof," I muttered. I was still gazing at the screenshots when we arrived home. I entered my family group chat, which I had been kicked out of years ago and was only periodically added back in for important updates, and added myself back in. I wasn't sure if this was because I was angry, wounded, or incredulous. I sent the screenshots as soon as I noticed my name appeared in the chat. Just those receipts for everyone to see, nothing else. I typed, "Is this how you truly feel about me?" a few seconds later. I suppose I ought to have remained forgotten at that time. Setting my phone aside, I waited. It was not long before the responses began to pour in. First to enter, my brother said, "This was private. You're blowing things out of proportion and being dramatic as usual." My sister then asked, "What did you anticipate would happen if you shared this? For no apparent reason, you're making things worse. Give it up." Their texts appeared like fast fire as I watched them type one after the other. Before my mother's name was ultimately displayed, I gave them a minute to vent. Compared to the others, her message was longer. Those remarks were misconstrued. "I don't like you creating all this needless drama, and you're reading too much into things. You've been overly sensitive all along. Taken out of context?" I scribbled a response as I took up the phone once more. "I'm offended because this is not how any parent should discuss their child. This is your opinion of me, even though I wasn't invited to my own family's reunion?" My dad's name showed up in the chat for the first time, but he only typed a scene tag beneath my message instead of typing anything. I didn't stay to finish reading it. I threw my phone onto the couch and placed it on silent. Sitting beside me, my fiancé drew me in. However, my phone buzzed once again shortly after. One of my aunts sent me a private message saying, "I had no idea that any of this was going on. I sincerely apologize for the treatment you received. You're worthy of better." Another reply arrived a few minutes later, saying, "We're proud of you for standing up for yourself. Nobody should be able to convince you otherwise." Although it wasn't much, it gave me hope that I wasn't going insane. I wondered for a long time if I was exaggerating. As my mother used to say, I might have been overly sensitive. However, I now had evidence, and a few supporters, at the very least. My phone rang just as I was beginning to believe that the worst was past. The name of my sister appeared on the screen. I nearly didn't respond, but I did. She wasted no time at all. She remarked, "You're destroying the family dynamic. What prevented you from letting it go? Mom didn't want any conflict, therefore she didn't invite you. You have merely exacerbated the situation." I refrained from arguing. I didn't shout. "You don't let go of not being invited to your own family's reunion," I simply retorted. Then she hung up the phone. I decided I'd had enough that evening as I sat with my fiancé. I wasn't going to ask for their blessing all the time. A family who obviously didn't want me around was not someone I was going to pursue. I have to back down for my own mental health. The group chat was erased by me. My sister's number was blocked by me. And I allowed myself to give up for the first time in years. If love wasn't offered freely, I wouldn't beg for it. Update 4. My phone called out of the blue a week after the repercussions from the family group chat. I froze after taking a quick look at the screen. It was my father. For background, I didn't get many calls from my dad. Never. I was astonished to see his name appear because he mainly left family affairs to my mom. I considered leaving it on voicemail, but my curiosity won out. I took it up. He initially only made the customary awkward small talk. After a lengthy silence, he finally stated that he wanted to clarify the reunion. He spoke in a rigid, nearly practiced voice. He maintained it wasn't intended to harm me and referred to it as a miscommunication. I hadn't heard anything like an apology from him in a long time. I didn't give him a pass. I inquired as to why I hadn't been invited earlier. After struggling to find the right words, he finally said, "It wasn't intentional." I told him that didn't make sense since how can it be an accident to forget to invite your own child? I persisted, reminding him that my mother's own remarks in the group chat demonstrated differently, but he didn't respond. A second too long, the silence lingered, and then he broke. Quietly, he acknowledged. She believed it would be better that way. Your mother did not wish for any conflict. That's when I heard it. My mother's voice, followed by a slight background rustle. She must have been using the speakerphone to listen in because she abruptly interrupted the conversation. She answered abruptly, "I'm here too." As though I had called her somehow. The waterworks then began. She accused me of attacking her and making the family feel ashamed by publishing the screenshots, but her voice faltered. She claimed that I, not she, was the source of the issues. She claimed that I had made everything public only to cause her embarrassment and trouble. I didn't shout or argue. I spoke steadily and assured her that I was only seeking the truth and wasn't making any personal attacks. After hearing what was going on, my fiancé, who had been sitting close by, approached. It was enough to ground me when he placed a hand on my shoulder and muttered, "Don't let them twist this." My mother's tone altered when she saw that I wasn't going to back down. After giving a loud sniff, she continued, "You only announced your engagement at the reunion to steal your sister's spotlight," which almost made me laugh aloud. I didn't think twice. Calmly, I informed her that, like my sister, I had every right to share good news about my life. No one was in competition with me. I informed her that none of this would have occurred if I had been invited in the first place. I could tell I had touched a nerve by the quiet that ensued. She chose to play the victim, which is her favorite approach, rather than admit anything. "It might be better if you don't attend family gatherings at all if you can't forgive us and move on," she remarked forcefully. And there it was, the final command. I remained calm. I refrained from crying. I simply exhaled and answered, "If that's how you feel, then fine," before hanging up. I sat there looking at the phone in my hand for a minute. My fiancé took a seat beside me and waited silently. I told him everything that had transpired, including my mom's accusation and ultimatum, as well as my dad's hesitant apology. "They're showing you exactly who they are," he continued, nodding. I lay in bed that night and gazed up at the ceiling. I kept replaying the phone call in my head. More than that, though, I began to reflect on all the events that had preceded this. I reflected on the holidays I had spent by myself since my siblings' families came first. My parents' constant comparisons of my unstable career to my brother's corner office and sister's work at the law company. The understated appearance. The contemptuous remarks. This was where it had all been leading. As I laid there, I came to the realization that I didn't deserve this. I wasn't worthy of fighting for meager affection or acting as though nothing was wrong. My siblings would always come first, as my family had often demonstrated to me. For the first time, I made the decision to stop pursuing those who made me feel inadequate. My fiancé sat down across from me and handed me a cup of coffee the following morning. He had a solemn expression. He remarked, "I've been thinking. How about hosting our own engagement celebration? Something modest, just those who genuinely stand by us." The concept sounded odd at first. I hadn't even considered celebrating without my family because they had been my default for so long. However, it made more sense the more I about it. Why should I continue to expend my energy on indifferent people? People that loved us for who we were, not who they wanted us to be, were the ones I wanted to celebrate this milestone with. After the reunion, we had a list of friends, my fiancé's family, and a couple of cousins who had gotten in touch with me privately. They all agreed that I was deserving of better treatment. I made the decision to focus on the folks who came to me unconditionally and let go of the things I couldn't control. I kept the celebration a secret from my parents and siblings. I was tired of trying to mend something that had been damaged for years and realized that it would only lead to more turmoil at this point. I was not going to plead for their affection or acceptance for the first time in my life. I had given up trying to find a family that didn't recognize me. At last, I was making my own decision. Fifth update, everything I didn't know I needed was provided at the engagement party. Just my fiancé's family, a few of my relatives who had been there for me through all the turmoil, and close friends made it modest and private. We arranged our backyard with string lights, served a variety of takeout and homemade cuisine, and adorned the tables with flowers that my fiancé had purchased from a nearby market. EasyJet ideal. Early in the evening, people began to arrive. I hadn't experienced such genuine enthusiasm at a family gathering in years, but the atmosphere was lighthearted and full of laughs. As soon as she got there, the cousin who had sent me the screenshots gave me a hug. "You're worthy of better," she said. She didn't mention the reunion, which I appreciated. "We're proud of you." An hour later, the biggest surprise arrived. Another car drew up to the curb, and my fiancé gave me a little shove. One of my aunts was leaving when I turned around. This aunt wasn't just any aunt though, she was the only one to privately text me to apologize and say she didn't know what had been going on following the group chat controversy. She was unexpected, but there she was, smiling warmly and holding a modest wrapped gift. As she entered the yard, she added, "I hope it's okay that I came?" She gave me a hug, and for a second I was speechless. "I wanted to see you both and say congratulations in person." I simply nodded and opened the door for her. It meant more to me than words could express to have her there. The folks who came through for me without reservation were more important than the statistics. Throughout the evening, my fiancé made a toast. The audience became silent as he lifted his glass. "To my future wife," he remarked with a smile, "I've seen her overcome so many obstacles and still come out stronger. Her character and the life we are creating together make me really proud." As the audience applauded, someone exclaimed, "To the happy couple." People who truly wanted to join us in celebrating were all around me as I stood there with my glass. I felt like I was being seen for the first time. There was only love, no backstabbing remarks, no comparisons, and no compulsion to prove anything. We stayed around the fire pit with a few pals and ended up wrapping things late. I was not mistaken when one of my relatives remarked, laughing, "I haven't seen you this happy in years." After 2 weeks, I received an unexpected email. My dad gave it to me. Before I opened my email, I sat there looking at his name. He apologized first. It felt different this time. He acknowledged that, both during the reunion and in other instances prior to it, he had not defended me. He expressed guilt for not doing more to help me feel included and claimed he had no idea how much I had been harmed over the years. "I know I haven't spoken anything when you needed me to," he wrote. "Even though it might take some time, I hope we can begin repairing our friendship." I scrolled down after reading it twice. His addition at the bottom, "Your mom still doesn't see things the same way," caused me to pause. I'm not sure whether she will ever own up to her faults because she feels like the true victim in all of this. I also apologize for that. Although it hurt, it wasn't shocking. My mother had never taken responsibility for anything. I took some time to consider my response, and then I typed up a brief one. I praised my dad for getting in touch and let him know that while I valued his words, I value his deeds more. It would require work on all sides if he really wanted to rebuild things. I honestly didn't require a response, so I didn't anticipate one right away. I wasn't waiting for him to suddenly turn into the ideal father. His little step was plenty for now. However, I wouldn't accept compromises. I refused to put myself back in a situation where I didn't feel appreciated. Naturally, my sister couldn't help but stir things up. A few days later, I came upon one of her passive-aggressive Facebook posts. It was ambiguous but clear enough. It's funny how some people enjoy revealing personal details to get attention. Good or bad, family is family. I didn't answer. I didn't even give myself enough time to become upset about it. After blocking her, I simply went on. Her opinions, her sarcasm, and her judgment no longer had any influence over me. Life was fuller but quieter in the weeks that followed. I concentrated on running my company, organizing our wedding, and hanging out with the individuals who genuinely cared about me. I at last discovered serenity when I let go of the need to win my family's approval. In retrospect, I saw how much of my life had been wasted attempting to conform to a model that I was never meant to fit. Because I was different, my family had always made me feel inferior. However, that didn't prove me incorrect. Their incapacity to recognize my value was a reflection of them, not of me. Family is everything, as some people may say, and perhaps it is true for them. However, rather than condemnation and exclusion, family should be about love, respect, and support. I've never been happier as I'm finally creating a life with individuals that support me unconditionally. So here I am, going forth guilt-free and regret-free. I have no idea what the future holds for my parents or siblings, but I do know that I will never longer accept anything less than what I am worthy of. And to be honest, it feels really nice. My mother-in-law locked me in a bathroom during labor to stop me from stealing the spotlight at her daughter's wedding. I woke up in the hospital later. 2 weeks ago, my husband Richard, Rick M30, and I, F29, welcomed a daughter into the world. We are certainly thrilled to have our first child. Our lives have been extremely hectic as we get used to being parents. We're doing our best, but it's a difficult shift for us both. Due to the events surrounding the birth of our daughter May, we are not really able to get much assistance. I don't think I'll ever be able to forget it because it was one of the most horrific events in my life. I can't get over the crippling fear I experienced that day, not even the joy of May's birth. Without my husband's prompt assistance, I believe I would have passed away. Since May is the family's eldest child, I believe that we should be a little kinder to them despite the terrible incident. But I'm not sure, and all these hormones and infant responsibilities are impairing my judgment. I've gone to Reddit for assistance because of this. Please be patient with me since this narrative may be lengthy and feature many characters. Rick's sisters are Emma and Anna. At 28 and 24, respectively, they are both younger than him. I think there is no hostility between us, and I get along well with both of them. Due to our hectic work schedules and infrequent meetings, we are not particularly close. Emma doesn't even reside in the same city as us, but we still make an effort to stay in touch by calling or texting her occasionally. My mother-in-law, Rachel, F53, is another significant figure in Rick's family and in this narrative. I get along well with Anna and Emma, but Rachel is a very different matter. I don't precisely agree with Rachel. I genuinely believe that she has an issue with everyone, not just myself. She simply never stops being the biggest control freak you can think of. Rachel wants everything to happen the way she wants it to. Since she was the one who reared her children after their father abandoned them, all three of them generally respect her desires. They make an effort to simplify their own lives. She does, however, react if someone tries to desire something different from what she desires. From dissatisfaction and moping to a full-blown meltdown with tears and tantrums, the response might vary widely. I try to avoid her as much as I can since it gets hard to cope with her. Rick is aware of this. He allows me to keep my distance and handle his mother however I see fit because he knows she is problematic. I let it go because, despite her domineering behavior, I can relate to how he feels about her. She doesn't interfere in my life because she doesn't like me, which is good for everyone. But a few days earlier, she was solely to blame for things being out of control. Nobody can ever forgive her, in my opinion. Anna was getting married the day May was born. Her husband Jonah, M30, is actually Rick's friend, and the wedding was beautiful. About a year ago, he asked her to marry him. I had agreed to be a bridesmaid when Anna asked me to. But I knew I couldn't handle that, so when Rick and I learned I was expecting, I had to ask her to ask someone else. There were just 6 months left before the wedding, nearly 6 months after the proposal. I was 3 months pregnant at the time, and I knew I had to put my priorities first. I had anticipated criticism from Anna for abandoning me in the middle. Before I told her, I was twitchy and really anxious. I was relieved and surprised that our connection would not be permanently impaired, as I had expected. When I informed Anna, she was ecstatic. When I told her that I wouldn't be available for tasks, she actually forgot about her wedding for a bit. Her answer was to concentrate on looking after me. In order to avoid me missing the wedding, which I would have if May had been born at that time, she even thought about moving it. For a variety of circumstances, that ultimately didn't occur, and to be honest, she shouldn't have done it in the first place. Even though it ended up being a near call, she remained there for me the entire time. I didn't bother the two sisters much during my pregnancy, which was terrifying for me, because Emma was the maid of honor and I knew they were busy getting ready for the wedding. They both came over, helped me a lot, and kept in touch as much as they could. Although Anna stood by me the entire time, I feel a little bad for not being there for her on the most significant day of her life. My mother-in-law was the only one who seemed a little angry about the whole situation. The wedding preparations were somewhat disrupted, and I believe she was irritated that I could no longer serve as the maid of honor. I could see where she was coming from, and that looked like the only sensible explanation. But even after Anna was comfortable with the pregnancy and my not being the maid of honor, the animosity, for want of a better term, persisted. Even though the bride wasn't angry at all, Rachel somehow began to irritate me after that. It was strange, but I reasoned that perhaps she was nervous due to the wedding, and I was tense due to hormones. I persuaded myself that this was merely fabricating stories in my mind. I did my best to ignore her, and everything was good. During the wedding, everything literally and figuratively went out of control. When it happened 2 weeks ago, I was insanely pregnant. My belly was enormous, my feet were bloated, and I thought I may faint. Nevertheless, Anna wanted me to be at the wedding, so I wanted to go. I wanted it to be her day, so I had asked her whether she wanted me to be there in advance. I informed her that I didn't want the attention to be diverted from her by the appearance of a hugely pregnant woman. The bride and groom should enjoy their wedding days, and I would hate to be the one to ruin that. Anna was genuinely insulted and saddened when I told her this. She stated she couldn't believe I wouldn't go to her wedding and instead fill my mind with this pointless concept. She claimed that all she wanted was for her family to be present to support her on her wedding day and that she didn't care about fame or attention. She urged me not to worry about drama and that I had to come. She meant it, and I knew it. She doesn't hold back when speaking. She would have told me straight out if she didn't want me there. However, she did, and with great vigor. I felt that I had a responsibility to support her. Therefore, I knew I had to be there for her on her wedding day despite my physical discomfort. I'll be honest. I tried my best to ignore the many mumbling voices because I knew Anna was glad I was there. For me, that was all that mattered at the time. Rachel glared at me the entire time and didn't say much to me. However, I was too uneasy to pay attention or notice. I simply left her alone because I lacked the energy to confront her or explain her passive-aggressive actions. I wasn't going to respond to her, so she could glare all she wanted. Then came the major event that deeply stunned and damaged everyone around me, including myself. Just before the ceremony started, I started to feel apprehensive. Since I had previously met Anna, I decided to go upstairs in the hopes of feeling better and would come back afterward. I was unaware that Rachel was following me. I went to the bathroom because I felt strange and sweaty. My water suddenly broke. It was a real flood, and I began to panic because, despite my deepest love for my daughter, she had arrived at the worst possible time. I was unable to think clearly. Fortunately, my mother-in-law was in front of me. I was crouched in agony by then. We had to hurry to the hospital, so I instructed her to grab my phone and call Rick right away as she hurried up to me. I handed her my phone as she helped me up and forced me to sit in the restroom. She lost it at that point. Because she didn't want me to take Anna's attention away from her, she promised to make sure Rick arrived an hour after the ceremony ended. I told her that I couldn't possibly tolerate this for an hour and asked if she was crazy. I attempted to grab my phone from her, but she took it with her and locked me inside. There I was, sitting on a toilet in a restroom, practically on the verge of giving birth, without a spouse or a phone. I'm not sure how I avoided having a full-blown panic attack, but I'm glad I didn't because I'm not sure what might have occurred if I had. I stood up, walked slowly over to the door, and began hammering on it. I kept screaming, but nobody could hear me because the restrooms were on the first floor and everyone was already seated for the wedding. I yelled until I could no longer be heard, but nobody arrived. I honestly thought I was going to die at that point and take my child with me. I had lost my voice, was soaked, sweating profusely, and was fatigued. I don't recall anything else after that. I'm not sure what transpired after I fainted from tiredness. I know I went to the hospital, but I can't even recall how I got there. A few hours later, I woke up in the hospital, sobbing with Rick at my side. It took me a few moments to figure out where I was and what was going on. I thought the worst when I noticed Rick crying. I assumed May didn't make it, and everything came rushing back, including Rachel shutting me in the bathroom and my tears. Rick let out a sigh of relief and began sobbing in my arms as soon as he realized I was awake. I felt sick to my stomach and was unsure of how to interpret it. Then, with a breath of relief, I saw the nurse enter carrying a baby girl. Since Rick was playing me like that, I really wanted to slap him, but he insisted he wasn't. I was unconscious when he found me in the bathroom, so he was just glad I was all right. When I held my kid for the first time, I think I will always remember that moment. There isn't a better feeling in life, in my opinion. There is nothing that can ever compare to how I felt at those times. Since I didn't have the energy to cope with it at that point, I'm glad Rick didn't give me any details. I asked him what was going on because I could hear some noise outside. Rachel wanted to come in and see her granddaughter, he added. I explained everything that had transpired to him. I explained to him what she had done and how she had needlessly put our daughter in risk. I also informed him that I would never again permit her to be close to my daughter. She was dead to me. Rick claimed to be an expert. Rachel sobbed and told him everything when he found me in that way. I informed him that I would not forgive her simply because she had a breakdown. He chuckled and declared that he would file charges for life endangerment and that his mother was dead to him from now on. He promised to take legal action to ensure she was held accountable for her actions. His words made me feel as though a burden had been removed from my shoulders. All three of them adore their mother, and I know he does, but I wasn't in the mood to forgive her after the stunt she pulled that might have killed me and my daughter. Our marriage would have ended if Rick had picked her over me. After that, there would have been no turning back. I secretly hoped that he would pick his mother, who had done a great deal to raise children in spite of everything. I'm not complaining at all, even though I may not have expected him to defend me in that manner. In fact, if it's possible, it has increased my affection for him. He told me the wedding went well when I asked how it went. In order to come see us, Emma and Anna were waiting for him to call. He laughed when I inquired if Anna was upset, telling me that I didn't need to be concerned about her at all. She has been beaming with happiness and pride, saying that May's birth was the greatest gift she could have had and that her entire family attended the wedding. When he told me that, I was crying and begged him to call them right away. Jonah, Emma, and Anna joined me at the hospital in a matter of minutes. The greatest part was that Jonah and Anna were still dressed for their wedding, and Anna declared that she couldn't resist the opportunity to snap a wedding photo with her niece. It was such a touching moment that I burst into tears. I apologized to Anna for spoiling her day after the photo. She gave me a hug and told me that I was seeing things incorrectly because I had brightened her day. The only thing I did wrong, according to Anna, was not alerting them sooner. I informed her about my mother-in-law's actions ever since we announced the pregnancy. They could have stopped her drama, she thought. When I told Anna that I didn't want to start any problems, Emma added that as long as I was safe, any mischief was okay. When I realized they loved me like family, I started crying even as I typed this. To them, I was more than simply Rick's wife, I was family. One of the greatest women I've ever met is Anna. It's no surprise that she is where she is now because she is so content and safe. How Rachel is so different from her kids is beyond me. They seem to have recognized that she wasn't what they wanted to be after seeing her. Anna had told Rachel on her way in that she would see to it that Rick and I filed charges, but apparently Rachel was still outside. I didn't want Emil close to me, but she wanted to come in and meet May. We must protect ourselves from her, Anna remarked. She felt she hadn't addressed her mother's overprotective tendencies or made it apparent that she didn't mind my pregnancy, so she apologized to me. Perhaps the situation could have been prevented if she had, she claimed. I assured her that she was not at fault because she had given me a sense of security. Rick was outside conversing with Mil the entire time. 2 to 3 days after my discharge, Rick informed me what he and Mil had discussed when I returned home with May. He said that nothing would alter his decision to bring charges, which he had already told her he would do. He also informed her that she would never be permitted to be in May's life. In every way, she was not her grandma. Rick clarified that she had decided to endanger both our unborn child's and my lives over a perceived offense that didn't even bother her. Additionally, he informed her that the entire amount of money she had been relying on from Rick and Emma would be drastically cut. She broke down in tears and claimed she didn't deserve this as she had dedicated her entire life to raising her children. Rick informed her that although he was grateful for everything she had done for them, it did not provide her authority over their life. He said that she was at fault and that he had been putting up with or overlooking everything she did for years, but that he was done. She had gone too far and demonstrated that she was unsafe to be around when it came to May and me. Her reasoning didn't hold water, especially since Anna and I never had an issue together. As a mother, Rachel acknowledged that Anna hadn't intended for me to take center stage. When Anna heard this, she attacked her. We are definitely moving on with the case, but Rick will take care of it because I can't handle this turmoil and I have a newborn to look after. I'll take care of it, Rick responded. The siblings no longer want to speak with her. Rick and I clearly don't communicate with her. Emma only speaks to her when it's absolutely necessary, and Anna has shut her off completely. Mil probably didn't expect this. Despite how twisted that seems, it's possible that she truly believed she was protecting Anna. Even though I have no intention of defending her, I still feel sorry for her because everything went so wrong. It feels wrong and bad to me now, and I'm wondering if they should speak it out with her. Maybe I'm not thinking clearly, but I'm not sure. I'm certain that Rick will lose it if I bring this up to him. He can't even look at her at the moment since he is so mad with her. This isn't what I expected, yet here we are. Update: reconciliation is permanently out of the question. I realize I haven't posted in a while, but I've been busy taking care of myself and my child as a new mother. Fortunately, May will be 8 weeks old in a few days, and we are all quite happy about it. Jonah and Anna have been tremendously helpful to Rick and myself. Emma calls nearly every day, but she had to return to work. Everyone's eyes are actually brightened by May. They swoon over her, and her photos are all over the group chat. Mil has not been contacted. I persuaded Rick that filing charges would be pointless because we already had too much on our plate. Since neither of us had the energy for anything else, Rick reluctantly consented. Last week, Emil seemed appreciative when we told her. I use the word appeared, since last week the woman, who is truly insane, revealed her actual nature to everyone. Rick and I awoke to a loud knock on the door at around 1 in the morning. Rick went to open the door, but I fled and hid with May because I assumed it was a robbery. I heard shouting, but I was afraid to venture out for fear of waking May. As it happened, it was Mil. According to Rick, she was acting irrationally, yelling that we couldn't keep her away and that she needed to see May. Before she left, Rick had to threaten her with the cops. She was attempting to break in. Since everyone needed to know if something was wrong with her, we informed Anna and Emma right away. She texted us unsettlingly the following day. She began by claiming that we were punishing her because her sole transgression was becoming a mother and that we were being cruel and horrible to her by denying her access to May. Her text eventually became more disorganized, but there was still more melodramatic rubbish in it. She claimed that parenting 3 children was a burden and that she was constantly balancing the needs of one child over those of the others. She said that because she didn't want May to ruin Anna's birthday, she felt compelled to do that on May's birthday. Conveniently, she failed to remember that May was actually a fetus, and Anna had repeatedly stated that she had no problem with the pregnancy and wedding taking place simultaneously. This part made sense to me, but what she said next startled me. She acknowledged that she was concerned she wouldn't be as significant to her children now that May was in our life. She assumed Anna would be upset when I told her I was pregnant since that's how a normal woman would feel. She didn't like it though, when she realized that we were all thrilled about the wedding and the pregnancy. In essence, she expressed her disapproval of the fact that we were all content with one another and with each other. She wanted us to be competitive and envious. She admitted that she hoped Anna would be upset with us when she realized the due date would be close to the wedding, so that May wouldn't steal the show. However, that did not occur. May was the only topic of conversation. She claimed that the fact that an unborn child had replaced her as the siblings' unifying element made her feel degraded. She kept sending texts like this, and when I requested Rick to block her, she was still typing. I informed him that she was dangerous for May and us all since she was insane. Since seeing those messages, I've been suffering from a persistent headache. It's unbelievable that a woman in her 50s is competing against a 7-week-old child. I'm done with her, therefore it doesn't make sense to me and doesn't have to. I'm done defending her actions and attempting to figure out why she did them. I don't care if she ends up in hell. Anna and Emma were also distressed when we forwarded the messages to them. They believe she may be experiencing a manic episode. Emma promised to fly down and get Mil examined in a facility. Although I think it's an excellent idea, I will not be getting involved. I no longer want to interact with her because of her insane behavior. Second update. A restraining order has been issued against Mil. We're exercising caution, but she hasn't tried anything else. Emma consulted with a doctor and a psychologist and had her tested. Physically, everything is good with Mil. Her diagnosis was limited to generalized anxiety disorder. The doctors advised Emma to take her to treatment, stating that there was no underlying medical cause for her behavior. Since then, Emma has not gotten in touch. She stated that she was ready to assist if something went wrong, but she can no longer put up with Mil's hatred. I completely understand and agree with that. If she had a mental illness, I might have sympathized with her and supported her, but now that it has been ruled out, we can be certain that this is who she is. With such, there is no reconciliation. We received the restraining order for this reason. Her safety is the top priority for Rick, May, and myself, and Mil has shown herself to be unsafe twice. Furthermore, she harbors animosity for May in particular, so we need to be even more cautious that they avoid each other. I hope I never have anything else to say about this entire experience, and I believe this will be my final update. The family has been through a lot, and I'm simply thankful that we're all safe. My parents gave me some money and kicked me out after my sister was born. 17 years later, they want my help. I am 35 years old and employed as a software developer at a large West Coast tech company. I finally established a secure existence for myself after working in the field for almost 10 years, complete with a respectable salary, a cozy apartment, and even some future investments. I undoubtedly appear to be living the American dream from the outside. However, something that happened recently has been making me face my history, and I'm finding it difficult to deal with. After 17 years of total quiet, my parents, 60 million and 58 million, reached out to me and asked for my assistance with my sister, 13 million. You must be aware of our past in order to comprehend the significance of this. My parents never wanted me as a youngster. Before I was born, they had been trying for a daughter for years, and they were openly disappointed to have me instead. As a child, I frequently heard parents call me the spare, or a remnant in conversations with friends or family. We weren't impoverished because my dad was a real estate agent and my mom taught high school, but they always pretended that my presence was depleting their finances. I can still clearly recall family get-togethers where family members would try to persuade my parents to be thankful for their healthy son. I learned to keep quiet during these conversations, but my parents would still say things like, "Unless it's a girl, we don't really have a child yet." My aunt would say things like, "At least he's smart and well-behaved," or, "Many couples can't have children at all." Their remarks still had a profound impact, especially during family gatherings or holidays. I began to develop a strong interest in computers and programming in middle school. Using whatever resources I could find online, I would spend hours training myself to code in the school computer lab. After noticing my enthusiasm, my computer science teacher began to mentor me and even allowed me to stay after school to work on projects. However, my parents would either nod absently or shift the conversation to their ongoing efforts to have another child whenever I tried to discuss my accomplishments with them. When I was 15, everything changed. My sister was my parents' miracle child, finally born after years of trying. It was like a switch flipping in our home when she was born. There was love, excitement, and celebration all at once, but none of it was aimed at me. They gave her everything, including their time, money, love, and attention. Although I recognized that she was their top priority, the disparity in their treatment of us was unpleasant and striking. I can still clearly recall my junior year victory in a state-level programming competition. A minor college scholarship was part of the award. My parents were so enamored with my sister's block stacking that they hardly looked up when I brought the trophy and certificate home. However, her accomplishment of stacking 3 blocks on top of one another was worthy of a cake and photo celebration with the family. I pushed myself into my academics and coding at school because I knew that education was the key to my freedom. I began working as a freelance web developer on the side, keeping the money I made hidden because I thought I might need it in the future. That intuition was correct. In retrospect, I believe my parents had been preparing this for some time since, rather than throwing a party for my 18th birthday, they sat me down for what they called an important discussion. They clarified that my sister's playroom and learning area required my room. They had already made the decision that I would go right away. They completely shut me down when I attempted to explain that I needed time to find a place and save money. They said I'd had time to get ready and should be able to handle things myself. My father gave me a $500 envelope containing what he referred to as startup money, and gave me until the weekend to depart. It happened on a Tuesday. I stuffed my laptop, some clothes, and the about $3,000 I had surreptitiously collected from my freelancing business into my old high school backpack and a few trash bags. As I packed, my sister, who was only 3 years old at the time, watched from the doorway, unable to comprehend what was going on. The initial years were harsh. While being cautious not to overstay my welcome anywhere, I couch-surfed between friends' homes. I worked a variety of jobs, including day labor at construction sites, nighttime shifts at 7-Eleven, and freelance coding whenever I could find customers. In between employment, I would spend the day sleeping at public libraries, utilizing their computers to learn new programming languages and search for better prospects. I survived on whatever was on offer at the dollar store and ramen noodles. I sometimes went to bed hungry because I wasn't sure if I would have enough money for my next meal. The worst time of year was in the winter, when I occasionally had to decide between having enough food to eat and paying for a warm place to sleep. I made an effort to stay in touch with my parents during those formative years in spite of everything. I would periodically give them a call in the hopes of seeing even the slightest indication that they were concerned about my welfare. However, they were obviously waiting for the conversation to end, and each exchange was brief and awkward. They never inquired about my needs or how I was doing. They just remarked, "That's nice," and shifted the conversation to my sister's preschool accomplishments when I told that I was enrolled in community college courses while working. I quit trying after being the only one who reached out for 2 years. Even after I taught myself full-stack coding, they never gave me a call to see how I was doing or left a message on my birthday or on holidays. I recall being so desperate to let them know that I had arrived, but their phone had already been cut off. I learned so much about survival and independence in those first several years after being expelled. I continued to code while working several jobs. I would use my phone to study programming documentation during my breaks at the convenience shop. I would work on minor freelance assignments at the public library in between building site shifts. With free Wi-Fi, air conditioning, and, most importantly, computers where I could practice coding, the library turned into my haven. When a small firm decided to hire me as a junior developer, I finally got my break. My freelance work portfolio and my contributions to open source projects impressed them. Although the pay wasn't high by IT standards, it changed my life. I was able to buy a little studio apartment for the first time and was no longer concerned about where I would sleep every night. I pushed myself into the task, working 70-hour weeks and learning as much as I could about cloud computing, database administration, and system architecture. Like a sponge, I took it all in. After my coworkers saw how committed I was, I quickly took charge of modest initiatives. I kept working on open source projects and creating my own apps on the weekends and at night. I had discovered something I genuinely liked doing, so it wasn't just about the money anymore. When one of the big IT corporations saw my contributions to their open source platform, it was the true turning point. They extended an invitation for an interview, and following 6 rounds of technical interviews, I was offered a job that fundamentally altered my life. After 7 years, I am now in charge of a large project team as a senior software engineer. I have enough cash to feel secure about the future, a modern apartment in a safe building, and a solid investment portfolio. Before my father's number showed up on my phone 3 days ago, after 17 years of total silence, I believed I had finally put an end to my past. It was startling to hear his voice. His voice seemed older, almost frantic. "It couldn't wait," he added. They had to discuss my sister. I was left reeling by the discourse that ensued. "It looks like my 13-year-old sister is having a lot of problems. She frequently skips school, has been caught shoplifting several times, and hangs out with a group of older teens whom my parents disapprove of. More concerningly, she has had multiple encounters with local police authorities and drugs have been discovered in her room twice. 3 different rehabilitation programs have already been tried on her, but none of them appear to have been successful." When my father mentioned their financial predicament, it became evident why they had called. More than $200,000 has been spent on counseling sessions, various treatment programs, and legal bills. They had sold the majority of their valuables, maxed out many credit cards, and remortgaged their home. They are in dire need of assistance and are now considering a $75,000 specialist long-term treatment center. With tears in her eyes, My mother called and said they had nowhere else to go. The phrase, family needs to stick together, and the fact that I am their only chance to save my sister were repeated by her. I was struck by the irony of hearing these remarks from the same folks who expelled me when I was 18 and never looked back. When I was sleeping in my car in between couch surfing arrangements, where was this sense of family unity? On all those evenings when I went to bed hungry, where was it? In addition to aid with their credit card debt and mortgage payments, they are requesting support with the costs of the treatment program. They require over $100,000 in total. If I couldn't give the entire money right away, my father even recommended that we arrange a payment schedule. To be honest, if I wanted to, I could assist them. I have a secure financial situation thanks to years of frugal living and wise investing. However, I feel physically uncomfortable at the idea of granting them access to my finances. I acquired this money by working hard and making sacrifices for years, frequently going without food and housing while learning to code. I can't sleep at night because of how complicated this scenario is. Since my sister is only a child, I feel bad for even considering helping. She never requested to be born into this mess, and perhaps things would have turned out differently if someone had supported me when I was a teenager. However, I then recall how my parents handled me, how they dismissed me without question and never once inquired about my whereabouts for 17 years. They contacted again yesterday, requesting a face-to-face meeting. They claimed to want to make amends and provide an explanation for everything. They offered to drive the 4 hours to visit me and proposed that we meet at a fancy restaurant in my neighborhood. Their zeal unnerves me in some way, as if they're making an excessive effort to sway events to their advantage. According to my partner, 34F, I should set clear limits. She has personally witnessed the amount of effort I have put into rebuilding my life and getting over my childhood trauma. She fears that allowing my parents to return could reverse years of emotional growth. Although he thinks I owe my parents nothing, my best buddy, who let me sleep on his sofa during those difficult early years, advises me to think about assisting my sister directly if I so choose. I'm totally conflicted right now. My rational side tells me to keep the distance that has helped me succeed. My parents still view me as a resource to be utilized rather than a beloved son, thus they haven't changed. Their true motivations are evident from the way they are handling this matter, concentrating on the money rather than trying to make atonement for the past. However, my emotional side keeps thinking about my sister, a disturbed adolescent who may be misbehaving due to the same poisonous familial dynamics from which I fled. By refusing to assist, am I sustaining the abandoning cycle, or would aiding merely make my parents' manipulation possible? Those terrifying evenings spent sleeping in my car taught me to never take for granted the life I've worked so hard to create. I feel like I'm being pulled back into the craziness that I've been trying to avoid for years. Should I assist them and run the danger of being manipulated again? Do I make an effort to assist my sister directly? Or should I continue to set the boundaries that have helped me recover and grow? I'm sure I'll question any decision I choose. I might be angry with them for dragging me back in if I assist. I could always question whether I could have changed my sister's life if I didn't. This decision is weighing me down, and I could really use some outside insight. First update. I chose to meet my folks at a downtown coffee shop after reading your advice and comments. I reasoned that being in a public setting would help maintain decorum and provide me with a convenient way to leave if necessary. I was immediately struck by how much they had aged when I first saw them enter. In addition to having black circles under their eyes and a lot more gray hair than I could recall, they were worn out. They didn't take long to delve into specifics. It seems that my sister's problems are more serious than they first said over the phone. She has had to attend several rehabilitation programs, all of which they have had to pay for out of pocket, in addition to her substance abuse and legal issues. She hasn't gone to a full week of classes in months, so she's not just missing school periodically. She frequently slips out with individuals who are obviously a bad influence, frequently going missing for days at a time. My parents weren't lying to me about their financial circumstances. They showed me their phone records. To pay for these costs, they have sold the majority of their prized assets, including the house I grew up in. They are currently having financial difficulties and live in a tiny apartment. According to their estimates, they will only be able to survive for a few more months if they sell some family artifacts. I felt uneasy because of this underlying expectation that pervaded our talk. My duty as their son, to assist them, was one of the family obligations they constantly bringing up. They seem to assume that just because we are related, I would step up regardless of what they had done in the past. It was evident from the way they spoke that they hadn't really acknowledged their previous treatment or truly digested how they had wronged me. I could feel all of my previous hatred and rage rising as they continued. None of this was their fault, in their opinion. They dismissed my expulsion at the age of 18, claiming it was just parenting, and that they had acted in the best interests of the family, at the time. They behaved as though their treatment of me was entirely appropriate. They now expected me to overlook everything and intervene to solve their issues. I came to see that they were seeking a solution, not understanding or forgiveness. And my money was that solution to them. I was their final option because they needed someone to shoulder the financial load of all the choices they had made over the years. I listened to what they had to say before firmly telling them that I was unable to assist them. I clarified that when they abandoned me, I had put a lot of effort into starting a life on my own and that I was no longer in a position to help them, either morally or emotionally. I was clear that I didn't feel obligated to get them out of a situation that they had established for themselves. My refusal was not well received by them at all. Their tone altered entirely, and their expressions hardened. They accused me of being callous for not assisting my sister, branded me selfish, and claimed that I was leaving my family. Their eyes were filled with disappointment and rage, which I could see. It reminded me of my early years. Nothing had changed. They continued attempting to use guilt to make me feel as though I owed them money. I was more conflicted as I left that meeting than when I arrived. I feel somewhat relieved that I defended myself and established boundaries. However, another part of me feels bad, as if I'm abandoning them when they're at their lowest. It's difficult to describe, but it seems weird to leave them in this way even if I know they profoundly wounded me. I can't stop thinking about my sister, whom I don't even know, and their predicament. Although I'm sorry for her, I don't think I can help her. It hurts to know that even after all these years, my parents still only regard me as a tool to solve their problems rather than as a unique person with a life and challenges of my own. It's difficult for me to let go of the guilt. Is it wrong of me to persist with my choice? Should I have looked for a compromise? I can't stop reliving the encounter in my head, questioning whether I made the proper decision. Second update. Since my last post, which was only a week ago, things have gotten even more bizarre. Only a few hours earlier, I got a call from an unfamiliar number. I heard my sister's voice for the first time when I responded. I was completely unprepared for this. I only have hazy memories of her from when she was a newborn, just before I moved out. The call got off to an unexpectedly good start. Considering what I had heard about her behavior, I was surprised to hear a courteous, almost pleasant voice. She started by requesting that I assist our parents with their present financial predicament. It was evident that she had practiced this pitch because she was making a big deal out of how they were having trouble and how I could save the family. I made an effort to respond politely but firmly, stating that I had to make the best choices for myself because of the complexity of my connection with our parents. Everything changed at that point. Her attitude changed abruptly. In a matter of seconds, she switched from being courteous to becoming enraged, accusing me of being self-centered and leaving her to handle our parents' problems. She had always been envious of her and insisted that I was abandoning my family. She said I was being arrogant since I had left and begun living on my own, whereas they had been my backers the entire time. I was stunned by what she said. They had a hauntingly familiar sound, as if she were repeating something she had heard countless times. She talked about my assistance with such arrogance, as though she really thought I had a duty to intervene and make everything right. I was so shocked that I was unable to react. I was being forced to make up for years of decisions I had nothing to do with by this person I had never dated. She hung up before I had a chance to comprehend her emotional outburst. I tried to make sense of everything as I sat there looking at my phone. What was the source of this animosity? Why did she believe I had left her? I required clarification. I was determined to find out what was happening, so I called my folks. I immediately questioned them whether they had been telling my sister that I had left them and her behind when they first picked up the phone. After a revealing silence, they eventually came clean. They had been giving my sister an entirely distorted explanation for my departure for years. They informed her that they had severed their relationship with her out of spite and that I couldn't bear to share their attention with a younger sibling. I was portrayed as a conceited older brother who left the family because I was envious of her. They had completely removed from their story the fact that they had made me feel alienated from the day she was born and expelled me as soon as I became 18. It was as if someone had taken my breath away. My sister has grown up thinking that I was the bad guy in this tale. Given that she had been fed misinformation about who I was and why I left, it's no wonder she felt as though I had abandoned her. She had been carefully kept in the dark about the fact that my parents had made me feel unwelcome from birth and had evicted me from the house. That realization caused me to hang up on them. Although it has just been a few hours since our previous talk, they haven't made another attempt to get in touch. I'm upset with my parents for misrepresenting me to my sister and giving her the impression that I abandoned her, but I'm also upset with my sister for snapping at me and demanding my assistance as though I owed it to her. It's difficult to get rid of this resentment, but I'm also experiencing a new form of guilt. I wish my parents had been honest with her about my reasons for leaving. Perhaps my relationship with my sister would have been different if they had. Although I might not have been able to provide financial support to my parents, I could have developed a relationship with my sister and perhaps helped her steer clear of some of these behavioral problems. Now, though, it seems impossible to repair the harm. Even whether I want to try is up in the air. My family returned in the worst conceivable way, just when I thought I was done with them forever, which makes the whole scenario tiring. It's not that easy for me, even if a lot of commenters have advised me to simply ban my parents and move on. Whatever you want to call me, this is still family, and I believe that I should at least be aware of what's happening. Even though I'm in no position to provide financial support for my family, I can't help but notice that this is the first time they've contacted me. Nevertheless, I can see that my sister is too engrossed in their version of events to see things any other way, and my parents are still attempting to control the situation to achieve their goals. I'm at a loss on what to do. I can't get rid of the sense that any decision I make will be the wrong one. I'm even more convinced that keeping my distance is the proper decision after the way they've misrepresented the reasons for my departure. I feel bad for my sister though. Her conduct and relationships are obviously being impacted by the skewed perspective of her family history that she was raised with. I wonder if this damage can be fixed or if it's best to leave it alone. Third update. Since my last update, which was a few months ago, I've had plenty of time to think things through and let things calm down. It's been quieter for me, to be honest, but only because I choose to avoid the mess my sister and parents had produced. I'm coming to realize that sometimes taking a step back and avoiding letting their drama take over my life is the greatest way to achieve serenity. My parents gave me another call about a month after I had last provided an update. I wanted to hear what they had to say, so even though I was dreading it, I picked up. They were even more desperate this time, and they accused me of being dishonest in order to get money from me. They described the dreadful situation, how they were in danger of losing everything, and how they wanted me to intervene and make things right. The guilt trip about family is supposed to stick together was their first attempt. When that failed, they resorted to threats, claiming that if I didn't assist them, they would ruin my life. They then claimed that I was their only hope, changing their strategy once more. To be honest, I felt disgusted. They continued to threaten me in spite of everything that had transpired, and they never once stopped to admit how poorly they had treated me. I refused to back down and reiterated that I was unable to provide them with financial support and that I was not responsible for solving their issues. I reminded them that I wasn't responsible for cleaning up the mess. They had made these decisions. Of course, that did not make them pleased. For the next month, they continued to phone, alternating between threats and guilt trips. They eventually stopped phoning. I assumed they had finally come to the conclusion that I would not give in. I didn't hear back from them for a month, and to be honest, I thought that might be it. However, I received another call around a week ago. I nearly didn't answer, but my curiosity won out. Things had only deteriorated. They informed me that they needed to file for bankruptcy. They were essentially starting over with nothing after selling nearly all they owned to pay off their debts. They then revealed even more shocking detail. My sister had moved in with one of her friends and had severed all ties with them. Even though she is just 13, she managed to move in with a friend's family, who my parents claim tolerates her misbehavior. They said it was best that my sister left them because they could no longer see themselves supporting her when I questioned why they didn't call the police. In a sense, they have also abandoned their second child. They initially attempted to place the blame on me. They claimed that none of this would have occurred if I had simply assisted them when they requested it. They said that everything went south because of me. Naturally, they were unable to acknowledge their own responsibility for their acts. I was furious. I bluntly told them that their actions and how they had treated me were to blame for everything that was happening to them. I brought up the topics of how they treated me like a second-class person in my own house, how they neglected me when I needed them, and how they expelled me when I reached 18. I informed them that they continued to try to place the responsibility on me while ignoring the fact that that had an impact on me. At that point, they began to retreat and eventually ceased making excuses. They expressed regret for everything they had done to me and offered an apology. They expressed to me their wish that they had acted differently. They seemed to be saying everything that needed to be said, but it was too late. In addition to the fact that they had ruined my sister's and my own lives, I couldn't simply ignore how they had treated me for years. They were now suffering the repercussions of their decision to push me away. I must admit that I felt sorry for them, but I also realized that I couldn't risk the life I had created for myself in an attempt to mend what was already damaged. I informed them that I needed to keep my distance and that I was unable to assist. Despite their displeasure, I stood by my choice. I was still upset with them for what they had done to me after I hung up. However, I felt sorry for them at the same time. It's too late now, but I wish they had taken the time to realize what they were doing incorrectly when they had the chance. I've come to terms with the fact that I can't save them, and I'm learning to accept that. I have no idea what the future holds for my sister or them. I just know that I won't let their errors disturb my tranquility. They can't drag me back into their mess. I've come too far. I have much more important things to worry about right now, but maybe in the future I'll try to get in touch with my sister once more to see if I can assist her get back on track. All I can do is hope she takes this lesson to heart and makes wiser decisions than our parents did. That's about it for me, then. I won't be checking in on my family for a very long time. Even though I'm aware that this isn't the best conclusion, I've come to terms with it. I sincerely appreciate all of your guidance and encouragement over this trip. It has enabled me to remain steadfast in my choices. My sister accused my husband of an affair, and my parents believed her. 2 years later, her fiancé exposed her lies and cheating. My sister told my parents that my husband had an affair with her, and they believed her. 2 years later, her fiancé discovered she was cheating and that she had made up the entire narrative. It's difficult to know where to begin, but I feel compelled to get this off my chest and, maybe, find some clarity. I apologize if this comes across as rambling. There is so much to unpack. Hopefully, you people can point me in the correct way because I'm at a loss. I am 30 years old and have been married to the love of my life, Jake, 34, for 8 beautiful years. We have 2 lovely children, a 6-year-old girl and a 4-year-old son. Life was very close to perfect. We had a comfortable home, a consistent schedule, and a profound bond that I believed was unbreakable. Our days were filled with the normal ups and downs of family life, but I couldn't have been happier. But everything changed 2 years ago, thanks to my older sister Lily. Lily, who is also 34, began on a similar route to mine, but our lives have taken completely different twists. To put it mildly, her relationship history has been fraught with difficulties. She had been alone for a long time, and there was a very good reason for it. As much as it pains me to admit it, Lily is a bit of a red flag in terms of relationships. Her actions can only be described as those of a neurotic narcissist. She has a history of destroying her relationships, frequently driving people away with her unstable and deceptive behavior. Lily's relationships always seem to start out well, but they never last. She has a habit of becoming very intense too quickly, and then things begin to unravel. I've seen it happen several times. She'll meet someone, they'll begin dating, and then she'll start picking fights over little matters or become so possessive that the guy feels suffocated. Soon enough, it's over, and she's left wondering why she can't find someone who will remain around. It's difficult to witness, especially since Lily frequently takes her emotions out on me. She would come over to my apartment and complain about not being able to find a man like Jake. There was clearly a great deal of resentment. She'd say things like, "You found a man? Why can't I find somebody like Jake?" I tried not to take offense since I knew she was in a horrible place, but it was difficult not to feel like her words were aimed at me. Despite everything, I still love my sister. I'd always hoped she'd find the man of her dreams and be happy. I even tried to set her up with Jake's friend once, thinking they'd make a wonderful match. But Lily's unusual and unsettling actions rapidly put a stop to that notion. She was so severe and dominating that I recognized it wasn't worth jeopardizing our friendship for her. Despite all of this, I remained hopeful that Lily would finally find happiness. Unfortunately, it was evident that Lily did not feel the same way about me. Jake and I had a big family cookout at our parents' house 2 years ago to celebrate our 6th wedding anniversary. It had been a while since the entire family had gotten together, so everyone was having a great time. Our children were playing with their relatives, and the air was full of laughter and happiness. It was one of those rare moments when everything seemed perfect, and I was surrounded by the people I cared about the most. As the evening progressed, Lily took me aside. At first, I assumed she was going to make me a heartfelt anniversary wish. She complimented me, and I thanked her, shocked at her genuine tone. I asked her what she'd been up to lately, and because I knew she had a new boyfriend, I also questioned about that. But instead of the pleasant conversation I expected, Lily's tone shifted. She gazed at me with peculiar intensity, and the next words she said caught me completely off guard. She stated that after Jake and I married, they secretly had an affair for a period. At first, I thought it was a weird joke and chuckled, but Lily was dead serious. She claimed that after the wedding, Jake continued texting her, and what began as benign, getting-to-know-you exchanges quickly evolved into intense emotional conversations. According to Lily, Jake told her that he and I were constantly fighting and bickering about minor issues. She claimed he'd ask if they might meet, which is when the affair allegedly began. Her statements made me feel ill. I couldn't believe Jake, who had always been committed to me and our family, would be unfaithful. Lily explained that she had kept this a secret all along but could no longer pretend. The way she delivered it, so quietly and confidently, shook me to my core more than the actual news. I briefly considered all of the possible options. Did Jake actually cheat on me? And with my own sister? Were we supposed to be separated now? How about the kids? It took me a while to process my ideas, but then I asked Lily if she had any proof that Jake couldn't get away with lying. That is where she faltered. Lily said she had a lot of evidence, but as her sister, I should believe her, with or without it. That's when I realized, Lily was lying. She could trick Mom and Dad, but I had been watching her for years. I could immediately detect when she was lying. She burst into tears when she realized I could be onto her. Then came her lecture, which included comments like, "I cannot believe you don't trust me," and "I told you for your own good." Lily then went on to tell our parents the same tale. Soon, all of our friends and family surrounded us, and Lily began shouting at Jake about how he had cheated on me with her. She even alleged that, despite her refusal to participate, he blackmailed her. My hubby was just as perplexed as I was. At first, he assumed this was an unfunny joke. However, when Lily began screaming like crazy in front of everyone, the situation became quite serious. I hoped my folks would assist me with damage control. After all, even if Lily's narrative were accurate, I would have been crushed. To my amazement, my parents sided with Lily without regard for our circumstances. Dad screamed at Jake, accusing him of playing with Lily's feelings. I felt abandoned. My own sister confessed to me that she had an affair with my husband of 6 years. Even though I knew that wasn't true, no wife enjoys hearing this type of thing. Furthermore, if her narrative was true, my father was more concerned with Lily's feelings than my own, a wife and mother who would have lost her husband. When we got home that day, Jake and I talked about everything. I trusted my husband and knew he would never betray me. Before you think I'm gullible, let me warn you that Lily has a history of lying. She has previously wrecked countless relationships with petty lies. In truth, Jake's pal ended their relationship because she accused him of cheating on her at random. She would set her own belongings throughout the apartment and then ask him about if he had brought any other girls. This would lead to screaming bouts, and when he was fatigued, Mom would tell him it was just a test. The situation with us simply confirmed this was a trend for Lily, so I chose to believe my husband. The next days were the worst of my life. My parents refused to hear our side of the tale, preferring to trust Lily's version without any evidence. Our previously close-knit family was broken. Jake and I found ourselves alone, and the atmosphere at family gatherings grew unpleasant. My parents treated me with distrust, while Jake was completely ignored. Lily, on the other hand, appeared to delight in the turmoil she had caused. She played the victim, taking up the attention and pity of everyone around her. It was as if she relished witnessing the devastation she had inflicted in my life. The more I attempted to defend myself and Jake, the more she distorted the story to portray us as monsters. I attempted to contact my parents to explain that there was no proof of Lily's assertions, but it was ineffective. They'd made up their minds, and their commitment to Lily was solid. Mom even accused me of being in denial and choosing Jake above my own sister, which shattered my heart. I couldn't comprehend how they could so easily abandon me, how they could blindly believe Lily's falsehoods. Eventually, the tension reached its breaking point. Jake and I made the difficult decision to detach ourselves from my family for our own mental health and the sake of our children's well-being. It was a difficult decision, but we couldn't keep living in the shadow of such a painful falsehood. This eventually became our new normal. As I mentioned, it was difficult but not impossible. I recognized that I didn't need my parents' approval for everything in my life, and if they wanted to believe Lily's lie, then so be it. But just when I thought the drama was over, something happened to shake things up again. I came across a post on Facebook unexpectedly, and guess what? Lily became engaged. She had shared a series of photos with her new fiancé, a man named Mark, along with a lengthy, heartfelt caption about how she had met the love of her life. She told how Mark entered her life at what she believed was the most difficult time she had ever experienced, a time of pain and betrayal. Ironic, eh? Reading those sentences caused my stomach to churn. The hypocrisy was staggering. Lily had portrayed herself as a victim, employing the same lies she had spoken to elicit compassion and admiration from our extended family and friends. As I browsed through the comments, I noticed that many of our family, who had largely supported her during the turmoil, were praising her and extending their support. Some even made snide, passive-aggressive statements addressed directly at me, such as, "Good for you for getting past that toxicity. You do not need that in your life." It was infuriating. These folks had no idea what had transpired, yet they were ready to congratulate Lily on her alleged courage and tenacity. I felt a similar sensation of betrayal, not only from Lily, but from the entire family, which had decided to believe her falsehoods without questioning. It felt as if they had entirely eliminated me from their life, while continuing to support someone who had only caused grief and destruction. What concerned me even more was Lily's engagement to a man who had no notion what kind of person she was. I couldn't help but feel sad for Mark, knowing that he was being deceived by the same lies that had destroyed my family. I wondered whether Lily had ever told him the truth about what she had done, or if she had continued to weave her web of deception to trap him as well. I was tempted to reach out to Mark and warn him about Lily's true personality. But I immediately realized that it was not my place to meddle with their relationship. Mark would have to discover the truth on his own, just like I did. Still, I couldn't ignore the sense of dread that came with knowing Lily was once again manipulating those around her for her personal gain. In the days that followed, I tried to get the news of Lily's engagement out of my mind, but it was difficult. Suddenly, I began to notice a series of missed calls from an unknown number. I ignored it at first because I assumed it was spam. But the calls kept coming. I didn't have time to pick up because I was so busy with work and kids. Finally, during a break at work, I decided to respond. On the other end of the line, I was welcomed by a screaming Lily. She hurled every insult and slur she could think of at me. It was like a torrent of rage, unfiltered and untamed. I tried to ask her what was going on, but she refused to let me speak. After what seemed like an eternity of listening to her rant, I was finally able to convince her to pause long enough to explain what had happened and why she was so angry. There was a little hush on the other end before she screamed, "How could you claim to be innocent after what you've done?" Before I could react, she hung up. I was left in a trance, trying to make sense of what had just occurred. My mind was spinning with options, but none made sense. What could I have done to make Lily so angry? I had stayed out of her life, given her the privacy she clearly desired, and done nothing to provoke her. I could only think of one person who might have some insight into this situation: my Uncle Tom. He was one of the few family members I still communicated with, and he was always a voice of reason in the midst of the insanity. I called him, thinking he could shed some light on the situation. Uncle Tom did not disappoint. When I recounted what had transpired, he revealed what Lily had cleverly left out. Apparently, her fiancé, Mark, had called off the engagement. What's the reason? He had discovered the alleged affair between Lily and Jake through family rumors. Mark, being the wonderful guy he was, had been looking into a disagreement he had spotted between Lily and myself. When Mark found out about the affair, he was naturally outraged. The trouble was that he didn't realize it was all a lie, a fiction Lily cooked up to seek attention and sympathy. Things took an even more dramatic turn just before the engagement was called off. Mark, Lily's fiancé, had sensed that something was wrong with their relationship. Lily's unpredictable conduct had caused some concerns for him, and he couldn't escape the suspicion that there was more to the story. Mark, motivated by his suspicions, decided to check Lily's phone. What he discovered shocked everyone: Lily had been cheating on him. She'd been meeting up with a guy she met on a dating app, and their interactions weren't simply casual chatter. Mark, who was wealthy and seemed ideal in Lily's eyes, was someone she refused to lose. Lily had no choice but to come honest. She admitted to Mark that she had no affair with Jake and that the entire thing was made up. But, rather than saving her relationship, her confession backfired. She did not deny having discussions with the guy on the dating app. Mark was horrified, not only by the affair, but also by the deception and the lengths Lily had gone to in order to carry it out. It presented Lily in an even more negative light, and Mark wanted nothing to do with her after that. After Mark called off the engagement, Lily's life began to disintegrate. Her lies were now public knowledge, and those who had previously backed her began to distance themselves. The folks who had previously believed her story about Jake and me now questioned everything. Their caustic remarks and supportive letters faded when they discovered the extent of Lily's deception. My parents, who had so easily chosen her side 2 years ago, were left stunned by the truth. Despite the remorse and sorrow I feel for my sister, I know that the best thing for my family right now is to stay away from all of this toxic drama. We've gone through enough, and now I need to focus on protecting my husband, children, and myself from future danger. I'm happy for the clarity that has resulted from all of this, even if it has been extremely hard to achieve. I'd also like to thank everyone who read my article and offered their support and suggestions. It's been a challenging trip, but strangers' compassion and understanding have helped make it bearable. I am grateful to you all for allowing me to see things more clearly and giving me the courage to do what is best for my family. Update 2. Hello, everyone. The last week has been quite stressful, so my family and I decided to take a much-needed mini vacation. It was a nice opportunity for us to clear our heads and refocus on each other after what had happened. I also spent some time reading over all of your comments on my prior postings, and I just wanted to say thank you. Your insights and encouragement have really improved my understanding of the situation. One thing that really struck me was the number of comments about Lily's weird fixation with my husband Jake. Now that you've brought it to my attention, I see that there were always warning flags, but I just didn't notice them at the time. When Jake and I first started dating, Lily had a lot to say. More than I expected. She would always call him brilliant and dashing, which looked like innocent praise, but they were frequently followed by comments that now seem strange, such as how I got him or how he was so out of my league. I dismissed it as her typical mocking, but thinking back, there could have been more to it. Anyway, going on, I must say that my parents have not ceased attempting to reach us. They've called and texted us hundreds of times, and while I'm still unhappy about what happened, I've decided to allow them to come visit us. I understand that their primary motivation is to visit the children, and I've accepted that. After all, I've decided that I would not deprive my children of their grandparents, even if I am not ready to fully reconcile with them myself. While my parents may not have been the best at supporting me, they have always been loving grandparents, and my children adore them. The visit will be difficult, and I'm still unsure how I'll react to seeing them face to face after everything that has transpired, but I'm prepared to try for the sake of my children. I will create limits and preserve my own mental health, but I cannot ignore the attachment they have with their grandparents. Hopefully, this visit will provide some clarity on how to go from here. Thank you again for all of your help and suggestions. I'll keep you posted on how things progress. Update 3. Hello everyone, I hope you are doing better. I wanted to provide an update on how things have been since my last post. My parents did come to visit us, and while I was concerned about how it would go, I have to admit it went better than I imagined. Things were awkward at first, as I expected, but my children immediately broke the ice. They were overjoyed to see their grandparents again, and their enthusiasm helped to alleviate the tension in the room. It was evident that they missed them as much as my parents did. As we settled in, the kids innocently asked where Aunt Lily was. It was a question I expected to come up at some point, and it elicited an uncomfortable stillness. We all avoided the subject at the moment, attempting to keep the atmosphere light. Later, while the kids were busy, I decided to ask my parents directly where she was. They informed me Lily had returned to their home after a long absence and wanted to apologize to me. I found it difficult to take it seriously, however. After everything she'd done, an apology seemed pointless. Furthermore, Mark, her ex-fiancé, deserved the most sincere apologies after everything she had put him through. I advised that instead of wasting time apologizing, they consider enrolling her in treatment. The way she acted, lying so brazenly and destructively, was not a simple mistake. She acted like a habitual liar, and at times, it appeared she was on the verge of being labeled a psychopath. Some may even claim she is one. If she is to heal from this condition, she must seek expert help. Interestingly, Jake and Mark have developed an unexpected bond throughout this process. They began hanging together and learned that they had many common interests. Jake keeps Mark informed about what's going on with us, and it's been great to see them both support each other in various ways. Mark, being the mature individual that he is, has begun to move on with his life. He did not deserve what he went through, but as humans, all we can do is move on and attempt to find peace. Overall, I believe we are on the route to a resolution. Things will never be the same, but I am hopeful that they can improve. If the world works in our favor, we may not be able to return to the way things were, but we may be able to reach a satisfactory point, one in which we can re-establish some trust and move forward without the weight of the past holding us back. We've learned the value of open communication, the perils of leaping to conclusions, and the strength of forgiveness, both giving and receiving it. While we are not completely recovered yet, we believe we are on the right track. Thank you again, Reddit, for your encouragement and guidance at this difficult time. Your opinions have been important in guiding us through this challenging circumstance. We'll continue to take things one day at a time, focusing on our mental health and our children's well-being as we move forward. Pursued my dream as a photographer, lost my parents' support, until they learned about my six-figure income. My parents went completely crazy when I decided to try my hand at fashion photography instead of attending college after high school. For months, we quarreled over this. Ultimately, they informed me that they would never forgive me and would stop interacting with me if I chose to go down this route rather than earning a college degree. Knowing that my connection with my parents was not my top concern at the moment, I did not let that deter me. My goal was to become a fashion photographer, and I did just that. They were furious with me and avoided talking to me for a few years. I found it really challenging, particularly because I was so young and needed assistance from other family members. Most of the assistance I required was monetary. I had only ever worked summer jobs part-time before, and the money I had saved was insufficient to support myself in a new place. I was in dire need of help because, at the time, I was an intern and didn't get paid much. Fortunately, my dad's older sister, my aunt, frequently sent me the money I needed to pay my bills. Naturally, my aunt had a soft spot for me because I had always been close to her daughter as a child. Even with her help, I occasionally still felt very alone. After I left home, my brother and dad began to act as though I didn't even exist, so I didn't have the support of my immediate family. Because it would cause friction between them, my aunt never disclosed to my father that she was providing financial support for me. Without a doubt, he would blame her for pushing me to make poor choices. In spite of this, my aunt informed me of my parents' reactions to my decision. She would always bring me up to them when she saw them, but they would usually still react negatively. It was discouraging to hear them abruptly shift the subject. Then, one year, they suddenly demanded that I spend the holidays at home so that we could get back in touch. In the end, I returned that year to try again with our relationship. They were pretty normal about the whole thing, which surprised me because I had expected an emotional reunion. My mother later informed me that they knew I wouldn't alter my mind, so they made the decision to get in touch with me. Furthermore, they didn't want to be seen as the type of parents that didn't encourage their kids' goals and aspirations because that would come across negatively. I came to see that rather than truly respecting my choice, they had only contacted me to protect their brand. Despite my disappointment, I made the decision to keep in contact with them in the hopes that they would someday reconsider their opinion of me. They have never seemed to be as proud of me as they are of my brother, even though I have told them about all of my successes over the previous few years. After earning a business degree, my brother began working with a friend of my dad's. He makes a nice living, and my parents are always boasting about how he started providing for them as soon as he started working. I did offer to assist them monetarily, so it's not that I hadn't. But because of my unusual line of work, they turned me down, saying they wouldn't feel comfortable taking my money because they weren't sure I could live comfortably without it. I was aware that this was not a sincere worry. It served as just another reminder that they didn't think I was performing well enough and would much rather rely on my brother. I was never going to be good enough for them, no matter what I did. They relied on my brother instead of believing me, even after I assured them that I was okay and could help. It wasn't like they didn't require assistance. They have been having financial difficulties for the past few years, particularly following the pandemic. About 2 years ago, my parents had to close the cafe they owned and retire early because of significant losses sustained during the pandemic. My brother began providing them with financial help at that point. It was quite offensive that they refused to assist me in spite of this. I stopped insisting on staying in contact with them after that. The only times we would see each other were at family gatherings, where I would try to be as polite as possible. Since I knew they wouldn't value me, I even stopped spending the holidays at home. Rather, they would take advantage of the occasion to criticize and ridicule my decisions. I was done with that negativity. I no longer needed it in my life. Since then, our relationship has gotten much worse, and we hardly ever communicate. Because I dislike discussing it, very few family members are aware of my feelings. My cousin, who recently got engaged, is one of the few who does. My family was invited to her engagement party a few days ago, but I was also invited. Regretfully, my illness prevented me from attending. After years of not speaking to me, my parents finally called me while I was away because of a chat my cousin had with them. I need to explain what my cousin told me before I talk to my parents about the phone call. As soon as I finished talking to my parents, I contacted my cousin to talk to her about it. She informed me that my parents had been boasting at the engagement party about my brother's big promotion at work and how he would now be making nearly twice as much as he had before. My cousin claimed that it was starting to irritate her. I'm not sure if that's accurate or if they were exaggerating. In addition to making the entire celebration about themselves, they were utterly disregarding the fact that I, their other kid, was succeeding in her life on par with, if not better than her. She was aware that, despite my best efforts to pretend otherwise, my connection with my parents clearly had an impact on me. Even though I had accomplished a lot, I felt like I could never do enough to make them proud of me. I found that to be really distressing. My cousin chose to defend me since she was aware of this. My relative mentioned how wonderful it was that they now had 2 children earning 6 figures annually as my parents were boasting about my brother. My parents, who hadn't bothered to stay in contact with me over the previous 2 years, were understandably startled. Since I didn't think it was necessary, I had never disclosed my income to them. My parents called me the following day after my cousin dropped that bombshell without providing any further details. I was taken aback when they called. They inquired as to whether I had been making six figures annually and whether I had been doing so for a number of years. Thinking they were finally calling to congratulate me and express their pride, I made the decision to be honest with them. They said they couldn't believe they had been forcing my brother to provide for them financially when I had been doing so well, which was really foolish and delusional of me. They had the gall to become upset rather than happy for me. They chastised me for not informing them of my earnings sooner so they could make an informed decision about which child should provide them with financial support. I couldn't speak. In retrospect, that was exactly the reaction I should have anticipated, but it was not the one I had anticipated. Let me tell you what occurred next if you think that's awful. My parents began to explain how they had put a lot of pressure on my brother when I didn't reply. They said that he had been too busy providing for them to save enough money for his own future. They maintained that I should now pay $100,000 in reparations to help even things up because I hadn't been burdened in the same manner. They rationalized it by claiming that they were also my parents and that I had to share my brother's responsibility. They made it seem as though I had been avoiding accountability, utterly disregarding the fact that they had initially turned down my assistance. After giving their request some attention, I erupted in laughter and hung up. The scenario was so ridiculous that it was the only response I could summon. I then gave my cousin a call to get the whole narrative and to double-check the information. I have been deliberately avoiding my parents ever since. After the call, I banned their number, but they began texting me from a burner phone, which I also blocked. In every one of their mails, I was accused of concealing my earnings. They said they would never have requested my brother for help and would have accepted my help instead if they had known about it sooner. Recently, I also received a text from my brother, who usually avoids similar situations. He stated that he thought our parents had a point, but he didn't want to pick sides. He acknowledged that they ought to have been more encouraging and that they had mistreated me. But he also said that I should have told them exactly how much I made rather than leaving them in the dark if I really wanted them to accept my assistance when I first offered. He maintained that they couldn't have known I was doing so well for myself because this isn't a career they understood well. He said that he had been the only one providing for our parents up until this point and that he thought it only right that I do the same. I owe it to them because they reared me, he reminded me, and whether I like it or not, they are also my parents. I'm bewildered now. I'm sorry for my brother, but I'm not sorry for my parents. Although we haven't had a fantastic relationship, it hasn't been as horrible as our relationship with our parents. He could have a point though, and I can't deny that. Is it bad of me to keep my actual income a secret from my parents? Edit. Since people are curious as to why I never told my parents how much I made, here's the answer. First of all, I dislike discussing my income. I want people to trust me when I tell them that I have enough to aid them, especially my parents. Why would I pretend that I had the money to provide for them? Second, money isn't the only metric I use to gauge my achievement. For me, success is about following my dreams and realizing them, not about how much money I make. When I first began out, I felt just as accomplished since I had followed my passion and defied the odds. In addition to being wealthy, I wanted my parents to be proud of me for being content and successful in my line of work. Finally, I never realized that in order to get their approval, I would have to be specific about my salary. I suppose I've had some delusions about them throughout my life. Eventually, I thought they would treat me the same way they treated my brother, but that never materialized. Before any of this occurred, I did discuss this with my cousin, who informed me that I shouldn't have needed to disclose my income to my parents in order for them to treat me like their child. At least someone was on my side, so it was a tremendous relief when she told me that I hadn't done anything wrong. Additionally, I am positive that my aunt shares my cousin's viewpoint. But what really irritates me is that my brother, who had previously been impartial, is suddenly opposing me. I'm open to any suggestions you may have because I haven't decided whether or not I should feel bad about it. First update. Hello, I appreciate all of your remarks. I suppose I needed that because going through them was a true eye-opener for me. Actually, I had started to think that perhaps I was mistaken, but I no longer believe that to be the case. I blocked my brother as well after realizing that, despite his initial neutrality, it had not aided me in any way. Unlike my aunt and cousin, who both defended me, he never did. In all honesty, my brother is only supporting my parents today because they have never given him a reason to oppose them, in contrast to me, who undoubtedly has a number of reasons. I responded to his message prior to blocking him. Although he didn't grow up in the same household as me, I informed him that I still respected the idea that he was making the extra effort to defend our parents. He can never really comprehend what I've gone through since the parents he knows are so different from the parents I know. His statement that I owe it to our parents to assist them, whether I like it or not, was incredibly unjust. I owe them nothing, nothing at all. Anything they did for me prior to my 18th birthday was required by law, not as a favor. I left home to pursue my aspirations as soon as I was no longer a minor. They didn't support me or even spoke to me for the next few years after that. My aunt, not my brother or my parents, had supported me during that period. My cousin provided me with emotional support the entire time. As a result, I seldom ever think of my brother or parents as family because they have never supported me. My aunt is the one person I owe the most. My brother has been providing for our parents alone for the past few years, and I don't blame him for that. It's not that I didn't offer assistance, in fact, I did, but they turned me down. I decided to cut them out of my life because of that. They also didn't appear to be in any worse shape without me. They haven't apologized to me, but now that they know how much I earn, they expect me to make it right. That's entitled and unfair, and I don't think I have to put up with it. I decided I didn't want to talk to my brother anymore after sending him that message, so I blocked him as well. Neither my brother nor my parents have messaged me since. My aunt, however, got in touch with me and informed me that my brother must have forwarded my message to my father. I had stated in the mail that my aunt had helped me out when my parents hadn't. My father went crazy over it, as we had anticipated, and started blaming my aunt for misguiding me. He thinks I wouldn't have deviated so much from my parents if my aunt had never encouraged me and had instead advised me to return to them and follow their rules. He maintains that we would have a far better connection now if it had occurred. To be honest, I have no idea why someone would think this. In all honesty, I would have found another means to follow my aspirations even if my aunt hadn't assisted me. I would not have abandoned them. I wouldn't be earning as much money or enjoying my career as much if I hadn't been able to pursue a career in photography. Rather, I would be angry at my parents for preventing me from pursuing my own interests. How would our relationship be enhanced by that? It would have significantly worsened the situation. My aunt is currently being used as a scapegoat, which seems to be all they need. They have been accusing her of being a bad sister in their constant messages. They say that instead of supporting me, she would have persuaded me to return to my parents if she had been a decent sister. My present bad behavior, which they say has always been praised, is attributed to her. They have even implicated my cousin in this, claiming that it is not surprising that she has become impolite and uncultured. They contend that because my cousin called them out at her engagement party, this illustrates my aunt's incapacity to raise children appropriately. My parents are essentially acting irrationally. My aunt is certain that they won't let this go, despite the fact that she has barred them. They are intent on making a big deal out of it and playing the victim in a predicament they started. I truly don't know what else I can say to my brother if he still believes that supporting our parents is appropriate in light of everything that has happened. I suppose I should have anticipated it. Perhaps this isn't unexpected because, although he never mistreated me, he also never defended me. Second update. Hello, I haven't posted anything for the past 2 weeks. My parents made the decision to make this drama public for some reason. They have posted a number of posts disparaging my aunt and myself in the last several days, and I honestly have no idea what they are trying to accomplish. They have been promoting a biased narrative in these posts. They say that despite the fact that photography is an unsteady career, my aunt pushed me to pursue it against their wishes. They also claim that I rejected their attempts to patch things up with me. They claim that when they recently requested financial assistance from me, I ostensibly offered but minimized my income. As a result, they had to rely on my brother, which has had an impact on his financial security. I'm still refusing to assist and placing all the weight on my brother, even though they're acting as though they just recently found out the whole truth about my financial status. A large portion of their story is false, and it is entirely biased. I don't want to interact with them on social media, and neither does my aunt. We've been attempting to get in touch with them privately to request that they remove the posts. I even warned them that if they didn't comply, I would get legal help. But, because no one is going to waste their money on a lawyer for something like this, I suppose my parents can see I'm bluffing. This is a minor nuisance, but it's not like it's having a significant impact on me. Many people, including those I haven't spoken to in years, have contacted me to inquire about the issue. The way they are handling this as a show bothers me a lot. I want my parents to remove their posts because I may have to share my side of the story with my aunt if they don't. Asking them to remove the posts hasn't worked at all thus far, but neither of us wants to do that. We might eventually have to publicly present our case. We should go ahead, according to my relative, but I'm sick of anticipating all the drama that will ensue. In any case, we must take the necessary action. Third update. My last post was 2 days ago, and as I previously stated, we were at a loss on what to do. In the end, my aunt and I posted the truth, not just our version of events. In order to dispel my parents' biased story, we wanted to correct the record. My parents haven't made any public remarks about it yet, but many people have left encouraging remarks. The rest of the family hasn't been as ignorant as I initially believed, it turns out. Many of them have observed throughout the years how my parents have been more publicly proud of my brother and have always treated him better than I have. Getting all of this support makes me very happy. At least I now know that, in my heart, they supported me, even though they had never previously spoken out about it. That is reassuring. But when my brother sent me an email, his reply wasn't encouraging. I was advised that what I was doing was seriously messed up. He claimed that he had been attempting to manage the problem with our parents and had nearly persuaded them to remove their posts. However, they are now refusing to do so because I posted my side. He claimed that I wasn't the kind of person who would add fuel to the fire and stir up more controversy. He's correct. I didn't want to make things worse, but I had no other option. My brother has treated me unfairly, in my opinion. This was started by our parents, not by me. I only spoke the truth to avoid needless hatred toward my aunt and me. It's possible that my parents should have considered the repercussions before making such a fuss. I don't think I have anything further to say to my brother at this time. It is obvious that he has chosen a side, and it is not mine. In any case, I had no desire to communicate with my parents. I don't mind at all if they all want to completely cut me out of their life. Fourth update. Hi everyone, my last update was quite a few months ago. I recently returned home to attend the wedding of my cousin. As her maid of honor, I performed all of my responsibilities for her for about a month before the wedding. She informed me that neither my brother nor my parents had received an invitation. They shouldn't have been surprised by this because it was obvious that neither my aunt nor my cousin wanted anything to do with them following the events of a few months earlier. I don't see why my parents thought they would be invited, when they hadn't even tried to apologize to any of us following the incident. They were not just disappointed that they hadn't received an invitation, but they had also expected one. They even came to shout at my aunt when she was at her residence. My father was incensed and informed her that she couldn't abandon him for such a little matter. Coming from a dad who essentially pulled his daughter out of his life, that is rather ironic. My aunt quickly put him in his place after putting up with his antics. After a heated argument that day, my parents are now ranting about us to anyone who would listen. I don't think anyone is taking them seriously, though, as it looks like the most of them are just looking to gossip. My brother has not gotten back to me. Although it is unfortunate, he has made the decision to support our parents. Everything went off without a hitch, and the wedding was stunning. The icing on the cake was that I also got to spend a lot of time with my aunt and cousin. I've returned to work after a much-needed vacation. Knowing that my parents haven't altered at all in all these months is comforting. Grandma's inheritance changed everything after my parents kicked me out and preferred my sister because of a missing bracelet. My sister was always given preference by my parents, who once expelled me for having a lost bracelet. They therefore arrived at my house in tears years later when my grandmother delivered me the family's inheritance in lieu of her. I grew up in a modest suburban home with 2 parents and a younger sister, which is what most people would consider a standard middle-class family. We appeared to be a picture-perfect family to outsiders. However, anyone who knew us well would tell you that my parents and I were constantly at odds. The explanation was straightforward. I was usually the last thing on their mind, and they loved my younger sister Emma. However, it wasn't always that way. I recall how devoted and kind my parents were to Emma and me when we were young. They lavished us with love, and for good reason. We were a rather intelligent couple who were excellent at everything. Nothing seemed to separate us during the golden age we shared. Both of us participated in gymnastics, art classes, and piano lessons, and our parents were equally pleased with us. There was no little favor for one of us over the other, and I never experienced any tension. But when I started 6th grade, everything changed. There was only one test at first. I received a poor grade, the first in my life, even though it wasn't a very significant one. It was sufficient for my parents to start viewing me in a different light. It was obvious to me that something had changed. When Emma brought home another flawless score, my mother wouldn't give me the same look that she gave Emma. While Emma's accomplishments were greeted with sincere pride, the praise they used to give me began to feel forced. All of a sudden, Emma was the one who could do no wrong and I was the loose thread that could unravel at any time. I initially believed it to be a passing phase. Perhaps I was being overly sensitive. However, it was impossible to ignore. I was held accountable for any mistakes I made, no matter how minor. Emma's mistakes were dismissed or, worse, forgiven. "She's just having an off day," my dad used to say. "Why can't you be more like Emma?" was my constant question. I was plagued with the statement during my adolescence. Emma became the daughter my parents had always desired as we grew older. She was gregarious, intelligent, and well-liked. She was the popular girl, the homecoming queen, and the class president. Conversely, my introversion increased. I studied hard, remained to myself, and succeeded in my own unique way. However, it was never sufficient to rival Emma. I eventually gave up trying. The disparities in our treatment had become starkly apparent by the time we were in high school. Emma always had her own car, brand new clothes, and all the attention. Our parents would spend hours sitting with her when she needed homework help, making sure she grasped every step. If I sought assistance, they would either dismiss me and instruct me to solve the problem on my own, or it would be too late in the evening. They had begun to treat Emma like a princess and treat me like an adult. Emma had everything given to her, but I quickly realized that if I wanted something, I would have to work for it. I made an effort to keep up my relationship with Emma in spite of the unequal treatment. She was my sister, after all, and I cherished her. However, it becomes increasingly difficult to overlook her increasing entitlement. Knowing she could get away with anything, she appeared to enjoy the attention. Emma was loved by more people than just my parents. Her allure enthralled our friends, instructors, and even complete strangers. I was the background darkness, and she was the shining girl. I started to question whether others truly viewed me for who I was or if I was merely Emma's sister. The pivotal moment occurred one summer following my high school graduation. I was eager to leave the house and start over after receiving a partial scholarship to a respectable college. I believed that my parents and I may get along better with some space and that they would eventually miss me when I was gone. I was mistaken. At this point, Emma began dating Jake, our high school football team's standout quarterback. He was well-liked, attractive, and from a rich family. Naturally, my folks adored him. They regarded him as though he were their son. My parents would prepare extravagant dinners to impress Jake, who spent every weekend at our place. They were obviously already looking forward to the day when Emma and Jake would tie the knot, start a family, and have the ideal grandchildren. I was working part-time to help pay for the expenses my scholarship didn't cover while I was having trouble getting through my first semester of college. Emma and Jake's most recent excursions or Emma's academic performance were the only topics I heard when I returned home after breaks, fatigued. Nobody inquired about me or my situation. They would also say sarcastic things like, "Why can't you find someone like Jake?" What remained of our family dynamic was devastated by the charges that followed. I came home for a visit one weekend when I was off from college. Before Emma's new bracelet, a gold charm bracelet that Jake had given her, vanished, everything appeared to be as usual. Emma was upset, and it was a costly item. In a state of complete panic, my parents tore the house apart in an attempt to find it. Emma speculated that perhaps I had taken it when they were unable to locate it. I initially believed her to be kidding, but she wasn't. The previous evening, she claimed to have witnessed me ogling the bracelet and hinted that I might have removed it out of envy. I was enraged. Her bracelet was untouchable by me. I hadn't given it a second consideration. My parents, however, believed her without hesitation. Of course, I objected. My folks wouldn't listen, even though I vowed I hadn't taken anything. They thought I had stolen it to get even. In fact, my father once remarked, "We always knew you were jealous of Emma." That was the most painful thing they had ever uttered. It seemed as though the years spent striving to be a good daughter and gain their approval had been in vain. They threatened to leave the house unless I returned the jewelry. What I was hearing was unbelievable. They didn't believe me even though I had my word and no evidence of my innocence. Their decisions had already been made, so I went out. I didn't turn around after packing my things and leaving the house. I severed all contact with them. I had no other option. I couldn't continue to live in a home where I was treated like a criminal for no fault of my own. To help me get back on my feet, I found a friend to stay with. I didn't talk to my parents again for years after that. Without the help of my family, I struggled in the ensuing years. I was left to do it all by myself. I struggled to make ends meet while balancing employment and education. On some days, I didn't think I would make it, but I did. After graduating, I secured a respectable career and gradually began to establish a life for myself. Emma was doing well in the meantime, according to mutual friends. She had secured a lucrative position at a marketing company, and she and Jake remained together. She had gotten into it with my father's help. For them, nothing appeared to have changed. Without me, they were still the ideal family. I didn't hear from my family for 5 years. My life had to be rebuilt from the ground up. My grandmother, my dad's mother, specifically, was the only one who provided me with any kind of assistance or spiritual support. I was unexpectedly invited to my grandmother's Christmas dinner. To put it mildly, I was taken aback. The only member of the family who had ever treated me fairly was my grandma. She never mentioned my parents or made an effort to get me to make amends with them, but she did occasionally send me a birthday card or text to check in after everything that had transpired. I wasn't sure if I wanted to go when I received the invitation, but I had a gut feeling that I should. It was like entering a time capsule when I got to the supper. Along with a few other family members, my parents, Emma, and even Jake were present. There was a noticeable tension. Emma pretended that nothing had ever happened between us, and my parents gave me a harsh welcome. They seemed to be expecting me to put the past behind me and comply with their ideal family act. I made it through the terrible night. My grandmother then began distributing gifts toward the end of the evening. I didn't have any big expectations, but my heart almost stopped as I opened the box. A gold locket, an ancient family relic that had been handed down through the years, was found within the box. The jewelry wasn't just any jewelry. This locket was thought to be the legitimate heir to the family's possessions. Grandma was giving it to me directly, ignoring her son, my father, and all the other grandchildren, including Emma, who had inherited it from her father. It represented more than merely custom. It implied that everything my grandparents had, including their home, land, and savings, would eventually belong to me. When my parents realized what had happened, I could see their faces become white. In stunned quiet, Emma, who had always been the golden kid, sat. I could sense the tension in the room as my parents rapidly changed their tone, trying to mask their amazement with fake grins. My parents quickly drew me aside after the awkward remainder of the meal. All of a sudden, they were remorseful, as though a few words of kindness could erase years of unfair treatment and neglect. They mentioned Emma's impending marriage and their desire for me to rejoin the family, for her benefit. However, I was aware. This was about money, not about love or family. Our family had always valued the heirloom, and they knew that I would be the one to inherit everything that went along with it now that I had it. They cared for me, thus they weren't worried about mending the relationship. They were concerned about their potential losses. In a tone that seemed more like a warning than an offer, my father even stated that they were prepared to forgive me for everything and begin anew. They seemed to have forgotten who had initially harmed them. Other family members also added their voices, advising me to exercise common sense. They insisted that regardless of what had previously transpired, family is everything, and that I should get back in touch with them. I could already hear the cliches piling up. You don't want to be alone, sharing is caring, and blood is thicker than water. I was overanalyzing the matter because of all this pressure, even though it was obvious what I should and shouldn't do. Knowing that they only appreciated me for what I now had, did I wish to rejoin this family? Given that their newfound interest in me was motivated by self-interest, could I forgive them? What recommendations do you have regarding this? If so, I'd be in dire need of some. First update. I felt overburdened when I returned to my flat following the Christmas celebration. It was difficult to take in all that had transpired. For the remainder of the evening, I made every effort to stay away from my parents and other family members, but they persisted in trying to come near to me. Emma would not quit grinning at me as though we were suddenly best friends, and my parents would not stop glancing at me with guilt. However, I was aware that their goals were more about the family riches connected to the artifact I had been given than they were about family. Their actions simply made me want to keep my distance. The days that followed were devoted to introspection. I understood that I needed to talk to Grandma in a suitable manner. The locket had useful applications in addition to its symbolic significance. It meant that I would get the family's possessions. Although I hadn't been searching for this, I needed clarification now that it was on my plate. I wasn't prepared to become entangled in family money and tradition without fully comprehending its significance. I was still anxious about bringing up the topic when I saw my grandmother. I asked her honestly what it all meant after thanking her for entrusting me with the relic. I wanted to be open and honest. I informed her that if it meant bringing me back into the instability I had fought so hard to avoid, I didn't want the family's riches. Although they weren't my top concern, I promised her that I would use the assets sensibly if they came my way. Grandma patiently listened. Then she explained something to me that I didn't fully comprehend previously. She had spent years observing all of this. She had witnessed the family's growing estrangement from her, particularly following the argument between my parents and myself. She clarified that she was aware of the dysfunctional family dynamics and the harsh treatment I had received, especially from Emma and my parents. She was even aware of the fact that Emma was always given a free pass while I had to work several jobs to make ends meet during my time in college. Grandma acknowledged that she hadn't gotten involved for so long because she thought individuals should be allowed to live their own lives. However, she realized that her assets needed to be transferred to the appropriate person after witnessing how things had turned out, how I had been mistreated but had still managed to create something for myself. Someone who wouldn't waste it or take it for granted. She picked me because of this. My name was on her will, which she had already made. Her honesty astonished me. The heirloom was no longer the only consideration. Trust was at issue. Grandma trusted me to take care of everything, and that duty felt significant and weighty. She reassured me that this was about entrusting the family's future to people she knew would uphold it, not about compensating me for what I had endured. Even though it seemed odd to find myself in this situation all of a sudden, I couldn't help but feel validated. Grandma had seen the truth, and it meant more than anything else, therefore all those years of being the forgotten daughter suddenly didn't matter. But although this made a lot of things clearer, it also made things more complicated. The inheritance remained a threat, and I was certain that my parents and Emma would do all in their power to regain control now that they were aware of the consequences. They had no intention of letting it go lightly. Second update. Hi everyone on Reddit. When I return with an update, the situation has gotten worse. If you have been following along, you are aware of how chaotic my family's situation is. I was mistaken to believe that returning to school would bring me any calm. I went back to my flat in the hopes of escaping the drama following the Christmas debacle, in which Emma and my parents essentially begged for the family inheritance. I tried to ignore my family's incessant calls and texts by immersing myself in my work for a few days. Naturally, though, such tranquility was short-lived. Not only did Emma and my parents keep sending texts, but so did the rest of my family. Suddenly, relatives who hadn't spoken to me in years felt obligated to settle the conflict. They were all repeating the same phrases. Don't let money tear you apart. Family is everything, and, my personal favorite, you're being selfish. The fact that these relatives were unaware of the entire scenario only made matters worse. While Emma had it all and lived the ideal life, they were not around when my parents disowned me or when I had to scrounge for food and rent while attending college. They only cared about what they had heard from my parents, who were now neatly playing the victims, and didn't give a damn about the years of abuse. Their opinions suffocated me. Before things took a startling turn, I believed I could just ignore everything and concentrate on my work. Emma and my dad unexpectedly came up to my apartment one afternoon. You read correctly, they showed up at my house without my invitation. They seemed to have a purpose, which was to coerce me into making amends or something, of course on their terms. I could hear my mother sobbing from the hallway as they pounded on the door and called my name. I went cold. After several months of being with me, my friend appeared frightened, and I was at a loss for what to do. My parents began begging me in front of my pal as soon as I opened the door. My mother was crying as she talked about how they couldn't let me go and how we had to make things right. As though I had done something wrong, my dad said that they were willing to forgive me for everything. Emma, meanwhile, was standing there pretending to be worried, but I could see straight through her. She was more concerned about what would happen if I didn't agree to split the inheritance than she was about making amends. They weren't listening to me when I tried to keep the topic quiet and told them that this wasn't the right time or place for it. While my dad stayed in the doorway, refusing to leave, my mom virtually shoved past me in an attempt to enter the apartment. They kept interrupting me to talk about Emma's impending marriage and the necessity to restore the family's unity before that could happen. They tried to coerce me into agreeing to give up a portion of the future inheritance, which, mind you, I didn't even formally receive yet, by making it seem like I was the one destroying the family. It was a humiliating scene. My neighbors began to emerge from their rooms to observe the mayhem. I was doing everything I could to keep it quiet, but the more they lingered, the louder they became. Emma stood there looking smug, as though she knew they would finally wear me down, while my mom was on her knees pleading with me to forgive them. I was stuck and didn't know what to do. They refused to budge when I told them to go. After what seemed like hours of begging, I finally had enough and phoned security. Fortunately, security showed up right away. At first, they asked my parents to leave in a courteous manner, but they refused. Security had to step in at that point and threatened to call the police if they didn't leave. It was a whole new level of embarrassment. Before my parents ultimately gave in, my mother made a huge public announcement that I was leaving my home. Emma went one step farther, as if that wasn't enough. She informed a number of my friends via mass text after she left that I had deserted her and my parents. She cleverly omitted the part where they had disowned me for something I didn't even do, making it seem like I was the bad guy in this whole situation. I had to explain the entire thing to some of my friends because they were understandably perplexed. It was draining, and I was astounded by the extent Emma would go to in order to appear to be the victim. I'm not sure what to do right now. I'm attempting to move on and haven't spoken to my parents since that happened, but I can't help but watch over them because of their desperation. I feel like I'm being forced into a difficult situation where I have to give in order to please everyone else. However, I will never forget the way they treated me. However, the pressure is too much to handle. A part of me questions whether this will ever end or if I will have to live with it forever. It seems like my family is desperate to pull me back into their mess, even though right now I simply want to concentrate on me and my future. Third update, greetings once more Reddit users. Hold on tight, for after my last report, things have become considerably worse. To be honest, though, I wasn't sure I wanted anything to do with them anymore after everything. I couldn't help but wonder, what's keeping them from turning on me again if it was so simple to do so based only on a story? What assurance did I have that my parents wouldn't act in the same way if a new circumstance arose, given their ability to change their minds so swiftly in the past, supporting Emma and rejecting me? I felt as though I would have to be cautious around them all the time, wondering if their devotion to me was sincere or merely practical. I would want to put myself first and take a vacation from them all for the time being. Don't bring me back into their mess, let them handle it on their own. My parents also contacted me again after all of this, but they spoke in a different tone. They stopped pressuring me and making me feel guilty. They nearly apologized, but I could see they weren't sincere. In order to obtain the future inheritance, they were still concentrating on the money and trying to make things go as smoothly as possible. They were more concerned with maintaining appearances and ensuring financial stability than they were with actually repairing our relationship, particularly now that Emma's future wasn't looking as stable as they had planned. To be honest, I haven't replied to them and I'm not sure I will. Even if they come with an apology, I'm not prepared to open that door again because this entire event has served as a brutal reminder of how toxic my family can be. I'm concentrating on myself and the future I want to create on my own terms, free from the burden of their deceit and manipulation, for the time being. Reddit, that's enough for now. I appreciate all of your guidance and help during this journey. I feel like I'm now beginning to see things more clearly, even though it's been a difficult journey. My parents skipped my wedding for my brother. Now their world is falling apart as the truth unravels. My parents put my brother first once more, and now their world is falling apart, so I only disclosed my wedding after it had already taken place. Mike, 21 million, is the younger brother of me, 27 female. He is the epitome of a mama's boy and a man-child, always whining and demanding respect from others. My parents have worried about him ever since he was born. He did not have a difficult birth and does not have special needs. My parents totally abandoned me when he was just born. In particular, my mother changed from being a devoted mother to one of those boy moms that people make fun of online. Even though my father, 50 million, still loved and supported me, he has always been too cowardly to challenge my mother and let me win, not even once. Only my 76-year-old grandfather defended me. He never liked my siblings and often criticized my parents for their actions. He claims that we have a really particular link and that I make him think of his late wife, my grandma. I don't get to see him very frequently because he lives on the opposite side of the nation. Mike enjoys making fun of me since he knows our mother likes him. We've always been at odds because of this and his general conduct. He's a brat, pampered, and a terrible person. I can't even remember how many times I've been in trouble for stuff he framed me for or for performing things better than him. He received a scholarship to a prestigious out-of-state institution because football is his only talent. My parents said my college fund had been spent to pay for bills following a fire, so they didn't spend a single penny on my schooling. I found out years later that Mike had really received money to purchase a house and a car. Lucas and I met at my public university. There, he was the first person with whom I really clicked. I met new friends, of course, and they are now my closest pals. I was able to leave my parents' place because of them and Lucas, who had been my best friend for years before we started dating. Lucas and I are now both highly respected in our professions and make excellent money. The principal problem: a year ago, Lucas asked me to marry him. We didn't make a big deal out of it or broadcast it on social media since we're pretty private. My folks simply said, "That's nice," when I informed them, and I'm beginning to believe they didn't even hear me. With our closest friends and family, we chose a modest yet elegant ceremony and reception. Lucas persuaded me to extend an invitation to my brother and parents, but they never did. Every time I went to visit, my mother would interrupt me and begin discussing my brother's achievements and exploits, without indicating that it was a wedding. I'd had enough at one point. I cut her off and explained that I had an event scheduled for a certain day that couldn't be changed. She informed me that they were unable to go since they had to be there for my brother's final game of the season. Naturally, I was not surprised by this obvious preference. For identical reasons, They had missed my high school and university graduations as well as my ballet recitals. I chose to be petty at that moment. I didn't press my parents to attend the event after telling them it was okay for them to do so. I purposely omitted the fact that this event was actually my wedding. Advanced flash. I got married a couple of weeks ago. It was ideal. We had a great time with my family, Lucas's family, and our friends present. Everything went perfectly, and my grandpa was overjoyed to give me away. When several of my relatives questioned me about why my parents weren't present, I answered honestly that they couldn't since they had to go to my brother's game. Nothing out of the ordinary happened, though I did get a few glares for it, and my grandfather was noticeably upset for a bit. Lucas and I left for our honeymoon after the celebration, and we didn't use our phones at all. But upon our return, we encountered a storm, both real and imagined. My phone was flooded with alerts when I turned it back on. The majority came from my brother and mother. Because one of my paternal aunts had shared wedding pictures on Facebook with a barely veiled jab at my parents, particularly my mother, for missing the wedding, Mike called me a variety of derogatory things. My parents received criticism from the public for their treatment of me when the post went viral in their neighborhood. As it happens, my grandfather came to visit my parents in person to deliver a harsh lecture, humiliating my father, his son, to the point of tears. This appeared to be the tipping moment for my father. He eventually rebelled against my mom, threatening to file for divorce unless she made amends, because he was so upset about missing his only daughter's wedding and getting his father's displeasure. My mom has been bombarding my phone with messages, and it looks like this is the reason. The letters began as threats and insults but soon evolved into pleading for forgiveness and throwing sympathy parties. Right now, my spouse and I are at home debating how to respond to the circumstance. Many of my family members have apologized for what I went through, including those I didn't invite to the wedding. They say they were unaware that this was taking place at home. Since most of them reside in separate states or on the opposite side of the nation from my grandfather, I can't hold them responsible. My mom's sisters and friends, however, have been making fun of me for not telling her about the wedding directly. They maintain that she is upset over missing it. I'm not positive, but I believe she's just trying to save face. My parents' most recent communications appear to be quite sad and regretful that they were unable to attend my wedding. My family is now split into 3 groups: the majority, who support me, my maternal aunts, who shame me for allegedly offending my mother, and my maternal grandparents, who demand that I pardon my mother because she has made an effort to make amends. My closest pals are telling me not to pay attention to them. Edit, answering frequently asked questions: did I tell my parents I was getting married? Indeed, I did. All of my guests received conventional paper invitations, and I was informed that they had all arrived. Mike, my parents, some distant relatives, and some Lucas family members didn't reply. I sent follow-up mails to verify that I was there. Those who did not respond informed me that they were unable to attend. I texted my brother and mom to ask, but they ignored me. I didn't bother pressing further because I was aware of their past and had everything planned. Why didn't I reschedule the wedding? I was dismissed each time I pushed on emphasizing my celebrations to get an answer because I had already been informed that there was my brother's game. It seemed that some things were just more essential than me, therefore I was frequently told it wasn't important and to quit being pissy and bothersome. It wasn't worth the effort, so I think it's fair that I quit pressing at this point. To see if my parents would even be interested, I refrained from informing them outright that I was getting married. Naturally, they didn't. I talked candidly about my wedding with my aunts and uncles in spite of this. Several times when I spoke with my aunt about venues or clothing stores, my mother was in the room. She was talking to people or on the phone at different moments. She was never attentive. She would smile, say, "That's great, dear," and then move on whenever I brought it up during reunions. Dad and Mike were silent on the radio. I had previously experienced harassment whenever I attempted to go no contact, NC. They never went to my high school, bachelor's, or master's graduations because of things involving my brother, and I was humiliated for having the audacity to abandon my family. This was passed down from my maternal aunts and grandparents in addition to my parents and brother. Lucas was the pivotal moment. Shortly after my previous attempt at going NC, we began dating, and with his encouragement, I now feel more secure in my position. I wasn't as confident in myself before then. I attempted to inform my paternal family about my parents' treatment when I was 14 years old. My parents pretended to be apologetic while my aunts, uncles, and grandfather chastised them. After we arrived home, I was subjected to lifelong gaslighting and beatings for lying. I continued to communicate with my paternal side but, out of fear, kept the abuse a secret. My grandpa was the only one who knew, but he was constantly warned that if he attempted to step in, he would lose my favor. My parents don't know my new address, and I reside an hour away from their little town. This is deliberate. My mother supported my brother's attempt to break into my former apartment to steal money, saying, "Siblings share their goods." I've since relocated, and I'll make sure they never find out where I live. My college funds were not immediately spent by my parents. After lying about needing it for costs, they used it to purchase a house close to my brother's college when he started his freshman year and a car for his 16th birthday. Until it met their needs, they did not touch the fund. I want to start by saying thank you to everyone who read my story and wished my husband and I luck. I am so appreciative of your encouraging words, affection, and criticism. The response has exceeded my expectations by a wide margin. To people who think my tale isn't true, I'm glad your family life is better than mine, even if you consider my reality to be a fantasy. But I would really appreciate it if you would quit teasing me and DMing me to say that I'm fabricating a tale to get attention. If I missed anything in the first post, it was because I was so distraught and crying over the abuse I was experiencing from my family. Keeping a modicum of civility would be appreciated, but you are not obligated to read or believe my narrative. It was obvious from the invitation that it was a wedding. There are no justifications for ignorance. The wedding was not attended by my maternal side of the family. While some sent gifts but chose not to attend, the majority were busy. I'm not sure why they didn't talk to my mother about my wedding. I'm not like I live in their heads. My mother essentially apologized by SMS as part of her purported atonement. This past week has been a little chaotic. I took a few days off from Reddit to collect my thoughts. After that, Lucas and I talked for a long time about what to do. I don't think I could ever love him more than I do now since he has been my rock. Although talking about my parents was never acceptable to me, Lucas gave me a harsh reality check that I really needed. We came to the conclusion that it wasn't healthy for me to stay in touch, stick around, and not go no contact, NC. I came to the realization that I never really went NC because deep down, I still needed their approval. I know it's pathetic, but it's like a drug. My parents can be warm, hilarious, loving, and caring when we're together, until they're not. You want their praise so badly that you ruin yourself because of the little affection they offer you, which makes you need more. However, that is sufficient. I made a self-promise that things would change. After giving it some thought, I made the decision to go NC with everyone who made a fuss out of this situation and to begin therapy, for good this time. I messaged my father after thinking about it for days, telling him that I would meet him, Mom, and Mike somewhere neutral if he wanted to chat. He agreed right away. We met at the park the following day. We were joined in repairing the damage by my father's siblings and sisters. It appeared as though my father had been crying for some time. My mother appeared the same, but it appeared to be more embarrassed and angry. My sibling appeared irritated. I explained to them how I had always been harmed by their acts and preference for my brother, and how their abusive behavior had led me to conclude that I did not want to speak to any of them ever again. My mother made several attempts to interrupt me during the meeting, but my aunt, who made the Facebook post, always stopped her. They had no genuine response when I questioned why they were treating me in this manner. My uncle chastised my dad for constantly sobbing and apologizing without providing an explanation. My mother finally acknowledged, "I just didn't like you." As though she were asking herself that question for the first time. Simple enough. My brother? He acknowledged that it was like a sport to him to get attention and make me miserable. I asked more questions. They said they never received my invitation when I questioned why they never replied. They denied ever seeing the texts when I presented them. As it happens, they were speaking the truth. My folks weren't home when they received the wedding invitation. When my brother saw the invitation, he tore it up and threw it away when he was there for the weekend. My parents erased my texts after I sent them. He said it was simple because he had archived my chat so they wouldn't receive any notices. I was upset. I had to stop Lucas from striking Mike in the face when I asked him why he would do such a thing. He shrugged and said, "It wasn't as important as the stuff we had planned." Oddly enough, my folks were furious and started berating Mike. In response, he threw a fit and started crying like a crocodile. To be honest, I was grimly satisfied as I saw it happen. My mother then made an attempt to brush things off, saying that everything had been worked out and that there was no need to fuss over a miscommunication. She went so far as to say that I should clear their identity. That irritated me. I cut her off and informed her that they were not at all forgiven. Their years of negligence were not undone by Mike's disdain for the invitation. In addition, they ought to have inquired about my wedding, which had been clear. Are you curious about my mother's reaction? She sincerely believed Lucas didn't like me and would never marry me, saying, "I did hear you talking about a wedding of yours, but I just thought you were being delusional and seeking my attention with exaggerated scenarios." Believe me when I say that I was on the verge of losing my patience. Additionally, it was discovered that my brother didn't even have a football game to go to. In order to dodge my event, my parents made up a tale about how my husband, friends and I don't know much about football, we prefer soccer, and how I stopped asking about it when Mike made fun of me in high school. Since Lucas and I are blocked on social media and my brother has private accounts, I was unable to verify or deny the existence of a game at the time I made the original post. I foolishly believed what my parents said. But no. Do you want to know where the man-child actually went? Mike wanted to go to Disneyland, so they did. My brother's 100th tantrum vacation was covered by the football news. They had apparently done this several times in the previous months. The sheer volume of material I had discovered at that time left me exhausted and overwhelmed. I lost my temper when I realized how horribly I had been duped. I got up and told my father that he was a weak, depressed man who couldn't defend his child without his wife's consent. I informed my brother that he was a worthless justification for a guy who would never achieve anything in his life and would always live like the useless leech that he is. I told my mother that she was the worst narcissist and that she was a worthless little woman who was so irrelevant that she didn't even merit attention or condemnation. I went on to say that she was too rotten for even God to save. I understand. Harsh. Halfway through my tirade, my mother jumped up from her chair to yell at me, but I was too angry. She became so enraged that it appeared as though steam was escaping from her ears when I yelled at her to shut up, sit down, and listen for once. After that, all I can recall is that I continued to babble non-stop. All of my hurt and rage seemed to pour forth. I believe the park as a whole fell silent at one point. I told Mike and my parents that I was disowning them all and that if they were wise, they would never contact me again. My brother and parents were left to the mercy of my aunts and uncles as I snatched up my pocketbook and departed with Lucas, Anna and Francis. I eventually had a panic attack on the drive home once the reality of what I had just heard and learned hit me. Anna helped me navigate it while Lucas was driving till we pulled into a parking area so I could relax. I am incredibly appreciative of their assistance. I threw myself onto the bed as soon as I got home and fell asleep. I really wanted to do what you said and share the entire discussion on Facebook, but I couldn't do it because of my job and profession. Sharing my tale anonymously on Reddit is one thing, posting my identity and face all over Facebook is quite another. That was not a route I could take. I did something better instead. I gave the woman in charge of my mom's church a folder that contained all of my mother's derogatory messages and terrible remarks. My mom put a lot of effort into joining this close-knit society, but it's also really critical. It is a social death sentence to be rejected by them. Indeed, that is precisely what took place. Like clockwork, the scandal quickly swept through the little community, spreading beyond the church. You can only imagine my parents' reactions to this. I discovered further texts from my maternal side of the family ridiculing me further for upsetting and disrespecting their sister or daughter as a result of my small deed. I took your counsel at that moment and informed my family that they would no longer be involved in my life going forward. They might talk all they wanted, I made plain, but I wouldn't give a damn. Rather, they ought to be appreciative that I spared their spouses and employers from their offensive texts. I blocked all of them on everything, including the grandparents. I discovered a long note from my dad. He acknowledged that everything I had stated was accurate, expressed regret for not having the courage to confront my mother, and acknowledged that he was amazed at how much of my life he had lost as a result of her. He informed me that he was sick of being controlled and intended to file for divorce from her regardless of my choice. In addition, he said he wanted to get close to me in order to make up for the years we had missed. I responded to him by saying that I didn't want to see or forgive him just now. He replied that he loved me and would do all in his power to win me back. After responding that I didn't think that was credible, I blocked him as well. To be honest, his sleazy attempt to get out of the problem by blaming my mother was pitiful. At least she admitted to being cruel. However, he was limited to blaming others for his decisions. People like that are not what I want in my life. Along with the remainder of my maternal side, my mother and brother were barred. I blocked Mike as well since he continued to mock and disrespect me in his communications. My mother organized a self-pity party since she was rejected by her community and her marriage was failing. I said, "Good riddance." And then I blocked her as well. In order to help me, my grandfather chose to remain with us for a bit. He really is the greatest. Even though he won't acknowledge it, I can see that he is flattered by some of your remarks that he has read. A few days have gone by since, and nothing has happened. Lucas has been treating me like royalty, and I'm about to begin therapy. This is it, even though I know it's not the revenge-fueled, drama-filled update you were hoping for. If anything changes or develops, I'll keep you informed. I sincerely appreciate all of your love and support. Second story. The robot mop and the freeloading brother. Even though he never bought mop pads or utilized our robot mop, my freeloading brother stole it during one of his surreptitious trips. 7 years ago, my brother Chris, 27M, fictitious name, moved in with my boyfriend, 28M, and me, 26F. When he was sleeping in his car after being expelled from our childhood home due to drug addiction, we felt sorry for him. Chris and my boyfriend got along well at first. However, after a few years of cohabitation, Chris becomes withdrawn and aloof. I had to clean up after him while putting up with his pessimistic attitude after he quit completing chores. I informed Chris that he needed to locate another somewhere to live 6 months before the expiration of our contract. I believed we had decided to divide up the joint appliances and belongings when he finally moved out a few weeks before the lease expired. We didn't talk about our common robot mop, though. My grandmother offered it to the three of us when we were at her house years ago because she was no longer using it. Chris never helped maintain the little robot, even after we took it home. The mop was a simple gadget that you filled with cleaning solution and used with disposable mop pads. Chris, however, never switched it on or purchased new mop pads during the 4 years we owned it. My boyfriend or I were always in charge of it. We would all wake up to clean floors downstairs since I divided the cost of the mop pads and programmed the robot to run every night. Chris had been slowly transferring his belongings out for more than a month, so he hadn't returned his key. He would always arrive unexpectedly to collect boxes and personal items. At times, when we were out, we were unaware that he had been there. After giving it some thought and gathering many viewpoints, I sent Chris the following message. After giving it some thinking, I don't think the robot is yours. To help us get it home, I would love it if you could bring it to Thanksgiving. Over the years you've lived with us, we've been quite understanding, so stealing a shared appliance without asking is not only rude, but it also betrays a lack of regard for us. After years of utilizing and maintaining our robot without your assistance, we would like it returned because it belongs to us. Chris answered. Go ahead and bring that over when you get a moment. I've considered it too and I also want Grandma's TV. Thank you. I answered. Additionally, the TV was given to us especially. Why you believe that to be yours as well is beyond me. Chris retorted. Apparently, I was handed everything. While I was in the kitchen, she asked if I wanted the robot, and I replied that I did. That was the course of events. The narrative is over. What you believe to be yours or not doesn't matter to me. It doesn't become yours just because I let you borrow something because I'm not using it. I retorted, we were all present when she made the proposition, as I recall. She insisted that it was a shared household item for all of us, even though I attempted to refuse because it was still functional. Before taking it while we were out, you ought to have spoken with us if you believed it to be yours. Chris answered. You don't recall correctly. I don't need to talk about my own belongings. In addition, my boyfriend was acting shadily by removing items from the tent while I was away in the hopes that I wouldn't notice. LOL. What's different about that? Since I've grown up and don't give a damn anymore, I didn't bring it up. I want to move on from this awful chapter of my life, and if you don't, I'll do the same to you. That's when I informed him. We believed our conversation with BF about dividing up things we had in common went well. You're acting immaturely, and I don't want someone in my life who can't have a basic discussion about things we have in common. Well, I suppose that's it. It appears that our little pal won't be returning. I provided an update a few days later. I wanted to express my gratitude to everyone who left a remark on my previous post. I read all of the comments and took into account all of the viewpoints. I felt empowered by your counsel to advocate for myself and demand the return of the robot. I mentioned my text exchange with Chris in my previous post's comments. In summary, I explained why the robot belonged to us and politely requested its return. Chris basically threatened to take me out of his life if I continued to bring it up since he couldn't see reason. My amazing boyfriend could no longer stand by and watch Chris treat us badly. For privacy considerations, I won't reveal the details of his private talk with Chris. But, following your advice, BF threatened to tell the family precise details if the robot wasn't returned by Thanksgiving. Chris had a week to decide as a result. I was getting ready to blow everyone away at family dinner after a calm week. On Wednesday night, however, I discovered a box on my front step as I walked outside to warm up my car. When I picked it up, I discovered it wasn't sealed, and I hadn't placed any orders. Our robot pal made it home. Guys! Chris must have determined that a mopping robot wasn't worth damaging his family's opinion of him. We want to maintain low or no contact moving ahead, and he will no longer be troubling us. Positively, BF and I have been checking on our pets with our new home monitoring cameras. It has made us very happy to watch our dogs and cats while we are alone at home. I'll leave a remark with a family photo of the robot and the pets. I appreciate your support, everyone. My wife brought her boyfriend home to announce her pregnancy. A web of lies, gun threats, and betrayal that shattered our family forever. Unaware that I was filming everything, my wife brought her boyfriend home to announce her pregnancy, but when I brought up the subject of divorce, he threatened me with a gun. Both of them are currently being charged with crimes. Sarah, 45F, and I, 47M, have been wed for 22 years. We were married shortly after graduating from college, having met through mutual acquaintances. My first and only committed relationship was with Sarah. While I developed my profession in software development, she worked as a marketing executive. Before everything broke apart last month, I believed that our marriage was going well. Our 2 children are Mike, 17M, a high school junior, and Jenny, 20F, a psychology major in her second year in college. Sarah joined a new gym approximately 4 months ago, which is when the issue began. She stated that she wished to lose weight before her 46th birthday. She stated that she would rather go alone in order to concentrate on herself, but I agreed with her choice and even offered to accompany her. I was initially pleased to see her taking care of herself. She began going to the gym more frequently, sometimes twice a day. I didn't question it because it appeared like she was happier and more lively. Then, however, things began to shift. She altered her haircut, bought brand new clothes, and spent all of her time on her phone. She would immediately switch apps or turn off her phone screen when I entered the room. She also said that her team had taken on a large project for a new customer, which caused them to start working late. She wouldn't always return home until 9 or 10 o'clock at night. I didn't give it much thought because I had total faith in her. I even took care of the kids' needs so she could concentrate on her work and made sure dinner was ready for her when she got home. However, we had less sex. She always had an excuse for not wanting to get intimate, like she was exhausted, had a headache, or had to get up early. For nearly 3 months, we went from having personal moments 2 or 3 times a week to none at all. I assumed she was under stress at work, so I didn't bring up the subject again. She texted me on a Friday night 3 weeks ago, stating that she needed to talk to me about something crucial. I assumed she wanted to discuss our forthcoming summer vacation plans or that she had received the promotion she had been looking for. We had the home to ourselves because Mike was at football practice and Jenny was at her university library. Sarah wasn't by herself when she got home. She was accompanied by a tall, strong man who was most likely in his late 30s. Derek, 39 million, was his name when she introduced him. Sarah revealed to us that she was 3 months pregnant and that Derek was the father as we sat down in the living room, the same space where we had celebrated our 20th anniversary 2 years prior. She claimed that they had a strong connection after meeting at the gym 8 months prior. She claimed that although she hadn't been content in our marriage for years, she had never had the guts to speak up. She said I didn't comprehend her emotional needs since I was too preoccupied with my work. With a smug expression on his face, Derek simply sat there, periodically massaging Sarah's back as though to console her. She clarified that they intended to begin a new life together after falling in love. She had spent the late evenings with him, not at work. They were meeting at the gym and going to his apartment, so it wasn't always just for working out. I thought I was in a strange nightmare. This woman, who had shed happy tears at Jenny's high school graduation, was the one who had helped me recover from pneumonia 3 years prior. She was seated in our house now, telling me that she was expecting a kid from another man. I told them both to get out right away. Things became ugly at that point. Derek got up and began shouting that since Sarah owned half the house, I couldn't throw her out. According to him, I had to man up and acknowledge that Sarah had moved on to someone better. I remained composed and informed them that they had to leave my house immediately because I would be filing for divorce early on Monday morning. Puffing up his chest like some phony macho person, Derek got in my face. Since he wouldn't allow me to interfere with his woman and his baby, he advised me to keep an eye on myself. I was uneasy about his tone, so I had already begun recording everything on my phone and partially concealed it behind a cushion on the couch. I said again that they had to go. Derek took a gun out of his waistband at that point. He pointed it right at my chest and threatened to make sure I felt bad if I attempted to make things tough on Sarah during the divorce. He claimed to be aware of my workplace, the children's school, and the fact that accidents happen all the time. Sarah remained silent as this man brandished a gun and threatened her husband of 22 years. She didn't act shocked that he was carrying a firearm, nor did she attempt to stop him. Her face was expressionless as she stared. I immediately phoned the police when they left and played the recording for them. Derek was taken into custody that evening for threatening to commit a crime while brandishing a lethal weapon. Sarah was also taken into custody for her involvement in the threat. The following day, they were both released on bail. Everything fell apart when the children noticed the police cruisers outside our house when they got home. When I told Jenny what had happened, she started crying. Mike secluded himself in his bedroom for 2 days after punching a hole in the wall. He only came out when I assured him that we would overcome this together. Both parents have been phoning constantly. Sarah informed her parents that I had been emotionally distant and that she felt stuck in our marriage, so they believe I'm being too severe and should drop the charges because she's pregnant and stressed. In contrast, my parents are enraged and want me to pursue every aspect of the divorce. I filed for divorce the following morning. According to my attorney, the tape will be very beneficial for the divorce and criminal case. Sarah has been phoning and messaging nonstop, accusing Derek of manipulating her and claiming she made a horrible error. She asserted that she would never wish to harm me and was unaware that he was armed. However, the footage reveals that she didn't appear startled or afraid when he produced the firearm. I've instructed her to contact us solely through our attorneys and blocked her number. The children won't talk to her. Jenny claims that she will never be able to forgive her mother for ruining our family. In addition to failing 2 classes, Mike's football coach called to report that he had been fighting during practice. We lost 22 years of marriage because she was unable to remain faithful. I glanced at our wedding pictures last night. We were quite joyful and youthful. I now have to go in court against her for the threats charge the following week. I have no regrets about bringing charges. In my own home, no one brandishes a pistol to threaten me, certainly not in front of the pictures of my kids that hang on the wall. First update. 2 weeks have passed since my last post. I want to start by saying thank you to everyone for their encouraging words and remarks. When I thought everything was crumbling, you kept me going. Let me now explain what has transpired since then. Last week was the hearing for the threat case. My lawyer and I got to the courthouse early. Derek and Sarah arrived together, both dressed as though they were attending church. Sarah kept attempting to get my attention, but I was preoccupied with my phone. Their attorney, a slick man in a fancy suit, attempted to portray me as an angry, domineering spouse who threatened to leave Sarah bankrupt and homeless. He asserted that Derek only displayed the firearm out of concern for Sarah's security. The recording was then played by my lawyer. Everything was audible, including Derek's threats to find out where my children attended school and, most significantly, Sarah's total quiet while her lover brandished a gun to threaten her husband. Their features turned pale. The trial date was scheduled for next month by the clearly irate judge. Additionally, she issued a restraining order that mandates they both keep at least 500 feet away from me, my home, and my place of employment. I was mistaken to believe that would be the most significant change. My door was knocked on yesterday morning. A woman in her mid-30s was standing there holding a big folder when I opened it. She identified herself as Derek's wife, Amy, 36F. Yes, you read correctly. Derek is married and has 3 children, ages 9, 6, and 12. After reading about Derek's arrest in the local newspaper, Amy learned about Sarah and the pregnancy. She has been conducting her own research ever since, and the results are startling. She presented evidence that Derek had previously done this. He got acquainted with a woman at his former job 2 years ago, got her pregnant, and then vanished when she was 7 months pregnant. The mother was forced to return to her parents' house and raise the child by herself. Here's where it gets worse though. Amy showed me text messages from months ago that were exchanged between Derek and Sarah. They were scheming, not only having an affair. To obtain the majority of my assets in the divorce, they had a full plan in place. The texts indicated that they believed Sarah would receive a larger payout if they could incite me to act violently or foolishly. The threat of a gun wasn't spontaneous, rather, it was planned. Derek wrote the following in a message: "I'll contribute when we inform him. I'll give him a small scare if he becomes hostile. In this manner, you will receive everything and he would know not to fight the divorce." Sarah answered, "Great plan, sweetie. He will most likely cry because he is such a coward. I sent the DA's office and my attorney all of this proof. In addition to the current threats charge, the DA is now thinking of charging conspiracy." Sarah began phoning me nonstop after learning of the new proof, crying and saying she was unaware Derek was married. She said that he tricked her into agreeing to the entire scheme. The text messages, however, indicate otherwise. She was fully aware of his wife and children. As the other woman, she even made jokes about Amy being too stupid to notice her husband's affair. As Jenny searched Sarah's drawer for some old family photos, the situation became even more intriguing. I was unaware that she had discovered a second phone. It had communications from over a year ago. Before revealing their pregnancy, Sarah and Derek had been preparing for this for months. Because they believed that I wouldn't fight back as hard if there was a baby involved, they purposely waited until she was showing before telling me. The effect on our children has been catastrophic. Except for school, Mike still hardly ever leaves his room. His football coach called to report that he has been watching from the stands throughout practices, and he has now failed 3 classes. Jenny is constantly upset. She texted Sarah to let her know she was dead to her and that she would never want to see her again. "You'll understand when you're older and fall in love," was the straightforward message Sarah wrote back. I provided copies of the text messages to Sarah's parents, who then came to my house. They were appalled. In my living room, her father, who had been arguing for her behavior and pleading with me to dismiss the charges, started crying. He insisted that he didn't bring up his daughter to be like way. They no longer answer her calls either. According to my attorney, Sarah won't receive anything in the divorce because of this new information. She will lose the property division because of the deliberate nature of their scheme and the conspiracy to scare me. But in all honesty, I simply want her out of our lives and don't care about the money anymore. I'm not married to the woman in those text messages. She is a stranger who sat in our bed and ate meals with our family for months, planning how to ruin me. Yesterday, Jenny inquired if I ever had any suspicions. In actuality, I didn't. I had total faith in Sarah. I never imagined that she would do this, even while she was working late, going to the gym twice a day, and no longer wanting to be intimate. After 22 years of marriage, I never once asked her late at night or checked her phone. I now see that she called me a stupid for having faith in her and laughed at my trust in her partner. Second update. My last update was 1 month ago. Things have taken a number of unexpected turns since the divorce proceedings began last week. Since what has transpired is so amazing, I must share it. Sarah tried to play victim at the start of the divorce court. She said that Derek had forced and persuaded her into taking part in their plan. In a tearful account, her attorney described how Derek used her loneliness as a weak woman stuck in an emotionally distant marriage. She also called a coworker to testify about how she used to cry about our allegedly tumultuous marriage in the break room. However, following the events of the criminal trial, her act utterly collapsed. Derek chose to accept a plea bargain since he was facing severe jail time for the gun threat. If he testified about their conspiracy, the DA offered him a restraining order and 2 years of probation. He accepted the offer, and everything changed when he came clean in court. Derek threw Sarah under the bus during his plea hearing. He acknowledged that she had come up with the entire plan from the beginning. She knew he was a successful real estate agent from his social media and had seen him at the gym. Instead of going the other way, she went to him. He testified that she had checked his Facebook profile and seen photos of his family, so she knew he was married from the start. Derek claims that Sarah told him she wanted to leave me because she was unhappy in her marriage, but she wanted to make sure she received the highest settlement possible. She specifically picked him since he had a concealed carry permit and an imposing appearance. She came up with the threat of a pistol. She believed that when I invariably reacted aggressively to threats, it would demonstrate my abuse. When the paternity test results were revealed in court, however, it was the biggest shock. Derek is not the father, but Sarah is unquestionably pregnant. Her personal trainer, a 25-year-old man called Chad, is the owner of the child. It seems that she was having an affair with Chad at the gym while she was hatching plans with Derek. Derek lost it all when this information was revealed in court. He began to yell that she had damaged his marriage for no reason at all. He believed that she would divorce me, seize half of my possessions, and then wed him. He was furious to learn that she had been sleeping with someone else the whole time. He had to be taken out of the courtroom by the bailiffs. Chad was subpoenaed and appeared to testify. He was unaware of Sarah's marriage. She informed him that she was divorced and that her father was the parent of her 2 grown children. She even introduced Jenny and Mike as her niece and nephew while they were at the gym. In the court correspondence, Chad displayed Sarah's invitation to move in with him following the completion of her divorce from her abusive ex-husband. What little credibility Sarah still had was shattered by this revelation. Her own attorney seems repulsed. After the court declared a recess, Sarah completely lost it when we got back. The judge was unimpressed as she began to scream about how everyone was against her and that she was just trying to find happiness. Sarah's career has collapsed in the interim. When her firm reported the court cases via a background check for a promotion, it discovered the conspiracy and the criminal charges. Because of their zero-tolerance policy for unethical activity, they fired her right away. The tale has gone viral in our professional network, and she hasn't been able to find another marketing job. Since she is unable to pay for an apartment, she has now moved in with her sister. Sarah continued attempting to get in touch with the children, sending lengthy emails expressing her regret and pleading for their support throughout her pregnancy. Mike still won't even acknowledge her existence. Jenny replied once, telling her, "I hope the baby grows up to betray you, just like you betrayed us." The fact that Mike has now resumed speaking is a good development. Although he continues to receive poor grades, he is improving and attending twice-weekly therapy sessions. We're working on appropriate ways for him to vent his frustrations, and the therapist thinks that his anger management problems are normal given the situation. Now that the judge has seen all the evidence, the text messages plotting the conspiracy, the paternity test results demonstrating she lied about Derek being the father, and the testimony on her numerous affairs, the divorce proceedings are advancing swiftly. According to my lawyer, we should be done in about a month. I received a call from Sarah's sister yesterday alerting me to the fact that Sarah is not handling this well. Despite being pregnant, she has been drinking a lot and complaining about how everyone has failed her when she most needs them. Until I recalled those texts in which she made fun of using Derek's gun to intimidate me, I was on the verge of feeling terrible for her. Third update. I can finally declare that my nightmare is gone, as it started 6 months ago. Last month, the divorce was finalized. The judge gave me Mike's primary custody in the house. Since Jenny is an adult, custody was not a concern. Sarah only received her car and personal items. The judge explained the uneven division by pointing to her many deceptions and conspiracy with Derek. Sarah's entire existence has collapsed. Complications caused her to lose the baby at 5 months. Despite everyone's warnings, her sister admitted to me that she had been drinking excessively during her pregnancy. The real father and personal trainer, Chad, is opposed to her. He left his work at the gym and relocated to a different city after discovering her falsehoods and the plot with Derek. After their divorce, Derek's wife Amy was granted full custody of their children. Due to the criminal allegations, he lost his real estate license and relocated to Arizona. As far as I know, he works as a bartender and tells everyone he meets how Sarah destroyed his life. Last week, Sarah's downward spiral reached its lowest point. She arrived at our house at 2 a.m, utterly inebriated, and yelled in the driveway that she had lost everything due to one mistake. She insisted that she would stop at nothing to make things right and return home. Before I could, the neighbors phoned the police. She was jailed for 2 days for violating the restraining order. Sarah needed to face repercussions for the first time in her life, according to her sister, who declined to save her. The children are at last improving. Jenny has returned to college and is seeing the campus counselor on a regular basis. She claims that joining a support group for kids of divorced parents is assisting her in processing everything. Mike is back on the football team and his grades have improved to B's and C's. His therapist claims that since he has acquired some coping skills, his anger management problems have much improved. Through all of this, Sarah's parents have shown surprisingly strong support. They have severed all communication with Sarah, but they have kept up a relationship with the children. Like she used to do when Sarah and I were first married, her mom comes over every Sunday to prepare dinner for us. On some weekends, her dad takes Mike fishing and helps him repair the hole he punched in his bedroom wall. I've begun dating a person I met via a common friend. 3 years ago, Lisa, a 43-year-old high school teacher, went through her own divorce. We are moving extremely slowly. Since she tutored Mike in English and improved his grade, the youngsters, who met her last month, appear to like her. She is considerate of our circumstances and doesn't demand more than I am willing to provide. Yesterday, Sarah gave me a call from a new number. She claimed to be going to AA meetings and to have been sober for 2 weeks. She asked if I might think about giving her another chance. I blocked the number and hung up without answering. There are some betrayals from which you simply cannot recover. We're getting over it, but the kids are still dealing with it. Last week, Jenny expressed her pride in my handling of the situation, saying that I stood by them and refused to allow Sarah to re-establish her influence over us. When he turned 18, Mike requested if he could adopt my last name. He declared that he no longer desired any relationship with Sarah. Even though life isn't flawless, we're making progress. Sarah must now live with the decision she made. I don't regret the way I handled the situation. Showing your children that it's acceptable to take toxic people out of your life, even if that person is their mother, can be the most difficult aspect of being a parent. I'm genuinely looking forward to the future for the first time in months as we create a new normal. My dad and his new wife tried to take over my inherited home after their wedding. So I changed the locks and took back control. When my 70-year-old mother died of an unexpected stroke last year, I inherited the house I grew up in. Although losing Mom was painful, her meticulous planning helped me stay stable during this trying period. I have spent almost 20 years developing my business in financial consulting. When I was 7, my parents were divorced. Even though they shared custody, my mother and I were always closer. I never felt like a priority to my 73-year-old father, who was either preoccupied with business or dating. Since Mom had sacrificed her promising real estate career to raise me and support Dad's professional development in corporate finance, she acquired ownership of the property in lieu of alimony after the divorce. It has always been more than just a place to live in this large colonial-style home in the Massachusetts suburbs. There are memories of Mom everywhere, from the yard where we spent many weekends planting her favorite roses to the kitchen where she taught me how to make her renowned apple pie. Since my parents purchased it in the late 1970s, the house itself, a clean, 4-bedroom building with a wraparound porch, has served as our family's residence. As a child, I saw my mother make this house a cozy and inviting place. She maintained an amazing home for me while re-entering the real estate market even after the divorce. As Dad's corporate career took off, his visits became more and more infrequent. Although Dad would attend important occasions like birthdays and graduations, our bond never grew to the degree I observed in my classmates' bonds with their fathers. The terms of the divorce settlement had been simple. Dad no longer had to pay alimony, and Mom received the house. She had taken care of everything at home as he ascended the corporate ladder, supporting him during his early career. Instead of looking for continued support after their divorce, she insisted on keeping the house. She would often declare, "A home is more valuable than monthly checks," and her choice turned out to be sensible. She made sure I had a secure home life while she reconstructed her real estate career. My father invited his 61-year-old lover, Elizabeth, to our Christmas celebration 2 years ago. She arrived with her 2 kids from a prior relationship with her high school lover, Sarah, 41, and Rachel, 39. Similar to how their mother initially came across, the daughters were quiet and reticent. Elizabeth complimented Mom's decorating style and asked insightful questions about our family's customs, demonstrating her sincere enthusiasm in getting to know us. Over the next few months, we gradually but favorably grew closer to Elizabeth and her daughters. Elizabeth was considerate of our preferences by calling ahead to ask if she might bring something unique to our sporadic family gatherings. Despite their lack of warmth, her daughters were always courteous and appeared to value being a part of our family get-togethers. Despite Elizabeth's presence in our life, Mom remained incredibly kind. She would reply, "Everyone deserves a chance at happiness," but occasionally I could see a glimmer of grief in her eyes as Dad and Elizabeth would depart together. In retrospect, I saw how strong she must have been to greet them with such warmth. The loss was abrupt and terrible when Mom died last spring. She suffered a stroke while sleeping. The doctors claimed it was a peaceful but far too early death. She was planning to renovate the garden that weekend, and we had just talked about it over dinner the previous evening. Although I was devastated by the suddenness of her death, she had planned for everything because she was a realistic person. We learned that Mom had revised her estate plans about the time I turned 18 during the will reading. I left the house and most of her possessions. A note detailing her choices, specifically regarding the house, was also left behind. "This home has been your anchor through every storm. Keep it as your safe harbor, but never let it keep you from sailing towards your dreams." When the funeral arrangements were being made, Dad and Elizabeth provided the proper support. Mom's large photo albums for the memorial exhibit were organized by her children, and Elizabeth helped arrange the wake's refreshments. But after the will reading, I saw a change in Dad's attitude. He made multiple remarks about how he and Mom had selected the property together and how he had managed all the significant renovations over the years, and his congratulations on my inheritance felt forced. The weeks that followed the funeral were filled with paperwork and last-minute changes. Mom had set aside things especially for Dad, including his wedding jewelry and the presents he had given her throughout the years. I assumed he would find meaning in this gesture, but he appeared more preoccupied with the house. Because of his early foresight in selecting this site, he casually commented on how the area had improved and the property worth had gone up. I stayed in the house and took solace in following Mom's rituals. Even though I was never as good with roses as she was, her garden became my weekend project. In an attempt to create a new normal for myself, I turned one of the spare bedrooms into a home office because my job as a financial advisor permitted me to work from home to some extent. Dad called to tell Elizabeth that he was engaged about 6 months ago. In order to save money on hotel expenses, he proposed that they spend the weeks before the wedding at my place. The house was spacious and Elizabeth's daughters were working from home. He made it look like a win-win situation by offering to divide the household expenditures and utilities. A month ago, the arrangement began, and at first, it seemed like a good thing. Conversations over coffee in the morning and family dinners in the evening filled the house. Elizabeth demonstrated her culinary prowess by frequently cooking for everyone. Even though they were still reticent, her girls appeared to be coming around to the notion of our blended family. The house started to feel less empty than it had after Mom's death. Then, 3 days prior to the wedding, Dad requested a private meeting in Mom's favorite place, her garden. He disclosed that he wanted them to live in permanently and that their return was not just for the wedding. By claiming that he was concerned about my living alone in such a big house, he pretended to be concerned for my welfare. He stated, "Your mother would have wanted you to have a family around you," but I began to question whether mom would have concurred. The request evoked complex emotions. There was a part of me that missed the family dynamic I had been living with for the last month. The presence of people made the place feel cozier, and Elizabeth had been incredibly gracious. However, there was something strange about Dad's strategy. I kept thinking about his past responses to the inheritance and his trite remarks regarding the property's worth. I told him I wanted time to consider my options and would make a decision after the wedding, rather than responding right away. It was telling how he responded to this simple request. Before he could conceal it with comprehension, a glimmer of irritation appeared on his face. It brought back memories of my early years when his intentions and my needs had clashed. Now that the wedding is only a few days away, I'm at a turning point. Following the ceremony, they are expected to remain here for a few more days before returning to Houston. I'm starting to think that I should grant their request to make this arrangement permanent. We have demonstrated over the past month that we can live in harmony with one another, and having other people around makes the house feel less empty. But I can't get rid of the persistent sense that something is off. Warning signs include Dad's obsession with the house's worth, his subtly expressed irritation at my hesitation, and his attempts to remind me of his role in its acquisition. Elizabeth has been flawless, almost too flawless, and I question whether their motivations go beyond simple familial ties. A part of me regrets questioning their motives. This is what healed families do after all. Join forces, help one another, and use the fragments of what was destroyed to create something new. However, there's another part of me that cautions me, maybe the one that acquired Mom's pragmatic temperament. Even though I've dedicated my professional life to assisting people in making wise financial decisions, this circumstance has me doubting my judgment. My normally clear thinking seems to be obscured by the emotional complexities of family relationships. I would definitely benefit from an independent opinion on whether my suspicions are justified or if my gut is attempting to keep me from making a grave error. Does sharing your inherited house with family cause you to feel this conflicted? Should I believe my intuition that something is off, or am I allowing disappointments from the past to cloud my assessment of the current circumstance? First update. After my last post, things swiftly got out of hand. The wedding took place at the Grand Hotel downtown this past weekend. Despite my misgivings, I assisted with the preparations and even made a courteous toast. Everything appeared to be picture perfect, and Elizabeth's daughters were bridesmaids. Around 8 a.m. on the morning following the wedding, I woke up to a strangely silent home. After the festivities, I initially believed that everyone was sleeping in. However, I discovered a hurriedly written letter on the kitchen counter, "Gone for our honeymoon," when I went downstairs to make coffee. "Return in a week." They had not informed me of their departure. Nothing had been discussed regarding their leaving time or their plans during the wedding preparations. They were gone, yet their personal effects were still strewn throughout the guest rooms. Both Elizabeth and my father's phone calls ended up in voicemail. Elizabeth finally picked up her phone around midday. Her customary charming manner was entirely absent from her tone. "Did we forget to let you know?" "I apologize for that," she added, clearly not being sincere. She yelled, "You're not a child anymore," when I voiced my worries about not being told. "We needed some privacy because your father now has a new family." From there, the discussion just grew more heated. They were going to remodel their rooms when they returned, and she had the gall to tell me to get over myself and tidy up the house before they did. At that moment, something inside of me exploded. For the following few hours, I took pictures and films of everything, including their possessions, the condition of the house, and the message they left. I then had all the locks changed after contacting a locksmith. After recording everything, I packed up their possessions and put them in waterproof containers on the covered porch. I sent a message to Elizabeth and my father. "Your belongings are packed and on the porch. You have until Sunday to collect them. Anything left after that will be donated to charity. Do not attempt to enter the house. The locks have been changed, and I will contact the police if necessary." The reactions were explosive and happened instantly. Messages from both of them began flooding my phone, alternating between guilt-tripping and asking, "How could you do this to your family?" Elizabeth's kids also joined in, writing letters blaming me for destroying the family and threatening to make you regret your choice. My father's voicemail, which said, "Your mother would be ashamed of your behavior," was what really got to me. He conveniently forgot that he had been coveting the house since Mom's death. "We were trying to help you, and this is how you repay our kindness." I have blocked their numbers for the time being, but I have saved all of their voicemails and texts. I also told my neighbors about the incident and put in security cameras. Some of them offered to watch the house while I'm at work since they remembered how Dad handled Mom during the divorce. They still haven't gathered their possessions after 3 days. Everything is going well on the porch because of the nice weather, but I'm growing more and more annoyed with their games. I spoke with a lawyer, who affirmed that I had the right to have their possessions taken away because I had given them adequate notice. Their social media participation has been the most illuminating aspect of this experience. Ignoring my comments about gathering their belongings, they have been sharing many honeymoon pictures with remarks about new beginnings and family unity. Elizabeth even had the audacity to post about toxic people who can't handle others' happiness. Their perfect family act was simply that, a show, I see now. Their actual nature is demonstrated by the way they went from being kind and considerate to being conceited and combative when things didn't go their way. I'm glad I followed my gut and refused to accept their long-term living arrangement before getting to know them further. Even though I now realize it wasn't real, I still miss the sense of family we had when they were here. True colors show not in good times but in how people handle disappointment, Mom used to say. The way they responded when I said no, told me all I needed to know about them. Has anyone handled comparable family circumstances? How did you respond to the fallout? Although I'm not changing my mind, I would like some guidance on how to handle the flying monkeys they are sending my way. Second update. 2 weeks have passed since my last post, and the actual narrative has now surfaced. Their desperate attempts to move in are explained by what I found, and it's worse than I thought. My father's old coworker, who has been a family friend for 30 years, contacted me yesterday. She disclosed that my father had been dismissed 3 months prior for mishandling company cash, so he wasn't taking a break from work as he had said. It seems that he had been making dangerous financial choices without the required approval, which resulted in large losses. The reality of their financial circumstances is startling. He used all of his retirement funds to cover the $45,000 cost of the wedding at the Grand Hotel. They spent an additional $30,000 on their 2-week Maldivian honeymoon, which was paid for by selling his investment holdings. When they became engaged last year, Elizabeth resigned her work as a real estate agent, confident in my father's 6-figure salary and their intended relocation into what their acquaintances called their future family home. Yes, that's how they described my house. They had planned their entire budget with the presumption that I would allow them to live with me permanently. They had already begun selling some of their furnishings and given notice of their move to Houston. They actually have nowhere else to put their possessions, which is why they are still on my porch. According to mutual acquaintances, they had been spreading the myth that I was staying in their home temporarily because of my mother's misguided sympathy. They presented themselves as kind by letting me stay while I got back on my feet. The truth is, of course, that I'm a successful financial consultant who makes 6 figures of my own money, and the house is legally mine. More unsettling revelations were revealed by my father's former coworker. Bad investments weren't the only reason he was fired. At work, he had been acting more and more erratically, making lofty claims to clients and getting indignant when asked about his tactics. Although no one is certain, some believe he was attempting to recuperate from losses on his personal investments. Elizabeth's actions suddenly make perfect sense. Her performance of being the perfect homemaker was a deliberate one. She had been telling her friends that she could concentrate on making a proper family environment, rather than working if she lived in my home. She had gone so far as to show her friends Pinterest boards of the alterations she intended to make to my mother's garden. Social media pictures from their honeymoon now paint a different picture. My father's exhausted retirement fund provided the funds for each magical moment they spent together. Literally, their posts about new beginnings were a bet to take over my house. They tried a different strategy after discovering their possessions were still on the porch after their honeymoon. Elizabeth apologized tearfully over the phone, saying that the stress of the wedding had taken over her. By implying that we might support one another during trying times, my father tried to present a picture of family unity. In the process, they unintentionally disclosed more of their scheme. They expected me to eventually give them ownership of the house, not just to move in temporarily. They specifically stated that we should combine our family resources for everyone's benefit, which presumably meant that I would give them my inheritance. Since then, I've found out that when they bought the house, they had already spoken with a real estate agent about financing alternatives and the house's possible value. My lawyer has urged me to submit a formal cease and desist letter over their misrepresentation of the house's ownership. They had even contacted a contractor about possible renovations, posing as the owners who were generously letting their daughter stay for now. In case legal action is required, we are also recording all of their communications and posts on social media. Stories of Elizabeth surveying the garden and talking about her remodeling ideas while I was at work have been shared by a number of neighbors. One neighbor even claimed that, without my knowledge, she had asked prospective contractors to come look at the property. Their complete financial desperation is now evident. The entire amount of my father's severance pay was used to plan the wedding. The costs of the wedding and honeymoon entirely drained his retirement funds. After giving notice on their apartment, they no longer have a place to live in Houston, and Elizabeth's sudden resignation has strained relations with her previous work. A few months' worth of living expenditures would not be covered by their present liquid assets. As they consider their options, they are now lodging at a low-cost hotel. Elizabeth has stopped posting on social media, with the exception of ambiguous statements like hidden blessings and family betrayal. My father has shifted from irate demands to frantic entreaties, but I'm refusing to back down. Some relatives say that since he is still my father, I ought to assist them in getting out of this situation. But as a financial advisor, I am aware that encouraging bad financial choices just makes matters worse. Furthermore, their attempt to use coercion to get me to leave my house reveals their actual motivations. Although I hope that legal action won't be required, I'm working closely with my lawyer to document everything. Next week, I will begin therapy to deal with the improved security system in the house. I recognize the irony. I, the daughter he never had time for, have created a secure existence via careful preparation, whereas my father, who worked in finance for a living, has ruined his retirement by bad financial choices. Even though she would be disappointed to see him go this far, Mom would appreciate the poetic justice. Has anyone else found relatives who have committed similar financial frauds? How did you manage to keep your distance while dealing with the betrayal? The rage is no longer the difficult thing. It's the melancholy of understanding that my father hasn't really changed. He has lured others into his plans, but he is still the same man who always prioritizes his own demands. I appreciate all of the help that this community has given me. I was able to stand by my judgments and follow my gut thanks to your advice. I'm concentrating on safeguarding my house and myself while I try to come to terms with this treachery. I'll provide another report when there are noteworthy developments. Third update. This scenario has finally come to an end after weeks of drama, and it's almost poetic. My father and Elizabeth left town today, but not because they wanted to, but because Elizabeth's ex-boyfriend unexpectedly stepped in. They were sleeping at a cheap hotel when we last left off, running out of money and options. I kept recording their actions, including their attempts to disseminate false information about me throughout the neighborhood. I was unaware that Elizabeth's girls had contacted their father to inform him of the terrible predicament their mother had found herself in. Michael, their father, is reportedly a prosperous Houston businessman. Over the years, he remained friendly with Elizabeth, focusing mostly on their daughter's welfare. He made the decision to step in after learning of Elizabeth's current predicament, that she was unemployed, effectively homeless, and complicit in a plot to seize my home. This developed in a pretty amazing way. Michael sent me an unexpected email last Tuesday. He said he was sorry to speak with me directly, but he needed to double-check certain information. What their daughters had told him was very different from what Elizabeth had told him. He was horrified by his ex's actions after our talk. Later on, I found out that Michael had been becoming increasingly alarmed as he saw Elizabeth's increasingly frantic social media messages. The last straw for him was learning that she had been applying for short-term loans in his children's names, which would have affected their credit scores. What followed was a masterclass in problem-solving techniques. Under certain restrictions, Michael volunteered to pay for their return to Houston. He made sure Elizabeth could resume her profession by setting her up for interviews with a number of real estate companies with which he had relationships. But in order to take advantage of these chances, she had to stop attempting to seize my belongings. The best part was seeing their meticulously crafted facade fall apart. Their social circle was informed by Michael that the story about them owning my house was a pure fabrication. In response to Elizabeth's social media posts about their family home, he even went so far as to write a kind but stern correction. After being humiliated by the revelation of his financial mishandling, my father eventually abandoned the facade. He acknowledged that their joint goal to buy my house had been a driving force behind the entire marriage and a rare moment of candor during a phone call that I recorded with his consent. Elizabeth had convinced him that they could work together to coerce me into selling it to them or sharing ownership. Elizabeth's daughters, who felt bad about playing a passive part in the plot, exposed the depth of their preparation. They posted screenshots of group chats in which my father and Elizabeth talked about different ways to control me. Among these were Elizabeth's conscious attempt to be the ideal stepmother and their well-thought-out choice to make their marriage announcement right when they knew I was most lonely. Michael's involvement included accountability in addition to financial support. He offered to pay for their first month's rent and moving costs in Houston, but only after they agreed to stop communicating with me unless I asked them to and signed legal papers admitting they had no claim to my property. Their departure was telling. Rather than offering an apology, they utterly ignored their botched attempt to seize my house by sending out a mass email to friends and relatives, saying they were going back to Houston for exciting new opportunities. As if this wasn't a retreat in shame, Elizabeth even had the gall to share pictures of them departing with statements about closing chapters and new beginnings in the captions, along with hashtags for luxury living. Yesterday, my security cameras caught them making a final drive by my house. They didn't stop, but they did slow down for a moment. Their possessions were already en route to Houston after being transferred to a storage facility at Michael's expense. It has been surprisingly quiet since. My neighbors have been tremendously supportive as they have watched this drama play out. I became aware of how frequent these circumstances are after hearing several people relate their personal tales of family property disputes. Several individuals have apologized for believing Elizabeth's stories, and the local community, which she attempted to infiltrate, has come together in support of me. I've begun going to a support group for those who are coping with family separation. It's assisting me in processing the range of feelings involved in this circumstance, including anger at their attempted deceit, lingering sadness over losing the little relationship I had with my father, and relief from their manipulation. The house feels different today, serene yet not empty. I've begun remodeling in an effort to make new memories rather than destroy old ones. Now that Mom's garden is flowering once again, I've joined a local gardening club to learn the appropriate way to take care of her prized roses. Working in the same area where she experienced such delight is helpful. In fact, this experience has helped my career. I now have a very intimate understanding of how family dynamics can affect financial decisions because I work as a financial consultant. Although I don't share my personal narrative, I'm more suited to guide clients through comparable circumstances. I recognize the irony of having to deal with a financially reckless parent while working as a financial advisor. Mom was correct when she declared that the best investment was education. I was able to identify the warning signs in their behavior early on thanks to my professional experience. Regarding the future, I'm concentrating on establishing wholesome connections. My friends that supported me during this time have grown to be like family. Even the person I'm seeing is surprisingly more interested in my business than my belongings. I've learned from this experience that family is about respect, integrity, and sincere concern for one another's welfare rather than about having the same DNA or legal titles. My mother was aware of this, which is why she took such care to safeguard my fortune. I want to thank everyone who read my tale and gave me advice. Your encouragement kept me going when I started to doubt myself. To people in comparable circumstances, follow your gut, keep a journal, and resist the need to compromise your limits out of embarrassment. Unless something important occurs, I don't anticipate posting any further updates. Now living in Houston, my father and Elizabeth are beginning a new life without access to my house or money. Every now and then, Michael updates me, mostly to make sure they're honoring their commitment to keep away. Mom would be happy with the way I handled this, not because I was tough, but because I upheld my morals and preserved the heritage she had worked so hard to leave me. That's what counts most in the end. My parents stole my $120,000 MBA fund for my golden sister's dream house. Justice, karma, and Uncle Jake's ruthless plan restored it all. I never imagined I'd be on Reddit posting stuff like this, but here I am. Recently, I, 28F, learned that my parents had embezzled my $120,000 MBA money to assist my sister Ashley, 35F, and her fiancé Nathan, 37M, in purchasing a home. I'm still trying to comprehend the extent of their betrayal, and the entire scenario feels unreal. Allow me to walk you through the first part of this nightmare. Dad's parents, my grandparents, were extremely well off and always placed a high priority on education. They were traditional in the finest sense of the word. They valued hard work, conserving money, and making long-term investments. I didn't get to visit them very frequently because they lived in a different state, but whenever we spoke or met, they expressed their concern for my future. Education is the one thing nobody can ever take away from you, my grandmother used to say, and now I see how ironic that is. My grandfather died 3 years ago following a brief illness. Even though it was awful, Grandma was still with us. She was the family's pillar of support, recognizing each birthday and accomplishment and sending heartfelt cards and care packages. We also lost her last year. On the day of her death, I was sitting in my apartment going over every letter she had ever sent me. I was unaware at the time that she and Grandpa had been constructing something much larger for my future, but each one included some life lessons and typically a modest check for your education fund. The allocation first appeared equitable when their will was read. My parents' savings and home were inherited. Ashley received family treasures and all of grandmother's jewelry, which was valued at tens of thousands of dollars. A sizable education fund was bequeathed to me, especially for my MBA courses. This money was to be utilized only for my schooling, according to the will. My parents were assigned to oversee it till I required it because I was already employed. I was appreciative at the time that my grandparents had given my future such serious consideration. I never once imagined my parents would tamper with the fund. In retrospect, though, I ought to have recognized the warning indications. Ashley has always been our family's golden child, even from my earliest recollections. It's difficult to say without coming across as resentful, but she was the person my parents loved the most. She was great at all she did. She was incredibly gifted, diligent, and unique. I can still clearly recall graduating from high school. I recently won a prominent science competition, received a full scholarship to college, and was valedictorian. My parents were using their phones and hardly paying attention when I looked out at the audience during my speech. They were ecstatic when Ashley, who had already dropped out of college twice, revealed later that night that she was considering a career in teaching. "You are simply amazing with kids," they exclaimed. I received a brief good job acknowledgement for my accomplishments that day. Continue. Throughout my life, this trend persisted. I got a position at a famous company after working hard and graduating with honors. Over the past 6 years, I have ascended the corporate ladder, gaining the respect and admiration of both superiors and colleagues. As a senior project manager, I oversee a group of 15 employees and manage accounts worth millions of dollars. However, to my parents, I was always just the sensible one, the one who got away with it because I was naturally smart. Ashley, on the other hand, changed jobs before becoming a teacher. Nathan is the head zookeeper at our neighborhood zoo, and she is currently the kindergarten administrator at a tiny private school. I don't have any personal problems with them, and they're decent enough folks. Although they appear content and are competent in their careers, their combined income is at best meager. They had been discussing the necessity of purchasing a home nonstop for the past year. Each family meal became a debate about the cost of real estate and how they were throwing money away on rent. They would lament the unfairness of the market while admiring homes that were much beyond their means. Even though Ashley and Nathan are in their mid-30s, they are still viewed as young people in need of assistance, and my parents would nod empathetically and say things like, "You deserve a nice house," and "It's so hard for young people these days." I began working on my MBA program applications about a month ago. I had been preparing this relocation for years, so it wasn't an abrupt decision. I've done a ton of program research, strategically developed my profession, and kept up a flawless work record. I want to enroll in a prestigious program that will enable me to advance into executive leadership roles at my present employer. Every C-level executive has an MBA from a reputable university, and I'm resolved to do the same. I mentioned the education fund to my parents one evening. Because the application costs alone for prestigious MBA programs can amount to thousands of dollars, I needed to know exactly how much was accessible. My first genuine danger indicator should have been their response. "Don't worry about it," my dad murmured, shifting uneasily in his chair. My mother hurriedly added, "Just concentrate on your applications for the time being, we'll talk when the time comes." They then abruptly shifted the conversation to Ashley and Nathan's house hunting. I initially tried to dismiss it, thinking perhaps they were simply being clumsy with the papers. However, something didn't feel right. I brought it up again, more bluntly, a week later. I clarified that I needed to know if the funds were available because I needed to budget for applying to multiple prestigious schools. They dropped the bomb at that point. "We use the MBA money for Ashley," my mother replied in the most casual way possible. "She is purchasing a home with Nathan." Thinking I must have misheard, I gazed at her. My dad added that Ashley needed it right now, and that it wouldn't be fair for me to get a free ride when Ashley had worked so hard with student loans, when I asked her to repeat herself. I went crazy. I'm not proud of my response, but it was the release of years' worth of repressed annoyance. I insisted on knowing how they could harm me and how they could embezzle the funds my grandparents had set aside expressly for my schooling. The will had been clear about how that money was to be utilized, so I pointed out that it was prohibited. My mother simply shrugged her eyes, as if I were exaggerating. She said, "You'll figure it out. It's not as though you can't borrow money like everyone else." They pretended that they had done nothing wrong and that neither my future nor my grandparents' wishes mattered. I then brought up taking legal action. Even though I'm not a lawyer, it's obvious that what they did was unlawful. And what did they do, do you know? They chuckled. They laughed aloud, not merely chuckling. "With what money?" my father asked, staring me in the eye. "Even a lawyer is out of your price range." Additionally, my mother said, "Don't be silly. This is a family-run enterprise." The humiliation I felt at the time is beyond words. Stunned, I stood there. The realization that they had always viewed me as an afterthought came to me suddenly. Someone whose future they could forgo in order to help Ashley. They didn't care about my financial freedom, my prosperous career, or my academic accomplishments. I would remain the underdog forever. I had trouble sleeping that night. I couldn't stop thinking about how my grandparents had trusted my parents to act morally. They were unaware of the true nature of my home life. Since it didn't seem worth it, I never told anyone about how I was treated. I mean, I wasn't being mistreated, was I? They simply didn't care about me as much as they did about Ashley. They weren't violent. I arrived at work early the following morning and asked to speak with my employer, Mr. Thompson, in private. Since I started working for the company, he has been a mentor to me, therefore he's not just any boss. He has always encouraged me to pursue my career goals and has seen me rise from a junior role to team leader. More significantly, he has experience in corporate law and keeps up relationships with leading law firms. I also intended to get in touch with my dad's cousin Uncle Jake. He is a prosperous businessman who consistently seemed to see through the partiality of my parents. Although he wasn't there much when I was growing up, he always showed genuine interest in my accomplishments and future aspirations. In addition, he is the only person in my family who has greater influence and accomplishment than my parents. Something inside of me exploded when my parents made fun of me, even though I never wanted things to go ugly. Since I've always been the quiet one, the sensible one who never caused a stir, they assumed I had no influence. However, they are going to discover that the daughter they have consistently undervalued is much more powerful than they initially thought. First update. Since my last post, which was 2 weeks ago, a lot has transpired. Things proceeded more quickly than I had anticipated following my visit with Mr. Thompson. In addition to giving me his whole support, he put me in touch with a buddy at Wilson & Partners, one of the best law companies in the city. He reminded me, this is about holding your parents accountable and respecting your grandparents' wishes, not just about money. It was enlightening to meet the attorneys. They attested to the fact that my parents' acts clearly violated the terms of the will and their fiduciary duties. Finding out that my parents might be charged with a crime for their acts shocked me the most. And the lawyers found something unsettling. Long before they told me, my parents had begun moving the funds to Ashley's account months before. Uncle Jake's intervention, however, was the true game changer. Within hours of my contacting him on LinkedIn, he gave me a call. He responded in a way that exceeded my expectations. I always knew your parents played favorites, he replied. But stealing from their own daughter? That crosses every line. Don't worry about the legal fees, I'm handling everything. Uncle Jake was more than simply a talker. He did something right away. He assembled a group of attorneys with expertise in estate law and engaged a forensic accountant to track down every penny of the pilfered money. They gathered enough proof in a matter of days to demonstrate that my parents had spent months draining the college money in a methodical manner. The initial altercation took place on Friday. I was called by my parents' attorney in an attempt to reach a family settlement. In exchange for me dropping any legal action, they promised to cover some of the MBA expenses. Uncle Jake responded harshly, saying, "You will either be charged with a crime or return the entire sum plus interest and penalties. No negotiations will take place." The response from my parents was invaluable. They began sending me mails non-stop. "How could you involve outsiders in family matters? We were going to help you eventually. You're destroying this family." Without replying, I sent everything to Uncle Jake's legal team. He then disclosed the second part of his strategy. In addition to pursuing the money, he is advocating for a thorough examination of my parents' financial transactions, implying that there may be further irregularities that we are now unaware of. Yesterday, Ashley finally spoke up. She claimed in a lengthy email to me that she was clueless about the source of the house money. "Mom and Dad said they had savings set aside for us," she wrote in her letter. "I never thought they would steal your money." She concluded by requesting that I exercise common sense and come up with a family solution. I showed Uncle Jake her email. His answer was straightforward: send it on to the attorneys. It is proof that she was aware of the money after it had already happened, but she did not try to return it. She is therefore complicit. This morning was the most fulfilling time. In a hurry, the lawyer for my parents called Uncle Jake. The forensic accountant apparently found that my parents had started utilizing their power of attorney to transfer money even before my grandma passed away. This can greatly increase the charges. Right now, my parents are making a valiant effort to turn around. Mom begged me to contact them in a heartfelt voicemail, stating that they would find a way to pay back the money. Although Dad acknowledged in an email that they may have made a mistake, he maintained that they were just trying to help the family. Uncle Jake gave straightforward advice. Avoid answering anything. Give them a panic. When you were weak, they made fun of you? Now it's their turn to feel helpless. All of this has been made possible by Mr. Thompson's tremendous assistance. In addition to producing an excellent reference letter, he has already approved my leave of absence for when I begin my MBA school. He informed me today, "You're displaying remarkable composure." Not many people could handle this situation with such professionalism. Unless my parents return the entire cash plus fines, the legal team is getting ready to bring official charges the following week. Uncle Jake predicts that in order to pay for everything, they will have to sell some assets, but in his own words, "That's their problem, not yours. Until this is addressed, I will be staying with a friend." Building security had been told not to let my parents into my apartment when they attempted to arrive. In order to record any attempts by my parents to get in touch with me, Uncle Jake also engaged a private investigator. If required, this material might be used to demonstrate harassment. Second update. 3 weeks have passed since my last report, and things have significantly worsened. At last, I am able to provide the specifics of our legal strategies development. Much more was revealed by the forensic inquiry than we had anticipated. During our first court filing, the first bombshell was revealed. Uncle Jake's team found that my parents had been misusing their power of attorney over my grandmother's funds in her last months in addition to stealing my MBA fund. Long before my grandma died, the evidence showed that they were methodically shifting funds around in order to transfer them to Ashley. During the initial hearing, their lawyer's expression was invaluable. It is obvious that he was unaware of the severity of their financial misdeeds. He really requested a break to speak with my parents after our legal team showed them the recorded chronology of transactions. Later on, I found out that he confronted my parents for not telling him certain facts, and he is now thinking of leaving their case. The previous caregiver for my grandmother made the most startling admission. Seeing our legal notification in the estate documents, she contacted Uncle Jake. It turns out that my grandmother had made it very clear that the money was only for my education by bringing up the MBA fund with my parents several times in her last months. These exchanges were also recorded in the caregiver's notes. She had been documenting every family conversation in a care diary. Ashley's participation has also changed in an intriguing way. She hired her own attorney after realizing the legal ramifications of accepting stolen funds. Because they expected her to support the family, this caused a serious gap between her and our parents. My parents were in a panic when her lawyer suggested that she should keep her distance from the matter. The state of the house has gotten especially disorganized. The acquisition is currently being investigated by the court since the down payment was made using stolen money. The problem has been communicated to Ashley and Nathan's mortgage lender, who is currently examining the loan application. A fraud investigation might be initiated if my parents falsified any of the financial records they co-signed. Unexpectedly, Uncle Jake's crew also discovered that my parents had been informing members of my extended family that I had consented to give Ashley my MBA fund. They seemed to have been preparing their defense in case the money transfer was questioned, as they had been fabricating this story for months. Now, a number of family members have come forward with emails and messages from my parents that support this untrue story. The deposition was the most satisfying development. My father made an effort to keep his haughty demeanor until Uncle Jake's attorney produced proof of their calculated scheme. It was quite painful to watch him struggle to describe what they had done. My mother really lost it when she acknowledged that they had no intention of repaying the money they had stolen. They have been almost hilarious in their attempts to control the damage. Despite having numerous recorded conversations with my grandmother and her attorneys, they are now attempting to assert that they were perplexed by the wording of the will. 2 of their attorneys have already resigned, so this is their third attorney, and they are frantically trying to reach a settlement. The final terms were outlined by our legal staff, who made it apparent that there was no opportunity for discussion. Every penny they took would have to be paid back, with interest that would start to accrue the day they took the money. They would also be in charge of paying for all of our legal fees, including the forensic investigation, which had become quite expensive. We also insisted that they stop gaslighting and attempting to rewrite the facts and submit a formal written admission of their misconduct. Last but not least, they would need to sign a legally enforceable contract committing them to stop communicating with me in any way. No more utilizing family members as messengers, deceptive messages, or unexpected visits. The socioeconomic status of my parents is deteriorating. Several of their acquaintances have quietly told me how shocked they are, and word has spread throughout their neighborhood. My father's golf club is reconsidering his membership, and my mother's bridge club asked her to resign as treasurer. People don't feel comfortable hanging around with someone who would steal from their own child, it turns out. Ashley's circumstances are also getting worse. Concerned about having a principal embroiled in financial malfeasance, the board of directors at her school has set a meeting to review her position. Because Nathan co-signed loan documents that may include misleading information, their place of employment is undergoing an ethics assessment. The last development is quite pleasing. Do you recall how my folks snickered when I brought up the idea of filing a lawsuit? In order to stop any more financial fraud, Uncle Jake's team recently submitted a motion to freeze their assets. Within hours, their attorney contacted them, pleading for a settlement conference. Uncle Jake is still brutal in his methods. In response to my parents' attempts to persuade him to be loyal to the family, he sent a caustic email with the entire extended family copied on it. Family loyalty? You lost any right to talk about loyalty when you stole from your daughter and laughed in her face. Get ready to face the consequences of your actions. My parents are getting really upset because I haven't spoken to them at all. They have turned to using friends and family to get in touch on their behalf, but each effort simply strengthens our allegation of harassment. Every day, their desperation becomes more apparent. Third update. 4 months have passed since my last update, and I can now finally reveal the story's resolution. The outcome of the last court procedures is more heartbreaking for my parents than any of us could have imagined. Allow me to explain how justice was ultimately achieved. Let me start by sharing my favorite moment, which was the last hearing when my parents realized they had no other choice. At last, their facade broke. In her closing remarks, the judge was very severe, describing their behavior as a calculated betrayal of both their daughters and their own parents' last desires. She said, in particular, that they showed a startling degree of moral decay in their laughter at my first legal threat. In the end, the forensic analysis showed that my parents had been preparing this heist for more than a year before my grandmother's passing. They had methodically made up fictitious family contracts and documented fictitious discussions regarding my voluntarily relinquishing the MBA fund. According to the court, their actions were considerably worse because of their premeditation. The fines were hefty. In addition to returning my MBA money plus interest, they were mandated to pay punitive damages that nearly doubled the initial amount. The judge justified the severe punishment by pointing to their deliberate malice and repeated attempts to mislead the court. The fascinating part is that my parents had to sell their home, yes, the home they inherited from my grandparents, in order to pay these charges. Nobody failed to notice the irony. They have significantly downgraded from their previous way of life to renting a modest apartment on the outskirts of town. Their decline in society has been dramatic. The membership in the country club? Retracted. Where do they sit on different community boards? Lost. The social network that my mother built over the course of several decades has fallen apart. It turns out that upper-middle-class suburban society does not tolerate stealing from children and lying about it. The repercussions on the job have been just as bad. My father, who took great satisfaction in his business reputation, was compelled to retire early. When someone has been legally shown to have taken from their own child's inheritance, no one wants to do business with them. At local businesses, his former co-workers now steer clear of him. After leading local charity organizations, my mother was forced to leave her volunteer posts. The last straw was when they were asked to resign from all leadership positions at their church, of which they had been active members for 20 years. They've become social pariahs in their own community, Uncle Jake said. Ashley and Nathan's relationship is arguably the most noteworthy development. Their ideal home? They went crazy. When the mortgage firm learned that the down payment was made with stolen money, they revoked their approval of the loan. They are currently dealing with their own legal problems as a result of their willful acceptance of stolen funds. Ashley's career has completely collapsed. In their formal statement, the school board cited ethical concerns and loss of community trust as reasons for their unanimous decision to remove her as principal. Since the news has gone viral in the local school community, she is now having trouble finding even entry-level teaching jobs. Nathan's situation wasn't any better. He was placed on administrative leave by the zoo while his involvement in the financial misbehavior was looked into. Even though he wasn't personally responsible for the money theft, his signature on loan documents that contained false information has created ethical questions. The strain was too much for their relationship to handle. Nathan left their apartment last week. He accused her of being like her parents, while Ashley accused him of not being more supportive during the situation. They are currently in the process of calling it quits on their engagement. Uncle Jake's plan of total social and legal ruin was more successful than anyone could have predicted. He set up a family meeting when my parents attempted to make one more plea for family loyalty. Not to patch things up, but to explain what they had done in front of the whole extended family. He provided a timeline of their deceit at this discussion, detailing the false documents they produced and the lies they told different family members. Disgust was the universal response. A number of family members who had first attempted to resolve the conflict now publicly denounced my parents. The meeting essentially put an end to any remaining family support they may have had, and the most telling moment occurred when my mother's sister, who had always been one of their closest supporters, rose up and stated, "I don't even recognize who you are anymore." In my case, I've come out stronger than before. Along with significant damages, my MBA fund has been fully refunded. In addition to receiving my money returned, I was accepted into a prestigious MBA program on a merit scholarship. In his letter of reference, Mr. Thompson praised my exceptional skill and integrity in handling this problem. My employer has been really helpful. They have granted me permission to take a leave of absence from the MBA program and have even promised me an executive post after I graduate. Your handling of this situation demonstrated that you possess the strength and judgment required for senior leadership, Mr. Thompson informed me. Uncle Jake is now regarded as a real mentor. After I finish my MBA, he is already discussing possible investment opportunities with me and has introduced me to his business network. He told me, "Your grandparents would be proud of you because you've shown that you have the backbone for business." I've relocated to an upscale apartment in a gated complex that keeps my folks at bay. The doorman is instructed not to let them in and has their photos. Their phone lines and emails have been blocked, and all efforts at communication now go directly to our legal department. The last turn of the blade? Nathan used to work at the zoo, which is just next to my parents' new apartment. They must view the location that symbolizes the start of their demise every day. According to Uncle Jake, karma can be humorous at times. Someone in their social circle wrote me an anonymous letter yesterday. It seems that my mother stays at home most of the time, only out for essentials. It has been reported that my father spends hours sitting by himself at a nearby coffee shop, gazing off into space. The social calendar they used to have is now absolutely vacant. I find myself thinking about my grandmother's statement, "Education is the one thing nobody can ever take away from you," as I get ready to begin my MBA school. She was correct. With her foresight and Uncle Jake's assistance, I've now not only safeguarded my education fund but also imparted a lifelong lesson to my parents. That concludes this tale. I appreciate everyone's support along this journey. I'm at peace knowing that justice has been done, even though I never wanted things to end this way. My parents tried to sell my home for my brother's wedding. I took control, fought back, and reclaimed my life. I, 35F, recently bought my first home, marking a major life milestone. After years of diligent work and careful budgeting, I was able to finally afford a cozy place of my own. It's hardly a mansion, but it's ideal for me. A quiet retreat in a nice area. It felt great to have a property that was really mine, and it was a result of all my preparation and hard work. My parents, bless them, were ecstatic when I told them. They immediately offered to help with some small renovations, which I found to be quite amazing. They maintained that it was how they celebrated this new phase of my life and offered support. I nodded, picturing nothing significant, perhaps some new paint here, some landscaping there. However, my folks, well, they went overboard. Their beneficial visit soon turned into a regular event. They always brought a new visitor, whether it was an old woman from down the street, an acquaintance, or a distant relative. My house seemed to have become the local tourist destination. I dismissed it, but I thought it was a little over the top. They had great pride in me, especially since my younger brother, Michael, 32M, was always the golden child. They also enjoyed showing off family accomplishments. Even though he is 3 years younger than Michael, he has always drawn the most attention. He got everything he desired as a child. They would get Michael the deluxe edition of the game system if he desired one. He used all of their credit cards to buy expensive clothing. My brother was always given preference, even though I adore him. Michael recently became engaged to his fiancée, who lacks the royal income but has comparable upscale tastes. I barely listened to my parents as they talked about how the wedding costs were rapidly getting out of hand. It made sense that they were determined to make his day one to remember. Then strange things began to occur. All of a sudden, my folks started asking me about my house's worth, my outstanding mortgage, and if I had ever thought about refinancing. It seemed odd, but I didn't give it much thought. I assumed they were just interested because they had never before expressed interest in my financial situation. A week later, they invited me to join them for dinner and requested me to bring my property and mortgage documentation. Even though it looked completely useless, likely due to security concerns, I consented because I didn't want to cause any trouble. I should have been more suspicious, looking back. At this point, I began to hear strange remarks from my neighbors. They'd mention in passing that they saw a picture of a house just like mine online. Puzzled, I brushed it off as a coincidence. Then I received an email from a friend that included a link to a real estate listing. I have pictures of the inside of my house. The pictures were taken during the remodeling projects my parents had been working on. I didn't know how or why my house was up for sale. My blood froze. Equipped with indisputable proof, the real estate listing with images taken within my home, I went up against my parents. They had to stop playing dumb. They initially attempted to minimize it by saying they were only looking into possibilities in case I ever made the decision to sell. I didn't believe it. I wanted a direct response. Why would they list my house without contacting me? The truth was revealed at last. In order to assist pay for Michael's ideal wedding, my parents acknowledged listing the house. They said it was all for family happiness, and that since I had fulfilled my dream of home ownership, Michael should also be able to fulfill his. They talked constantly about how my house's equity could enable him to have the wedding of his dreams and how he deserved it. My parents genuinely believed they had a voice in how my house may be used just because they had assisted with certain upgrades. It was astounding how entitled they were. I was quite clear that my house was not for sale and that Michael's extravagant wedding was definitely not being funded by a bank. They wouldn't let it go, though. They used every tactic in the book, including emotional blackmail, guilt trips, and even bringing up past actions they had taken for me. They accused me of prioritizing money over family and recalled how much they had given me as a child. They saw my refusal to sell the house as a rejection of both Michael's happiness and the family as a whole. I remained steadfast. I restated that the house was not for sale and that they had gone too far. Then Michael himself gave the call. He was crying, upset, and angry as he called me selfish and accused me of spoiling his wedding. He claimed that given everything the family had done for me over the years, I had no right to pass up this one thing to him. Even as it hurt, I persisted. I clarified that I didn't need to sell my home in order to finance his ideal wedding. I told a few close pals about the entire affair. Even though I was astonished, they helped me right away and told me that I had every right to defend my home. They encouraged me to stand my position and reminded me that my family's behavior was very inappropriate. Word got around the family fast, and opinions differed. Some family members sympathized with me and thought it was ridiculous that my parents had listed my house without my consent. Others, on the other hand, supported my parents and said that in order to maintain family unity, I should make concessions. I felt like I had suddenly turned into the antagonist in this twisted story because I refused to give up my house for a wedding. My parents gave me an ultimatum a few days later. I had to sell the house willingly or face the condemnation of the entire family. They were very explicit that if I didn't comply, I would be effectively disowned. It was strange to hear my own parents discuss such a tough decision for a wedding that, in reality, had nothing to do with me. My fiancé Thomas, 37 million, has been my pillar of support during this entire ordeal. He has always understood me in a way that my family has never been able to, and we have been together for a number of years. He was incensed on my behalf when I told him all that was going on, but he also gave me some clarity on what I needed to do next. In contrast to Michael's extravagant wedding, we had been planning our own, but we wanted a small private ceremony. My grandfather, William, 77 million, is one individual who has supported me over this entire ordeal. He has consistently criticized my parents for their partiality and has never been a big fan of Michael. We have a unique bond. He claims that I make him think of his late wife, my grandma. Naturally, Michael tries to argue that Mom loves him more, but I don't often see him because he lives across the nation. He really is a pampered brat. When Michael received his football scholarship years ago, I learned that my parents had actually provided him with the funds to purchase a car and a house. They never gave me any money for my schooling. They said my college fund had been used for post-fire bills at Michael's university when I questioned them about it. Michael lived in luxury while I had to work through college and take out student loans. That's when I understood I needed legal advice. I called a lawyer and gave them the full rundown. The lawyer suggested a few safety measures. Even though it would be illegal for my family to sell my house without my consent, I should make sure that no locks would let anyone enter without my consent. In the event that my parents attempted additional intervention, they also advised protecting any valuables and private papers. I changed the locks and secured my documents right away, as they had advised. However, my parents didn't stop there. They began venting their frustrations on social media shortly after our altercation. In their lengthy, theatrical posts, they claimed that I had turned my back on the family, and was egotistically holding onto money that could help my brother realize his ambitions. They painted me as some cold-blooded villain, which led to a barrage of remarks from close friends and distant relatives, the majority of whom were unaware of the full context. Thomas provided the most surprising assistance. We have been covertly organizing our own wedding in spite of the mayhem. We desire something little but significant, surrounded by those who genuinely care about us. Thomas said that until everything is set up, we might not want to inform my family. They might attempt to ruin it or make it into another Michael drama, considering their history. I'm caught between wanting to protect myself and my future and loving my family as I write this. I won't allow the house to be taken away for someone else's ostentatious wants because it symbolizes everything I've worked for. However, the ongoing stress and emotional blackmail are wearing them down. I realize I'm correct, but there are moments when it seems like the hardest thing in the world to defend oneself against family. My grandfather and I are meeting with him tomorrow to talk about our wedding arrangements. He is the one person of my family who I really trust, and I am very grateful for his support. Whatever my folks throw at me next, I only hope I'll have the fortitude to maintain my position. First update. 3 weeks have passed since my last post, so I need to give you an update on my life. My family's position has gotten worse in unexpected ways. My parents eventually took down my house's real estate listing after I sent a cease and desist letter via my attorney. But their response was anything but contrite. They accused me of legal harassment and called the letter a betrayal, refusing to back down. They asserted that needless family conflict was being caused by my selfish refusal to assist with Michael's wedding. That letter turned out to be the decisive factor that caused us to drift farther apart. My mother bemoaned how I had turned against them, saddened that I would put money above love, but instead of accepting responsibility, they stepped up their social media campaign, posting dramatic updates that portrayed me as the monster driving the family apart over just money. The posts were sufficiently ambiguous to deceive anyone unaware of the true circumstances. Family, friends, and distant relatives soon started praising them in their comments. Some even sent me direct messages that were full of scorn and criticism. Michael made the decision to confront me directly just when I felt things couldn't get much worse. He arrived at my house without warning, furious. I had no right to keep my house to myself when the family required it for something as significant as his wedding, he claimed, adding that it had always been family property, and that I was jealous of his happiness. Refusing to fall for the plot, I remained composed and restated my determination to sell the house. I bought it with my own hard-earned money, thus it was legally mine. He walked off, apparently much more enraged by that. The following day, my parents called with more expectations. They insisted that I grant them a sizable loan as I wasn't prepared to sell the house. As a family, they contended that I owed it to them in whatever way I could because Michael's wedding was a once-in-a-lifetime event. Remaining calm, I declined. They had nothing to do with me, and their demands were totally inappropriate. In reaction, they severed all communication with me. They stopped asking me to family get-togethers, and I soon started getting complaints from other family members that I had alienated them. It was obvious that my parents were attempting to keep me apart in the hopes that I would give in to their pressure. Although I am deeply saddened, my close friends have supported me. They never stopped telling me that I'm doing the right thing, and I don't know how I would have remained resolute without their help. The real estate agent who had previously come to my house called me a few days earlier. I couldn't get rid of the sensation that this wasn't over, even though they acknowledged that my parents had finally removed the listing after receiving the cease and desist letter. One evening at home, I observed that my hair seemed different, which confirmed my fears. I could tell they were tampered with, although it was subtle. At first, I thought someone had broken in, maybe as a reprisal for the legal letter. I hired a locksmith right away to replace all of the locks. I couldn't take any chances after everything that had transpired. I didn't want to think that my own family could be this bad, but I'm beginning to notice everything. I've begun therapy in order to get through the emotional turmoil this familial betrayal has left behind. I uncover layers of manipulation and shame in each session that I was unaware were hurting me. I'm learning from the therapist how deeply embedded these family relationships are and how crucial it is to set limits, even inside the family. In private, Thomas and I have proceeded with our wedding preparations. Having at least one family member who genuinely supports us is great, and my grandfather William is helping us organize everything. We're organizing something little but significant, exactly what we both desire. There is no greater difference between Michael's extravagant approach and ours. Observing my parents continuing their slander campaign within the extended family has been the most difficult aspect of all of this. They are creating a story in which I am the egotistical daughter who cares more about money than keeping the family together. As soon as the word got out, I started getting letters from relatives I hadn't seen in years, all of whom were disappointed and accused me of ruining family unity. I've begun recording every conversation I have with Michael, my parents, and any other family members who get in touch. I want a detailed record of everything said and done in case the situation erupts again. I also feel more in control of the issue when I keep a record, as if I'm finally taking proactive measures to adequately protect myself. I'm discovering that my resolve is getting stronger despite the pandemonium. Every story they circulate and every attempt to guilt-trip me simply serves to reinforce the fact that I made the right choice. I will not allow anyone to ruin the life I have meticulously crafted for myself, not even my family. I'll provide another update as soon as I have more information to give, but Thomas and I are proceeding with our preparations. Your support matters more than you can imagine, so thank you all. Second update. Since my last update, which was 2 months ago, everything has changed. Yes, I married Thomas last weekend without telling Michael or my parents. I must tell you what transpired. Just our closest friends, Thomas's family, and my grandfather William, who proudly escorted me down the aisle, attended our lovely, small ceremony. He was so happy for us that he was glowing. When others asked me where my parents were, I just said, they had to go to Michael's game. Grandfather was apprehensive about our concealment at first, but he was totally on board with us. A storm was building as we got back from our short honeymoon, totally disconnected. Before I could even unlock my phone, I was inundated with notifications, primarily from Michael and my mother. Michael was calling me names and using profanity. It seems that my aunt made a crude jab at my parents' absence by sharing wedding photos on Facebook. Everyone in their little community started denouncing them for how they had treated me when the post went public. As it happens, my grandfather even visited my parents and expressed his thoughts to them. This appears to have been the last straw for my dad. He ultimately confronted my mother and threatened to file for divorce if she didn't make amends because he was so angry about missing my wedding and his own father's criticism. My parents' texts first expressed wrath before changing to beg and plead. I'm getting a lot of flack from my mom's sisters and friends since I didn't say it was my wedding. Many of my family members, including those I didn't invite, have expressed regret, claiming they were unaware of the dire circumstances at home. To be honest though, I don't believe it. I did disclose my impending marriage to my parents. I gave them an invitation on paper, just like everyone else. A few members on Thomas's side, my parents, Michael, and a few distant relatives did not send out RSVPs. I followed up with everyone else, and they all replied. Those who did not RSVP said they were unable to attend. My brother and mother ignored me when I texted them. I deliberately didn't give the precise day because I knew about Michael's game. They would tell me to quit being a bother and that other things were more important each time I attempted to bring up the wedding. In retrospect, I guess I should have quit right away. The effort was not worth it. I didn't hide my marriage, I just didn't point it out to them in the hopes that they would be taken aback and perhaps even a little interested. My aunts and uncles did hear me mention the wedding. Sometimes, Mom would even be in the room. "That's nice, dear," she would remark with a smile before straying from the subject. I attempted to keep my distance from them after high school, college, and graduate school, but they would always guilt-trip me and bring me back by pointing to my mom's sisters and grandparents. Maybe it's because Thomas is with me now that this time feels different. I am stronger and more self-assured. But I still need to make a decision. It has been quite hectic. The majority of Dad's family lives on the other side of the nation, as I already stated. I wasn't really sure how they felt about me for a very long time. I stayed in contact with Dad's side of the family, but I never brought up the abuse again. I tried to let them know how my parents were treating me when I was 14 years old. My grandfather, uncles, and aunts all scolded them. However, I was chastised so badly when I went home that I convinced myself that I had made it up. The only person who knew was grandfather. He was constantly worried that I would get resentful of him if he attempted to intervene. The fact that I currently reside in a different town than my parents should be noted. In fact, they hardly even know my current address. Michael once attempted to break into my old flat in order to steal money. In fact, my mother defended him by stating, "Siblings share things." Since then, I've moved. Their little settlement was about an hour away from the city where I used to reside. In relation to my cousin, it was she who brought up the fact that my dad's absence at my wedding was a major issue for him. They chastised my cousin for turning her back on family over a minor incident, and eventually cut her off. I sent my dad a message expressing my desire to meet with him, my mother, and Michael at a neutral location the next day. He immediately replied that he agreed. My dad's brother and sisters are joining us in a park where we're congregating, probably to prevent any harm. My dad looked awful, as he has been for days. For the time being, I'm concentrating on enjoying my new life with Thomas, even though I know I'll need to make some decisions regarding my connection with my family in the future. We are eager to start a new chapter in our lives together, free from the manipulation and turmoil that have characterized my past. Third update. My last update was 1 month ago. Although nobody anticipated it, the park encounter I mentioned ended up being a pivotal moment. I'm at last prepared to talk about what transpired and how I finally took charge of my life. When I got to the park, I could feel the tension. Michael was unable to keep eye contact, my mother was wearing her typical self-righteous expression, and my father was defeated. I had my own intentions, but my dad's siblings were there, ostensibly as mediators. My lawyer on rapid dial, a folder of documented proof, and an unshakable resolve to put an end to this on my terms were the three things I carried with me. I put a heavy folder on the park bench between us before anyone could say anything. This is every text, email, social media post, and court document demonstrating your attempts to steal my house, I said, opening the folder. Evidence of financial fraud is also included. I gave my mom my full attention. Do you recall those college fund records you said were destroyed in a fire? Copies were kept by grandfather. It's interesting how that money got up in Michael's accounts. My mother's face lost its color. Michael began to object, but I interrupted him. I'm not done yet. I also have surveillance footage and other records of your attempted break-in at my previous flat. Not to mention that my house locks have recently been tampered with. I raised my hand when my father attempted to apologize. I came here not to apologize. I come to explain to you exactly what will occur next. I produced a paper that included compound interest calculations and a list of all the items they had taken from my college fund. You may either give back all of the money you took from my education fund and handed it to Michael, plus interest, or I'll file charges for financial fraud. My attorney has everything prepared. In an attempt to keep things under control, my mother sneered. You wouldn't risk it, we are related. I chuckled icily. When you attempted to take my house, you forfeited your ability to refer to us as family. But let me go on. Also, I'm requesting a restraining order against each and every one of you. There is strong evidence of emotional abuse, harassment, and break-in attempts. At last, Michael was able to speak. This cannot be done to us. How about my wedding? Your nuptials? I said. All right, Michael, let me tell you about weddings. I was recording every threat, every deceptive message, and every attempt to steal my stuff while you were organizing your lavish celebration. This issue is especially intriguing to the law company I hired, which focuses on family financial abuse. I went to my parents. Additionally, the firm found several intriguing anomalies in your financial data. The IRS appears to be quite interested in certain tax-related matters, particularly those involving gifts to Michael that were not properly disclosed. There was silence in the park. Even the noises of kids playing in the distance sounded subdued. My mom's face had turned ashen instead of pale. It appeared as though my father was ill. This is what's going to happen, I added in a calm, steady voice. Within 72 hours, you will credit my account with the entire sum of my pilfered college fund, plus interest. You will stop communicating with my husband, myself, and my close friends and family. You'll take down every social media post that mentions me and refrain from creating any new ones. My attorney will file the restraining order, the fraud charges, and the IRS tip if you break any of these conditions. I looked across at Michael. And you? The golden child role has ended for you. I have forwarded information about your attempted break-in and the threats that followed to the Human Resources Department of your employer. They were especially curious about how this relates to the ideals of their business. My mother's voice shook, but she managed to get it out. Would you ruin your own family for financial gain? No, I replied. Mother, after years of abuse and manipulation, you ruined this family. All I'm doing is making sure you can never harm me again and giving me back what you took. I got up and gathered my papers. You have 72 hours. My attorney will be keeping an eye on the move. Everything is filed if it isn't finished or if any of you try to get in touch with me. Additionally, keep in mind that grandfather has copies of all the original paperwork proving the financial fraud before you think about attempting to challenge this. My father yelled feebly, Lauren, please, as I was leaving. I made one final turn around. You had 20 years to say please, and 20 years to defend me. You were a father for 20 years. The time is up. The repercussions. The result was just what I had envisioned. The entire sum showed up in my account within 48 hours. All of my mother's social media posts regarding me were removed. Michael was placed on administrative leave by his employer while an internal inquiry was conducted. My grandfather told me that my father eventually filed for divorce. Not that we needed it anymore, but Thomas and I upgraded our home security system with some of the refunded funds. Additionally, we made a sizable donation to a charity organization that supports victims of financial abuse in families. Making their manipulation into something constructive for other people seemed right. According to my grandfather, who is the only member of my family I still communicate with, my parents' social standing in their little town has completely collapsed. It turns out that people's carefully constructed picture collapsed once they discovered the whole reality, which included years of financial abuse and manipulation in addition to my wedding. After the company's inquiry exposed Michael's level of dishonesty, his fiancée broke up with him. I won't pretend it doesn't hurt occasionally, But I know I made the right decision every morning when I wake up in my home, which is safe and secure and cannot be taken from me. Thomas and I are currently organizing a lavish honeymoon, which will be funded in part by my refunded education funds. Using their stolen money to increase my own happiness has a certain poetic quality. My accomplishments are currently displayed on a wall in my home office, including my professional certifications, degrees that I earned via hard work, and a framed copy of the final bank transfer that shows the refunded college funds. The money isn't the point. It's about saying, enough is enough, and ultimately taking a stand. I say this to anybody who could criticize me for being too severe, for not trying to make amends or accept apologies. Forgiveness is a gift, not a duty. Walking away and making sure toxic people can never harm you again is sometimes the strongest thing you can do. Despite their attempts to portray me as such, I am not the antagonist in this tale. My house belongs to me. I'm a lady who at last decided, no more. I own my life. I own my future. To pay for a wedding, they intended to steal my house. They actually lost a lot more than that. They lost their social standing and reputation, but more significantly, they lost any influence they may have had over me. I'm doing well, and so is Thomas. With friends who genuinely care about us, we have dinner parties in our safe, expensive house. Since everything started, I've gotten 3 promotions at work, in part because I'm not bearing the emotional weight of their manipulation any longer. Living a good life isn't always the best form of retaliation. Sometimes it's holding those who attempted to harm you accountable. My mom wanted to steer the conversation. Well, she no longer has a story to steer. Michael requested that everything be given to him. He's now learning what it means to deal with the fallout. The passive observer role was what my father desired. Being too helpless to stop it, he got to watch everything fall apart. I finished telling this narrative because I'm ready to move on to the next chapter, not because there isn't more to tell. One in which I write all the words and nobody else does. I want to express my gratitude to everyone who helped me along the way. Keep in mind that forgiveness and reconciliation aren't always necessary for a happy ending. Sometimes you have to say never again, and stand your ground. I saved my dad's company, making it a $150 million empire, while my playboy brother was still favored. He humiliated me and took the CEO role, firing me. This story is titled "My Deadbeat Brother Spent Years Partying While I Turned Dad's Failing Company into a $150 million empire." He fired and humiliated me during the shareholders' meeting. I left quietly. Hello everyone. Before we begin, a small favor. If you love this type of work, please subscribe. It's free, helps the channel, and ensures you never miss out on great videos. Okay, let's get started. Hey Reddit, have you ever had one of those moments when you feel like everything in your life is hanging by a thread? That was where I was 10 years ago, staring at a mess I hadn't made but couldn't ignore. Let me backtrack a little. My father created this corporation from nothing. He was good at what he did, but what about money? Not very much. By the time I was 26, just out of business school, the company was losing money. My father looked 10 years older than he was, buried in tension. And what about my older brother Adam? He was not helping. Adam was 31 at the time. While I was working hard to understand supply networks and financial models, he was, let's just say, having a good time. He possessed an effortless charm that made him the favorite. Always have, always will. I knew that. It wasn't new, but it still stings. One night, I found my father sitting in his office, surrounded by mountains of unpaid invoices and contracts that were never going to be fulfilled. He didn't even notice me walking in. His desk looked like a catastrophe zone, and he didn't appear to have slept for weeks. When he finally recognized me, he remarked, "I believe it is over, son. I'm not sure how to fix this." That hit me more than I expected. I'm not sure if it was the weight of his words or the reality that everything he had worked for could crumble, but something inside me clicked. I promised him I will handle it. I'm not sure whether he believed me at the time, but he didn't argue. Honestly, I believe he was relieved that someone was stepping up. Since then, I have almost lived at the office. I understood every detail about how the corporation operated, or, more precisely, how it did not function. I became acquainted with the numbers, renegotiated contracts, and spoke with every client that passed through the door. Many of them did not want to hear from me. I was young and inexperienced, and they had already lost faith in us. I cannot tell you how many times I was told no or had doors shut in my face. But I kept showing up. People noticed that, you know? Even those who didn't like me initially began to take me seriously after a time. The first year was grueling. I was working at least 16 hours a day. My father was still officially in charge, but he delegated the majority of the decision-making authority. I drastically reduced unneeded spending. This includes some of Adam's more extravagant expenses. He had this habit of charging personal expenses to the company account, and no one ever stopped him. I halted it. He did not take it well. I recall him showing up at the office one day just to laugh at me. "Look at you playing CEO," he said. "Don't become too comfy. Dad will not let you take it." I ignored him as always. I knew how the game worked. Adam was the favorite. He was always given credit for things he didn't do, as well as the benefit of the doubt when he made mistakes. But I was not doing this for approval. I was doing it because I didn't want to waste my father's hard work. By the end of the year, things began to improve. We weren't prospering yet, but we also weren't drowning. Slowly, we began to rebuild our reputation. Clients returned, staff came to believe that their jobs were safe, and the company was genuinely profitable. It wasn't much, but it was something. However, success does not solve all problems. My father was proud of our development, but in his opinion, Adam could do no wrong. Adam was always proud of me, no matter what I accomplished. Even though Adam was rarely around, my father would discuss his economic acumen over family dinners. While everyone else was talking about vacations, I was calculating numbers and strategizing for expansion. It was not fair, but life rarely is. I decided early on that I didn't need the credit. If Adam chose to accept all of the acclaim, that was acceptable. I had larger aims in mind. My father's praise would have been good, but what mattered to me was creating the firm something to be proud of, something sustainable, something I could look back on and say, yes, I did that. The company underwent a transformation over the years. We began offering new services, created some unique technological solutions, and moved into markets we never imagined possible. Revenue progressively increased, from scraping by to reaching 8 figures, and then crossing into 9. It was weird to see something that was on the verge of collapse transform into an industry leader. I should have felt great, but there was always this underlying tension. Adam wasn't as absent anymore. As the company grew in success, he began to appear more frequently at the workplace, acting as if he were an essential part of the operation. Everyone knew better, but no one said anything, including Dad. Looking back, I believe that was the first hint that something was wrong. Adam disliked the fact that the spotlight was no longer totally focused on him. He'd joke about how I was too serious or needed a life outside of the job, but there was an edge to his remarks, as if he was preparing for something. I had no idea what it was, but I could feel it. Still, I kept my head down and concentrated on my work. I wasn't going to let his anxieties destroy all I'd worked so hard for. Or so I told myself. In actuality, I didn't believe he could cause much damage. I underestimated him. That was my first error. By the time we reached $150 million in revenue, the fractures were beginning to appear. I just hadn't realized how deep they were. I knew something was wrong the moment Dad called the shareholder meeting. It's not like he hadn't gathered us before, but this time felt different. The phrase he used, a significant announcement about the company's future, had a finality to it. I assumed it was about his retirement. After all, he had been talking about taking a step back for years, particularly after the company had steadied. I was not nervous. If anything, I was prepared. I'd been running the company without a title for years, and this meeting seemed like a formality to make it official. I wasn't seeking for a pat on the back, but I assumed this was a logical step. Who else might take over? Adam arrived late, of course. That was vintage Adam. I was already at the boardroom table, reviewing my notes for the presentation I'd prepared, when he walked in as if nothing mattered. He was always smiling, shaking hands, and cracking jokes. Everyone adored him. That's the issue with Adam. You almost forgot he'd never done anything to deserve the respect he received. He had a knack of making people feel like he belonged, even if he didn't. He threw me a wink as he sat down, which made my stomach turn. Not because I was afraid, Adam had never posed a genuine threat, but because it appeared premeditated. I brushed it off. It makes no sense to let my thoughts go wild before the conference even begins. Dad entered a few minutes later, looking exhausted but resolute. He began his normal spiel about the company's history, how important it was to him, and how proud he was of what we had accomplished. It was a little over the top, but that was Dad's style. He loved to set the tone before breaking the big news. When he finally came to the point, he stood up, fixed his glasses, and said, "It's time for me to pass the torch." He hesitated, gazing around the room, as if expecting for applause or something. After much consideration, I've decided that Adam will be the new CEO. I swear time paused for a second. My brain refused to process what I had just heard. Is Adam the CEO? Surely, this was a mistake. I looked at Adam and he was beaming from ear to ear, not surprised, not taken off guard, just grinning. That's when it struck me. He had known. He had known all along. I didn't have time to think about it because Dad continued going. I believe Adam embodies the leadership qualities this company needs to move forward, he told me. Leadership qualities? The guy who was often late for meetings? The individual whose only contribution to the organization was depleting the entertainment fund for years? Before I could say anything, Adam stood up, clutching a folder. I'd like to take a moment to address something important, he continued, his tone formal, which was amusing coming from him. He opened the folder and began flicking through the pages, making a huge out of it. Over the past few months, he continued, I've come across some troubling discrepancies in the way certain decisions have been made. He looked at me and then at the board members, as if he was trying to judge their reactions. It appears that my brother has been operating outside his authority. I couldn't believe what I heard. He went on to accuse me of conducting unapproved deals, exceeding my authority, and compromising the company's name. He portrayed me as a reckless, power-hungry character who had ran amok while Dad was distracted. It was all very cleverly worded, just vague enough to sound reasonable without providing any actual evidence. I opened my lips to defend myself, but Dad interrupted me. Let him finish, he responded, his tone calm but forceful. Adam concluded his brief presentation by saying, I only bring this up because I care deeply about the company's future, and I want to ensure we maintain the highest level of integrity. Integrity, coming from Adam? The irony was almost too much to bear. When he was finished, the room fell silence. All eyes were on Dad, who took a big breath and announced, After reviewing the situation, I've decided to terminate Marcus's employment, effective immediately. And my world came crumbling down. Security guards emerged out of nowhere, standing by the entrance, seemingly waiting for the signal to haul me out. I did not fight it. I did not even say anything. What was there to say? The decision had been decided long before the meeting, and I had fallen right into their trap. As I was gathering my belongings, Adam leaned over and muttered, just loud enough for me to hear, nothing personal, little brother. Just business. That was when I realized it wasn't all about the corporation. This was about him demonstrating something to me, Dad, and anybody who had ever compared us. He wasn't concerned about the company's future, he was concerned about taking it from me. I walked out of that boardroom with all the decorum I could summon, but inside I was seething. Not only was I caught off guard, but Adam had used years of hard effort against me. He had not only taken the job, but also the narrative. By the time I arrived to my car, my phone was already flooded with texts from coworkers, friends, and even a few board members who were taken aback by what had occurred. I disregarded them all. I needed to think. The drive home was a haze. I continued repeating the encounter in my thoughts, trying to figure out why I had missed the signs. Looking back, they were all there. Adam coming up at the workplace more frequently, Dad being abnormally secretive, and even some of the board members behaving distant recently. I'd been so preoccupied with operating the company that I hadn't noticed the storm developing right under my nose. When I arrived home, I sat in the dark for hours, trying to make sense of everything. How could Dad, the guy who had seen me devote my life to this enterprise, chose Adam? Was it loyalty? Blind favoritism? Or was I just so replaceable in his eyes? Whatever the cause, one thing was certain. I was out and Adam was in. But here's the thing about Adam. He's terrific at portraying the character, but he's lousy at recognizing the stakes. While he was busy celebrating his victory, he didn't realize I wasn't leaving empty-handed. Far from it. I had spent years establishing more than simply a business, I had created leverage. And while they were busy scheming my ruin, they didn't bother to investigate how deep my roots were. That night, I reached a choice. I was not going to fight Adam directly. That's what he expected and wanted, a chance to portray me as bitter and spiteful. No, I planned to do something much smarter. I was going to wait. And when the time came, I was going to remind them all of who started this empire in the first place. The first thing I did was contact a few important employees who had been with the company through thick and thin. These were not spectacular, high-profile individuals. Rather, they served as the company's backbone. The IT staff, a few senior developers, and 2 managers who had worked with me during those difficult early years. I knew they'd answer my phone because, unlike Adam, I'd taken the effort to establish relationships. I didn't tell them everything, I didn't have to. All I said was that there was a lot going on behind the scenes, and if they trusted me, they should wait a few days before making any major choices. Nobody asked questions or hesitated. That was all I needed to know about their loyalty. Next, I focused on the infrastructure. The advantage of rebuilding a company from the ground up is that you know where every piece fits. Over time, I surreptitiously established a separate business to manage our most precious assets, including intellectual property, customer contracts, and proprietary software. On paper, it was simply a support firm designed to streamline operations. In truth, it was the center of the business, and I owned it entirely. Why hadn't I informed anyone about it? Because I knew something like this was going to happen eventually. Maybe not exactly this, but I had a feeling Adam would try to play some form of power play. What about Dad? Let's just say I gave up expecting him to have my back a long time ago. With everything in place, I spent the remainder of the weekend getting receipts, metaphorically speaking. I sifted through years of documents, emails, contracts, and bank records, gathering evidence of Adam's neglect, mismanagement, and blatant dodgy activity. Some of it was minor issues, such as excessive expenditure and missed deadlines. Other issues were more serious. Side dealings with competitors, questionable transactions, and moves that jeopardized the company's future. By Sunday night, I had a folder thick enough to stop a bullet. But that wasn't the endgame. My intention was not to completely ruin Adam. That would have been too simple, and it would have accomplished nothing. My goal was to remind everyone, Adam, Dad, and the board, why I was the one who had originally turned the firm around. On Monday morning, I awoke earlier than usual. Not because I had anywhere to go, but because I wanted to witness the aftermath in real time. I brewed coffee, put up my laptop in my home office, and connected to the company's internal network. Yes, I still had access. You'd think a guy like Adam, with all his leadership abilities, would have thought to withdraw my credentials right away. But no. The first thing I did was activate the failsafe I had programmed into the system years ago. There were no viruses or other dangerous software involved. It was merely a small script that transferred all internal communications to a secure server under my control. Emails, memos, meeting invitations, it all went through me. Then I focused my attention on Adam's PC. Again, no hacking was necessary. He hadn't even changed his password. It was the same one he'd used since college. I uploaded a video file to his desktop and set it to play automatically when he checked in. What about the video? A highlight reel of his worst decisions, replete with timestamps and accompanying documentation. It wasn't spectacular or too dramatic, it was simply a cold, stark reminder of his inadequacy. By 8:15 a.m., the commotion had started. Adam walked into the office, looking smug as ever, and I observed him through the security feed. He sat down at the CEO's desk, turned on his computer, and leaned back in his chair, as if he owned the place. A second later, the video began playing. At first, he appeared bewildered. Then his face flushed red. He banged the keyboard a few times in an attempt to close the file, but it remained open. Every screen in his office showed the same film in repeat. Meanwhile, the notifications began. Board members, department heads, and major investors' inboxes began to fill up one by one with emails. Each email comprised a piece of evidence I had gathered, along with a brief description of how Adam's actions had harmed the organization. I kept the tone professional, no accusations, just facts. Down in the lobby, federal agents entered. I had informed the authorities about some of Adam's more questionable financial practices, and they were ready to speak with him. What about the cherry on top? An email from the IT department notifying the resignation. They had all signed contracts with my subsidiary and were no longer employed by the corporation. The email concluded with a simple statement. We stand with the person who built this company. I saw Adam try to hold it together. He phoned IT support, but no one answered. He called Dad, but his phone went directly to voicemail. He even tried calling me at one point, but I didn't answer. By mid-morning, the board had called an emergency meeting. Adam was summoned, and from what I saw on the security stream, it was not a friendly conversation. I didn't need to hear what was said in that room to know how things ended. By noon, Adam had been let out of the building. I didn't feel smug or vindicated as I watched the events unfold. If anything, I felt relaxed. This was not about vengeance, it was about balance. Adam had spent years relying on charm and manipulation, but when it came down to it, he couldn't keep it up. What about Dad? Well, he had made his decision? I wasn't sure what would happen next, but one thing was certain, the game had changed. And for the first time in a long time, I had complete control of the situation. The news quickly spread. Employees were muttering by the afternoon about federal authorities arriving, Adam leaving, and the CEO being hauled out of the premises. In the age of immediate communication, this type of turmoil cannot be restrained. By the next morning, Rumors had turned into headlines. Company scandal rocks leadership team. There were no names yet, but everyone understood who they were talking about. The stock price plummeted. It wasn't a steady drop, it was a free fall. Investors began withdrawing as soon as they discovered the company's fundamental assets were no longer in its hands. That was intentional, of course. The subsidiary I'd established to house it all had been legally autonomous for years, and it was now the foundation of my new business. Adam inherited a bright, empty shell. Meanwhile, I kept my head down. I wasn't about to show up in the middle of this and look like the man who rubbed salt in the wound. I'd already done enough to disrupt Adam's alleged authority. The following step was not about myself, but about the individuals who truly made the company operate. That morning, I wrote an email to every employee. It was short and to the point. Subject: a new opportunity to the present staff. You have witnessed the happenings of the previous day. Many of you are probably concerned about your future. I want you to know that your efforts and dedication have not gone unappreciated. I'm inviting you to join a new organization where your contributions will be respected, your jobs will be secure, and you'll be working with leaders that value innovation and honesty. Your jobs and benefits will remain unchanged, with more support and possibilities for advancement. If you're interested, you may learn more here. Link. There is no pressure. This is totally your decision. Thank you for what you have done. You deserve better, and I hope I can deliver it. Marcus. By the end of the day, my inbox was swamped with responses. People weren't simply signing on. They were thanking me for giving them an out. It was surreal to hear notes from people who had persevered with the company through its worst days, telling me they believed in me, not the organization that had just collapsed. Over 93% of the employees accepted the offer within hours. Adam, on the other hand, was not doing so well. By midweek, the probe into his financial actions had become public. That's when the true dirt came out. It was discovered that he had been siphoning money via forged vendor contracts. He'd also been collaborating with competitors, selling client information in exchange for under-the-table money. I was aware of some of it, but seeing it all laid out in black and white was overwhelming. The officials acted promptly. Adam was legally charged with fraud, embezzlement, and a variety of other charges. He was released on bail, but his reputation was ruined. The media had a field day, portraying him as the poster child for nepotism gone bad. Every element of his antics, the parties, the reckless spending, and the backroom deals, was brought to light. And then there was Dad. He went radio silent for the first few days, most likely trying to digest what had just transpired. I can only imagine how he felt when he realized that the son he had trusted and favored for decades had turned out to be a massive liability. The board was not spared either. The investors who remained sought answers, and the remaining members scrambled to minimize the damage. But, what could they say? The company's basis has been pulled out from underneath them. Everything that made the business valuable was now integrated into my new operation. That week, I met with the leadership team of my new employer. These were the individuals who had followed me out of the chaos. The IT director, the head of operations, a few important managers, and the core development team. We sat around a conference table in the new office space I had secretly reserved months before. It wasn't spectacular, just an efficient modern setup with plenty of room to expand. The first order of business, I continued, is to ensure that everyone feels stable here. No shocks or gimmicks, we've all gone through enough of that. Everyone nodded around the table. I could see relief on their expressions. For years, they had been caught in the crossfire of poor judgment and partiality. They could now focus on their task without worrying about what Adam would do next. The change was not without its challenges. As expected, there were legal challenges, and a few clients required additional reassurance that this was the appropriate decision. But, altogether, things went more smoothly than I had expected. By the end of the month, we were completely operational, and I could finally breathe a bit easier. Meanwhile, the original corporation continued its decline. With no assets, no leadership, and no clear path forward, it became a cautionary tale in the corporate world. The stock price had been artificially inflated by years of hype and was now worth pennies. Investors left, litigation piled up, and the remaining staff struggled to find new positions. Adam, obviously, attempted to spin the story in his favor. He spoke to a local newspaper, stating he had been set up and that the probe was politically motivated. It did not land. By that point, the evidence against him was overwhelming, and even his father refused to defend him publicly. In this scenario, justice was not about destroying Adam, but about holding him accountable. For far too long, he had left it to others to clean up his messes. This time, there was no one left to save him. When the dust settled, The message was clear. Leadership isn't about titles or favoritism. It's about doing the work, winning trust, and accepting responsibility. Adam had failed at all three, and he was now reaping the consequences. I wasn't out for retribution or gloating. I was determined to create something new, free of the faults of the past. The aftermath had been chaotic, but it was also vital. Sometimes the only way to mend something damaged is to dismantle it and start afresh. A week after Adam's public humiliation, I received the call I was expecting. It wasn't from Adam, but from Dad. He'd been keeping his distance ever since things went wrong, but I knew it was only a matter of time before he reached out. He left a short and direct message on my phone. "We need to talk. Your mother and I are going to see you tomorrow." I did not respond. What was there to say? I understood exactly why he was calling. It wasn't an apology, and it certainly wasn't an admission that he had made a mistake. No, this was about the fallout. The tanking stock price, the litigation, the investors bailing out, and the fact that his entire retirement fund was now invested in a company that was on the verge of failure. The next morning, Dad and Mom arrived at my new company's office on time. I had purposefully kept the place low-key, but I was not trying to hide. They discovered me easy enough. When they walked in, I realized how much they had aged in such a short period of time. Dad looked like he hadn't slept in days, and Mom appeared to have been sobbing a lot. They both sat across from me in the small conference room, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. Dad was the first to speak. "Marcus," he said, his voice straining, "you've made your point, but we need to figure out how to fix this." I sat back in my chair and crossed my arms. "What exactly do you want fixed?" I asked. "What a mess Adam made? The company you allowed him to destroy? Or the reality that your retirement savings are worthless?" Mom flinched, and Dad's expression stiffened. "This isn't the time for blame," he added, trying to remain calm. "We are family. We need to get together and figure this out." I nearly laughed. Now he wants to discuss family? After years of allowing Adam to walk all over me? After firing me in the most humiliating manner possible? Now he was interested in unity? "You don't get to play the family card now, Dad," I responded calmly. "You made it pretty clear where your loyalty lies." He sighed deeply and ran a palm over his face. "I didn't know what Adam was doing," he told me. "Didn't you?" I shot back. "You may not have known the specifics, but you knew he was unqualified. You knew he was overspending. You knew he didn't show up half the time. And you let him take control anyhow." Mom began to speak, but I held up a hand to silence her. "Don't," I replied, shaking my head. "You're not allowed to defend him either. You both made the bed. Now you want me to clean up?" There was a prolonged hush. Finally, Dad stated, "Your mother and I are in a difficult situation. Everything we have saved is related to their firm. If we don't work something out, we may lose the house." And there it was. The real reason for their visit. It was not about Adam or the company. It was about money. I took a deep breath and leaned forward on the table. "I'm going to help you," I said. Relief flooded across their cheeks, but I wasn't finished. "This is how it's going to work," I explained. "I will acquire your company shares at their original value. That will allow you to keep your home and retire comfortably. However, there are some conditions." Dad frowned. "What type of conditions?" "First," I said, "you both sign a non-disclosure agreement. That means no telling anyone, friends, relatives, or reporters, what happened to Adam or the company. Second, you retire peacefully. No more tinkering or attempting to mend things. Third, the money is not free of conditions. You will receive a monthly allowance, and any big expenses must be approved by a trustee." Mom seemed to want to object, but Dad grabbed her arm. "That seems extreme," he responded cautiously. "Extreme?" I repeated, reclining back in my seat. "Dad, I'm being generous. I do not owe you anything. After everything that had happened, I could have gone away and left you to deal with the mess you created. But I am not doing this for you. I'm doing it because deep down, I still care about this family, even though you don't deserve it." That final line impacted more than I expected. I thought Dad was going to protest, but he just nodded slowly. "Fine," he said. "We'll sign whatever you need us to sign." Mom glanced at him with wide eyes. "Leonard?" "It's the best we're going to get," he interrupted her. I stood up, signaling that the meeting had ended. "I'll have the paperwork ready before tomorrow. Once you sign, the cash will be transferred within 48 hours. They also stood, and for a moment, we just stared at each other. This was the man who had always urged me to accept responsibility, admit my faults, and strive for improvement. And here he was, crushed and defeated, pleading for a bailout from the son he'd neglected for years. As they went, Dad looked back and said, "You're a better man than I gave you credit for." I did not respond. Words no longer meant much to me, especially when they came from him. When the door closed behind them, I sat back down and stared at the table for quite some time. This was hardly the victory I had expected. It did not feel like a victory at all. But it was required. Sometimes doing the right thing does not feel pleasant. It simply feels like a satisfactory conclusion. I didn't feel relieved or satisfied the day my parents signed the papers. Instead, I felt a peculiar sense of emptiness. It was finished. They had accepted the terms, and the money was on its way to them. I knew that was the correct thing to do, but it didn't seem like a victory. If anything, it seemed like I was finally bringing an end to something that had been broken for years. But life does not allow for introspection. While my parents adjusted to their new financial reality, I had affirmed a run, one that for the first time, was fully mine. The transfer from the old company to my new venture went more smoothly than I had anticipated. Most of the personnel came over willingly, and the important clients stayed with us. It wasn't only about loyalty. They recognized the value of the relationships and mechanisms we'd established. If anything, the tumult surrounding Adam's demise had strengthened their faith in me. They realized who the true driving force behind the organization had been all along. One of the most significant adjustments I implemented was how we worked as a corporation. I had learned a lot from my blunders in the past, particularly regarding honesty and communication. Under the previous regime, decisions were frequently taken behind closed doors, leaving people rushing to adjust without a clear explanation. I wanted to do things differently. We began holding weekly all-hands meetings where I lay out everything: progress, challenges, and impending goals. No fluff, no business jargon, just plain talk about where we were and where we were going. The first few meetings were slightly awkward. People were unaccustomed to that kind of candor, and I could see some of them were waiting for the other shoe to drop. But, over time, they began to relax. They began to trust me when I claimed we were in this together. One of the most pleasant moments occurred around a month in, when one of the senior devs approached me after a meeting. He'd been with the company for years, one of the silent workhorses who got the job done without making a fuss. "Marcus," he began. "I just wanted to thank you. I've been here a long time, and this is the first time I've felt that someone is truly concerned about what we're doing." It took me off guard. I didn't know what to say, so I simply nodded and said, "That means a lot. Thank you for staying with us." Those brief moments reminded me why I was doing this. It was not about proving something to Adam, Dad, or anyone else. It was about creating something meaningful, something people would be happy to be a part of. By the conclusion of the first quarter, we had achieved not just stability but also growth. Revenue was increasing, client retention was at an all-time high, and we had even begun bringing in new business. The team was electrified, and the workplace was alive with a level of excitement I hadn't seen in years. One day, as I walked through the workplace, I overheard two employees conversing by the coffee machine. They didn't notice me, so I didn't interrupt. Honestly, one of them admitted, "This is the finest thing that could have occurred. The previous company was a complete mess. I feel like we have a future here." The other person nodded. "Yes, Marcus gets it. He is not just sitting in his office barking instructions, he is genuinely developing something with us." Hearing that was more satisfying than receiving any award or accolade. It wasn't simply the numbers or the growth that mattered, it was the fact that people believed in our mission. Meanwhile, the old corporation was just scraping by. The lawsuits were stacking up, the stock was basically worthless, and the remaining employees were leaving as quickly as they could. Adam, from what I heard, was attempting to avoid the spotlight, but the harm to his reputation had already been done. He was no longer a name people wanted to associate with. By 6 months, the new company had established itself as the industry leader. We were not only surviving, we were innovating. We developed a new product line that improved logistics for small firms, and it grew faster than we expected. It felt like everything I'd been working on for the previous 10 years was finally coming together. For years, I'd fought to prove myself, to Dad, Adam, and everybody else who had ever doubted me. But in that moment I knew I didn't have to prove anything anymore. I had created something real, something that would last. And for the first time in a long time, I felt calm. It's been 3 years since everything went down. If I'm being honest, I still think about it now and then, not in a bad way, but in a way that makes me wonder how I survived it all. Despite the fact that it drastically altered my life, the entire incident feels like a distant memory. My new company, ours, is booming. When I say thriving, I mean we've achieved every goal I ever imagined imaginable. The team we formed after leaving the previous organization has evolved into something I am very proud of. We are not only lucrative, but also respected. People in the industry regard us as the gold standard, the type of organization that others strive to replicate. That feels good, not because of the recognition, but because it confirms that we are doing things correctly. But let us be honest, prosperity does not erase the past. Every now and then, I find myself going through old emails or looking at news headlines about the consequences. Adam's name crops up on occasion, usually as part of a cautionary story about leadership or nepotism. Last I heard, he was working at a low-level job to avoid detection. I don't maintain tabs on him, but it's difficult not to hear things when your name and his are still vaguely related in some circles. My folks have settled into a tranquil retirement. Mom occasionally sends me emails with updates on their new activities or the neighborhood potlucks they have started hosting. Dad, however, has been mute. I haven't communicated with him since the day he signed the papers in my office. I don't think he's bitter, but I also don't think he understands how to rebuild the bridge he burnt. And frankly, I'm not sure I'd let him try. It's funny how much perspective time provides you. When everything first started, I was so intent on proving myself, showing everyone that I was the one who deserved to lead. But 3 years later, I realize I don't care about it anymore. People who know and work with me already understand the type of person I am. I don't need to shout my triumphs from the rooftops, and I certainly don't need confirmation from those who question me. For those who are wondering how the quiet one came out on top, let me explain. While others were busy posturing and playing politics, I was doing the work. While they were making noise, I was planning. Because, at the end of the day, being the loudest or flashiest is not what defines success. It's about strategy, resilience, and recognizing what you're capable of, even when no one else does. The peacocks may attract attention, but what about the eagles? We are the ones who observe things from above. And that's the end of the story, or the beginning, depending on your perspective. Thank you for sticking around. Please let me know if you have any questions, thoughts, or tales to offer. I was a shadow to my sister's piano career, exploited as my family's ATM. They even used my money for her secret engagement party. I, 35F, am a senior investment analyst for a major Manhattan firm, yet to my family, I am nothing more than a personal ATM. I've been hesitant to tell this tale, but recent developments have compelled me to seek outside viewpoints on a subject that has dominated my life for years. Growing up, our entire family revolved on my younger sister, 31F. She was a piano prodigy who began performing at the age of 4. My earliest memories are of helping Mom, 62 degrees Fahrenheit, and Dad, 65 degrees Fahrenheit, prepare for her recitals, ensuring that everything was just right for their little star. While other kids were learning to ride bikes or going on playdates, I was learning how to iron performance costumes and organize sheet music. Make sure your sister has everything she needs for practice, Mom would say, barely looking up from her phone as she recorded another video of my sister's performance. Don't forget to cook dinner. We'll be late tonight due to her master's class. By the age of 11, I was effectively controlling the home. Laundry, cooking, cleaning, it all fell on me. Because your sister needs to focus on her music, was the incessant refrain. I recall the day I won the state mathematics competition in 8th grade. I went home, clutching my award, only to find Mom furiously preparing for my sister's performance. "That's nice, honey," she commented distractedly. "But could you please assist your sister practice? She needs to perfect this piece for the Carnegie Hall Youth Showcase next month." The trophy wound up in a box in my closet, alongside other forgotten accomplishments. The tendency persisted throughout high school. While my sister traveled for competitions and master lessons, I stayed at home and maintained flawless marks. My parents paid thousands of dollars for my sister's private lessons, special music camps, and custom-made performance apparel. Meanwhile, I had to fight for essential school materials. "We need to be practical," Dad would say. "Your sister's career development requires all of our resources." I was not permitted to participate in any after-school events since someone needed to be present at home to prepare for my sister's nighttime practice sessions. When I indicated an interest in joining the debate team, Mom looked at me as if I had suggested we burn down the home. "How could you be so selfish?" she asked. "Your sister needs a peaceful, encouraging atmosphere to practice. You understand how crucial this is to her future." Every family gathering became a recital. Relatives would gather around the piano, gushing about my sister's skill as I served refreshments and cleaned up afterwards. "Such a helpful girl," they'd say patronizingly before turning back to compliment my sister. I learned to be invisible, moving softly through our house like a ghost, ensuring that everything ran properly while drawing no notice to myself. My parents only truly noticed me when anything went wrong with my sister's routine. Then I became visible, but just as a target for blame. If she had a poor performance, it was because I had not provided a calm setting for her practicing. If she felt fatigued during a competition, it was because I hadn't properly prepared her meals. During my senior year of high school, I was admitted into several top universities on partial scholarships. When I showed my parents the acceptance letters, their reaction was lukewarm, at best. "We can't help with any expenses," Dad stated firmly during supper. "Your sister's career development needs all our resources. Besides, you're good with household management, maybe you should look into becoming a housekeeper." That's when our neighbors, the Wilsons, intervened. They had seen me grow up and how I helped at their little accounting office after school while waiting for my sister's practices to finish. Mrs. Wilson, 55 degrees Fahrenheit at the time, had always regarded me as a second daughter, taking an interest in my accomplishments and promoting my academic endeavors. They promised to help with my education fees by establishing up a work-study program at their company. My parents didn't complain, they appeared happy to have me taken care of, so they could concentrate only on my sister. When I attempted to talk about my college plans, Mom cut me off. "We trust the Wilsons to handle it," she added, immediately returning to her phone and organizing my sister's next appearances. "Just make sure this doesn't interfere with your responsibilities at home." The Wilsons became my lifeline. Their encouragement extended beyond financial aid. They demonstrated what it meant to be respected for my own qualities and accomplishments. Mrs. Wilson attended my college orientation when my parents were unable to come due to my sister's summer music festival. Mr. Wilson, 57 million at the time, educated me on financial management and sparked my interest in investment research. Looking back, I understand the Wilsons saw something my parents didn't. A young woman with promise beyond being someone's support network. They supported my education not because they had to, but because they believed in me. Their advice helped me get internships, which led to my current career as a senior investment analyst. Throughout college, I had little touch with my family, only traveling home for important holidays. Each visit followed the same pattern. My sister conducting court in the living room while I assisted in the kitchen, listening to relatives praise her most recent accomplishments. My own accomplishments, Dean's List accolades, internships at famous firms, job offers, were largely overlooked. Everything changed 10 years ago, at what was supposed to be my sister's breakthrough moment. She was preparing for the prestigious Chicago International Piano Competition, which my parents were confident would propel her career to new heights. They'd spent months working out every element, from her performance pieces to her stage demeanor. Even her food was methodically planned to keep her in top-performing condition. The injury occurred during an especially intensive practice session. She was working on Rachmaninoff's Piano Concerto No. 3, a notoriously difficult piece that she persisted on performing despite her teacher's objections. I was at work when Mom called me, her voice quivering with hysteria. "Get to Northwestern Memorial ASAP. Your sister, her wrist, you must come right soon." I discovered them in the ER. Mom screaming violently, Dad pacing like a caged animal, and my sister pale and mute, cradling her right wrist. The diagnosis was devastating. Significant tendon injury with potential nerve involvement. The doctor's words sounded like hammers in the sterile hospital room. Significant rehabilitation is required. Prognosis is unknown. Professional performance might no longer be possible. The next few months were a blur of specialists, second opinions, and increasingly frantic attempts at treatment. My parents liquidated everything they could, including Dad's prized vintage Mustang collection, Mom's family antiques, and even their retirement savings. They flew in European specialists, attempted experimental treatments, and sought advice from alternative medicine practitioners, anything that gave them hope. I watched their finances vanish as they sought miraculous treatments. When their financial advisor suggested bankruptcy protection, they looked at him as if he had suggested abandoning their child. "Money is just money," Dad said. "Our daughter's talent is priceless." I saw he said daughter, as he normally does. Reality set in gradually, like a slow-moving storm. Despite multiple treatments, my sister's wrist never recovered the strength and flexibility required for professional performance. The physicians eventually verified our fears. Her career as a concert pianist was ended. It was more than simply the loss of a profession. It was the dissolution of our entire family mythos. My parents became older in just a few months. Mom stopped fixing her hair and cosmetics, and spent days in her bathrobe viewing footage of my sister's previous performances. Dad, who had always been the family's rock, began missing appointments, bills, and even food. Sometimes they appeared lost, as if their identities were inextricably linked to my sister's musical career. That's when their focus moved to me. But not in the way I had secretly wanted for all those years. They regarded me not as their daughter who could help them recover, but as a financial answer to their escalating issues. I had recently gotten a huge promotion at my firm, becoming a senior analyst before the age of 30, an accomplishment that would have gone unnoticed if it hadn't come with a substantial income rise. "You're doing so well," Mom said on one of her first calls to me in months. Her prideful tone was swiftly followed by, "Your sister needs help with her medical bills. Since you're in such a good position now?" The request was wrapped in layers of remorse and obligation, given with the skillful manipulation that only a mother can perform. At first, I agreed to make a modest monthly donation of $1,000 to help with my sister's therapy and living expenses. It appeared sensible, even necessary. They were family, after all, and I was finally able to give back. The thankfulness looked sincere at first. Mom phoned me on a regular basis to check on my sister's progress, while Dad wrote awkward but emotional thank you emails. But the requests kept coming, each one bigger than the last, with increasingly convoluted excuses. My sister wanted a new automobile because public transportation made her anxious following the incident. My sister's recuperation was hampered by negative energy in the house, which required repair. They required a family vacation because emotional healing is just as important as physical therapy. Then came the credit cards. Just for emergencies, they said, and I was added as an authorized user to their accounts. Their concept of an emergency was surprisingly fluid. Shopping became retail therapy, costly restaurants were necessary for maintaining family bonds during a crisis, and luxury spa retreats were considered essential for recovery. Monthly expenses rose like ivy on a wall, gradually at first, then abruptly overpowering. $1,000 became $2,000, and finally $3,000. Each increment was followed by detailed explanations and emotional manipulation. "After everything we've done for you," became their regular refrain, though I couldn't recall exactly what they'd done. When I hesitated over a particularly substantial request, Mom reminded me of all the sacrifices they'd made, conveniently forgetting that those sacrifices were solely for my sister. My buddy Rachel, 35F, whom I've known since college, was watching the situation with growing concern. "They're not treating you like family," she explained during our weekly dinner at her parents' restaurant. "They're treating you like an ATM with legs." I dismissed her concerns at first, making excuses about family commitments and filial duty. But her comments stayed with me like burrs. The Wilsons, my long-standing mentors, were also concerned. Mrs. Wilson took me aside after our monthly lunch meeting. "Honey," she began, her face wrinkled with concern. "This is not support, it is exploitation. We didn't help you advance your job so you could become your family's personal banker." The breaking point came last week, when I realized they had spent more than $122,000 on my sister's therapeutic shopping spree, without telling me. The expenses included designer clothes, spa treatments, and a weekend at a luxury resort, all explained as necessary for her emotional recovery. When I tried to talk about setting boundaries, Mom fell into tears and gave an Oscar-worthy act about how I was abandoning the family in our time of need. Later that night, Dad called. His voice was gruff and disapproving, using the same authoritarian tone that had kept me in line throughout my youth. "Your sister requires our assistance more than ever," he admonished. "How can you be so selfish when she's still trying to find her way? We've raised you better than this." The irony of his words, "we raised you," hit me like a physical blow. Did they raise me, or did I raise myself under the influence of their obsession with my sister? Yesterday, I received another credit card statement for $115,000 for a health retreat that I never approved. When I called to inquire, my sister answered the phone. "You make so much money," she added dismissively, with the same arrogant tone I remembered from childhood. "Stop being stingy. You know Mom and Dad need this to deal with everything they've been through because of me." I'm writing from my office on the 47th level of our Manhattan building, surrounded by the trappings of my success, despite, rather than because of, my family's support. The chart on my second monitor depicts my family's financial abuse in cold, hard statistics. Over the last year, they've spent more than $150,000 of my money, which is more than most families' annual income. My financial consultant is concerned about the implications for my long-term financial security. My therapist gently indicates that it is important to set hard boundaries. Rachel alternates between providing her guest room and volunteering to tell my family where they can go, in many languages, thanks to her worldwide business experience. But every time I consider cutting them off, I remember the little girl who simply wanted her parents to appreciate her accomplishments. The adolescent who believed that if she worked hard enough, someone would eventually recognize her as more than a support system. The young woman who still hopes that her family would see her as more than a resource. I'm currently at a crossroads, confronting decisions I never intended to make. The Wilsons, who have been more like parents to me than my own, advise I should protect myself. Rachel provides practical assistance and a secure place to ponder. My therapist discusses boundaries and self-respect, words that appear easy but bear the weight of decades of familial relationships. I'm having trouble with questions that don't seem to have any correct answers. Am I being ruthless by considering financial constraints? Is it immoral to want appreciation for my own achievements? Should I simply accept that this is my job in the family, the dependable one, the responsible one, the human ATM? I really don't know anymore. Update 1. My world imploded yesterday when I found on Instagram that my parents are presently in Hawaii, not for a vacation, but for my sister's secret engagement party, which they paid for with my credit card. During lunch, I was aimlessly scrolling through my feed when I came across a post from a mutual acquaintance that stopped me cold. Paradise with the future wife, what's Josh, engagement bliss to Hawaii. There she was, beaming on a beautiful beach, standing next to her boyfriend, now fiancé, with our parents and his family in the background. They had been there for 3 days. I went 3 days without hearing a word from you. Confused and hurt, I opened my banking app. The charges struck me like fists. First-class flights to Honolulu cost $24,800. Grand WEA Resort, 3 ocean view suites for $21,600. Additional expenses include a welcome meal, spa treatments, a sailing excursion, and a private beachside dinner for $12,000. My hands shook as I dialed Mom's number. When she responded, I could hear Hawaiian music and laughter in the background. "Oh honey," she explained casually, "your father and I just decided to take a short break. You're aware of how tough things have been lately? A short break at the Grand WEA with my sister's fiancé's complete family. That kind of break cost more than $58,000, on my credit card." Silence. Muffled voices. Then my sister got on the phone, her remarks oozing with entitlement. "Listen, Miss Executive," she snarled. "You are not required here. You are no longer family, but rather a walking ATM. Nobody wants to hear about your valuable career as we celebrate my engagement." I urged myself to be calm. "That ATM just paid nearly $60,000 for your little party." She laughed coldly. "That's what you're good at, isn't it? Keep doing your fancy job, and we'll enjoy spending your money. It's the only thing you're helpful for. Always was." The call went dead. Within minutes, they had blocked me on all platforms. Mom sent a final message that read, "We're all tired of your negative attitude and jealousy. Please leave us alone. You've spoiled enough precious moments for your sister." Something cold and hard solidified in my chest. My hands remained steady when I accessed my banking app. Each click felt like it broke another link in the chain that had connected me to their torture. Click. Hotel reservations are canceled. Click. Spa packages and excursions are canceled. Click. Return flight tickets have been canceled. Click. Mom's card is permanently deactivated. The aftermath was immediate. My phone burst with calls and messages. "Mom. It's an emergency. Call immediately. Dad says. Fix this quickly. You are embarrassing the family. Sister. You better get this right. Number. Hawaii. The future in-laws, without a doubt." As the hours passed, their tone changed. Mom said, "Sweetie, please, we can talk." Father. "We'll pay you back." Sister. "Stop being so petty, it is my engagement." Then my sister sent out a social media blast. "I can't believe my own sister would spoil the best time of my life. She has always been envious, but this is a new low." Toxic family. Heartbroken. I'd been quiet long enough. I shared everything, screenshots, credit card statements, and messages. The truth about their hidden celebration, unapproved charges, and nasty statements. The tide shifted immediately. People rallied in support as they realized the truth behind their carefully prepared narrative. Mutual friends informed me of the consequences of my acts. My parents needed to borrow money merely to purchase economy flights home. They had to check out of the Grand WEA in front of other visitors. My sister had a temper tantrum in the lobby, which ended up on TikTok. The actual explosion occurred when the fiancé's family discovered they had been caught up in my family's web of deception. They'd been promised a fully compensated luxury holiday, only to find out they were part of a plot to exploit the rich sister. The engagement itself is being called into question, with the fiancé's family questioning the entire arrangement. I am writing this update from my friend Rachel's guest room. The Wilsons have shown their support, reminding me that true family does not treat you like an ATM. I have locked all of my accounts, and my lawyer is drafting cease and desist letters. What is the most difficult part? I don't feel anything. There is no guilt. There's no sadness. Just relief. It's as if I've finally laid down a burden I've been carrying my entire life. Perhaps that is what freedom feels like. Update 2. My Hawaii post has had an illuminating impact. What began as a family quarrel has revealed years of deception to a much larger audience than planned. 3 days after my previous post, I received an email from my sister's fiance's mother. We met in a quiet cafe in Manhattan. We had no idea, she said, wrapping her hands around her coffee cup. Your parents informed us that they were wealthy financial managers, and that your sister was taking a sabbatical from her concert piano career. They stated that this luxury vacation was a gift to both families. She revealed specifics concerning my family's dishonesty. They portrayed themselves as wealthy sophisticates, telling anecdotes about their great occupations and my sister's temporary hiatus from performing. The realization struck their family hard. James is devastated, she continued. Not for the money, but for the lies. He confronted my sister about using my credit cards without authorization. She chuckled and stated, "She's my sister, her money is family money." That evening, James ended their engagement. I can't build a life with someone who thinks it's okay to steal from and exclude their own sister, he told her. He returned the ring and walked away, his family fully supporting his decision. My sister's reaction was explosive. She recorded a lengthy Instagram live tirade blaming me for losing her chance at happiness, and when that failed to get traction, she began contacting my colleagues, spreading stories about how I abandoned my family during their time of need. However, her efforts backfired. My documented post had already made the rounds. People had seen the credit card statements, read the texts, and recognized the pattern of exploitation. Each fresh attack from her simply strengthened my narrative. My parents' professional consequences has been devastating. Dad's consulting customers began to distance themselves, Mom's social position in her charity circles plummeted, and their carefully cultivated image was broken. They've been trying to reach me via every imaginable method, and the tone of their messages alternates between appealing and demanding. We are still your parents. You can't just cut us off after all we've done for you. Your sister is devastated. How can you be so cruel? We'll pay you back, just give us time. They showed up at my workplace yesterday. Security turned them away, but not before Mom made a fuss in the lobby, wailing about her ungrateful daughter. My colleagues have been quite sympathetic, with several sharing their own experiences with family financial abuse. The Wilsons have been my rock throughout this. Mrs. Wilson helped me update all of my banking information and set up additional security measures, and Mr. Wilson is aiding me in documenting every unlawful transaction for possible legal action. Rachel's parents offered me their guest house for as long as I needed it. Family doesn't steal from family, Rachel's mom told me. And they certainly don't exclude their own daughter from family celebrations while spending her money. My sister's ex-fiancé's family has been surprisingly supportive, openly defending my actions and sharing their own experiences with my family's dishonesty. Their narrative has helped others understand the full extent of the manipulation. My parents sent me a big envelope today containing a promissory note for the Hawaii expenses, as well as a letter about healing our family bonds and moving forward together. They advised family therapy and regular meals to help re-establish trust. However, there was no acknowledgement of their decades of emotional abuse, or of how they'd methodically abused me while removing me from the family. The letter spoke of misunderstandings, as if $58,000 in illegal charges and a secret family celebration were simple mistakes. I returned the letter unopened, accompanied with a formal cease and desist notification from my lawyer. Some extended family members have attempted to mediate. They're still your parents, they explain. Family is family. But here's the thing, they've never treated me like family. I was their housekeeper, their ATM, their backup plan, never their daughter, sister, or true part of the family. I'm tired of being the family bank, the unseen support system, and sacrificing my financial and emotional security for people who see me as nothing more than a resource to be used. For the first time in my life, I am putting myself first. My money is my time is my time, and my life is my life, which is extremely freeing. Update 3. It's been a month since my previous update, and I finally accomplished something I never imagined possible. Full tranquility. 2 weeks ago, my family made their final attempt at reconciliation, arriving to my apartment with photo albums and recital programs. The doorman refused to let them in, but they waited in the lobby for hours. We just want to remind her of the good times, Mom told the doorman, flipping through images of my sister's performances and pointing out shots where I might be seen in the background, usually hauling equipment or adjusting costumes. Dad attempted to contact my colleagues via LinkedIn. "We're worried about our daughter's mental health," he wrote. "She's cutting off her loving family over a simple misunderstanding about shared finances." My co-workers shared his mails to me, along with comments justifying my behavior. My sister's current social media technique has been to play the victim, creating videos about toxic individualism and how money destroys families, while carefully editing out the unauthorized charges and the secret engagement party. However, the comment sections are brimming with folks who have shared the entire narrative. The final straw came when they contacted the Wilsons to make me see reason. Mr. Wilson responded quickly and emphatically. "You've exploited her for years. Leave her alone. I've changed my phone number, shut down my accounts, and even pondered moving to another city. My therapist thinks I'm finally recovering my life, and for the first time in years, I feel liberated." They phoned the Wilsons to help me see reason. Mr. Wilson's response was perfect. "For 30 years, I've seen you treat her as nothing more than a convenience. She is finally appreciating herself as she should have been regarded all along. My lawyer has written formal letters requesting payback of all improper transactions, which totaled over $287,000 over 3 years. They claim everything was agreed upon and that I'm rewriting history. The bank's fraud department disagrees, and investigations are still ongoing. I've moved to a new apartment in a secure building, my mail has been routed through a screening agency, my phone number has changed, my email has rigorous filters, and my social media profiles have been canceled or made private. Last week, I was offered a partnership track position, and the managing partner commented that my management of the family problem demonstrated the kind of backbone they look for in a leader. Without the continual drain of family expectations, I've been able to focus on my profession. Rachel's parents have informally adopted me. I have standing Sunday dinner invitations, and her mother keeps accidentally cooking too much food. They urge that I attend their annual Cape Cod vacation. "Real family vacations don't involve stealing," Rachel's father quipped as we organized the trip. Mrs. Wilson has been helping me rediscover abandoned interests, and I've started taking photography classes, which I couldn't do in high school because it would have clashed with my sister's practice schedule. The Wilsons are still my steady mentors. The extended family is still pushing for reconciliation. But what about the holidays? What happens when your parents are older? These queries used to make me feel guilty. Now they just remind me of how one-sided our relationship was. My therapist pointed out that my family's behavior follows a common pattern of financial abuse, which is veiled by cultural expectations of familial obligation. "You're not breaking family bonds," I was told. "You're breaking free from exploitation." The most significant shift has occurred internally. The worry that used to follow every phone contact, email, and bank alert has vanished. I no longer flinch when my phone calls or feel terrible about spending my own money on myself. Last weekend, I bought an abstract painting that spoke to me, and as I hung it, I realized it was the first time I had bought something solely for myself, rather than for someone else. My sister's most recent post accuses me of being callous for abandoning family. Nevertheless, I have not abandoned family. Rather, I have discovered my true family. It's Rachel's parents asking about my day, and they mean it. It's the Wilsons honoring my accomplishments without expecting anything in return. My coworkers are the ones who never hesitate to defend me. Sometimes I think of that little girl who ironed concert dresses and made dinners to get attention, and I wish I could tell her she deserved more. That being useful is not synonymous with being loved. The real family does not treat you like an ATM. I'm not an ATM. I'm not a support system. I am not a resource to be used. I am free. My sister-in-law's DNA kit to ruin my marriage backfired when her son's test revealed shocking truths about her own family. I met my husband James, in our late 20s, and we soon fell in love. We married after 2 years of dating and have had a lovely and quiet life together ever since. We welcomed our gorgeous kid, Nathan, and felt like the ideal family. I felt nothing could separate us until Sarah, my sister-in-law, decided to poke her nose into our life. Sarah and I have never gotten along. From the minute James introduced me to her, it was evident that we were not going to get along. I'm not saying I didn't try, but Sarah made no effort to care. She accused me of wanting to overshadow her at her wedding because I was dressed in a cream-colored gown. To clarify, Sarah intentionally chose cream-colored outfits for all of her bridesmaids. However, on her special day, it became about me stealing her spotlight. From then on, it was a never-ending game of sarcastic remarks, backhanded compliments, and petty behavior. If I wore a new dress, Sarah would say, "It's cute, but I liked it better when I saw it in the store last year." If Nathan accomplished something, she'd minimize it by comparing him to her own son, Tommy. Despite this, James and I always attempted to ignore Sarah's petty behavior. We wanted Nathan and Tommy to grow up as close as siblings. Things, however, took a nasty turn this past Christmas when Sarah decided to create havoc in an unexpected way. For Christmas, she gave Nathan one of those popular DNA test kits. At first, I didn't think much about it. Nathan has always been interested in science and enjoyed knowing about his family history. Nonetheless, it was not a typical present for a child. That night, James approached me privately. He told me Sarah had made some weird, almost cryptic comments to him, such as, "It's about time you got some answers," and "the truth always comes out." It didn't take long for me to put the pieces together. Nathan has green eyes, whereas James and I have brown ones. Of course, anyone with a basic understanding of genetics is aware that recessive features such as green eyes can pass down through generations. But Sarah had been making subtle, passive-aggressive statements for years, implying that James might not be Nathan's father. I was infuriated. Not only was she awful to us, but she was also involved with my son. We agreed to allow Nathan to take the test if he wanted to, knowing that the findings would confirm what we already knew. Nathan is our son, and the test would reveal nothing more. Nathan was enthusiastic about the science underlying the DNA test. He was excited to learn about his lineage and family roots, so we assisted him with the process, and he completed the test. Meanwhile, Sarah's son, Tommy, had been observing everything with great curiosity. Tommy, a curious 14-year-old, decided he wanted to take a DNA test too. Sarah's husband, Todd, thought it would make a good family activity, so they got a kit for him as well. What began as harmless curiosity quickly escalated into a family nightmare. Nathan received his results a few weeks later. Everything was as expected. James was clearly his father. But then we got the shock of our lives. When Tommy's results arrived, it was discovered that Todd was not his biological father. Sarah had an affair, and Tommy was not Todd's child. Todd was devastated. He had reared Tommy as his own, unaware that Sarah had been unfaithful. To make matters worse, Todd sought a paternity test for their younger daughter, who was just 7. The results confirmed his greatest fears. He wasn't her father either. Sarah's life was collapsing in front of her eyes, and it was not a quiet or private collapse. The entire family found out, and the consequences were harsh. Todd filed for divorce and left the house within a few days. The irony of the situation was hard to ignore. Sarah's attempt to undermine my marriage exposed her own lies. Tommy was the person who suffered the most. Nathan was also infected. He and Tommy had always been close, and seeing his cousin suffer through this upset him terribly. He began asking questions about why Tommy's father was no longer present, and it hurt my heart to hear how concerned he was for his cousin. Sarah's life deteriorated over time. Todd pressed for full custody of the children, seeking to limit Sarah's involvement in their lives. Sarah was a wreck at family gatherings, with a pale face and red eyes from crying. She appeared defeated. Sarah contacted me one day and requested assistance. She wanted me to talk to Todd and persuade him to lighten off on the custody agreement. She was trying to save what was left of her relationship with her children and turned to me for advice. At first, I was stunned. How could she have the arrogance to ask for my help after everything she had done to destroy my marriage and cause havoc at every opportunity? At first, I ignored her calls and refused to aid her. But as the days passed, I found myself wondering about Tommy. He was the real victim in all of this. Despite the fact that none of it was his fault, he bore the brunt of the pain. James, of course, warned me to keep out of it. He was confident Sarah had made her bed and would now have to lie in it. Part of me wondered whether I could help the youngsters involved find some serenity. It was not their fault that their mother made poor decisions. So I'm at a crossroads, confused about what to do. Should I help Sarah or let her suffer the repercussions of her actions? What would you do in my position? Update 1. I wanted to provide an update on what has occurred since my previous post, and I hope it puts some light on the complex situation we are dealing with. Sarah continues phoning me, and it's becoming exhausting. I expected her to cool down or back off soon, but she hasn't. She's relentless. On one especially horrible day, she called me 3 times in a row, leaving lengthy, sobbing voicemails. I could hear the despair in her voice, but I couldn't feel much pity. At one point, my husband James became so frustrated that he couldn't take it anymore. He called her himself. James rarely loses his temper, so when he called, I knew things had gotten out of hand. From across the room, I could hear his voice as he snapped, telling her he was tired of her insulting me and manipulating our family. After that chat, things became worse. Sarah's tone changed again. She began sending me multiple text messages, alternating between pleading for my assistance and accusing me of attempting to ruin her life. She was pleading for my help, telling me how much she wanted me to talk to Todd and repair things. The next thing I knew, she was calling me manipulative, alleging I was jealous of her and her family and intended to destroy her marriage. Throughout all, my main focus has been the children. They are innocent in all of this, but they are suffering the most. I can't quit thinking about Tommy and Nathan. Tommy's real father's identity must have been traumatic to him, and it's evident he's having difficulty processing it. It's difficult for me to see him suffer through this without being able to help. Nathan, on the other hand, isn't sure what's going on but feels something isn't right. We have explained it to him, but he is still too young to understand anything. We had a family gathering a few days ago, and Nathan wanted to play with Tommy like he did before. They used to be quite close, inseparable actually. However, when Tommy arrived, he was distant, quiet, and scarcely engaged with Nathan. Nathan wanted to play with him, but I had to make excuses, explaining that Tommy was weary. Meanwhile, Sarah continues to write me these long, theatrical notes. She messaged me yesterday, stating she felt betrayed by our family. I don't see how someone who was unfaithful might feel betrayed, yet she still appears unable to accept responsibility for her actions. It's always someone else's fault, mine, James's, Todd's, and never hers. James believes we should step in and assist Tommy, especially because he and Nathan are so close. However, he is also concerned about the ramifications of being too involved in Sarah's situation. We've been trying to strike a delicate balance between supporting the children and maintaining our personal tranquility, but it's been more difficult than we expected. Todd has begun to contact James, further complicating the situation. He's been trying to figure out what happened and wanted to chat about it. James reluctantly agreed to meet him for coffee. When he returned, he appeared more conflicted than ever. Todd is naturally devastated. He told James that he feels like his entire life has been a lie, and he is now trying to figure out how to co-parent with Sarah after everything that has occurred. Talking with Todd simply made James feel more torn. Todd is a kind man, who is only trying to do his best for his children, despite his awful situation. After hearing Todd's point of view, James feels even more divided about how to proceed. He wants to help, but we both know that getting too involved will drag us deeper into Sarah's chaos. It's difficult to determine what the appropriate decision is. Every time I see Tommy, I have an intense desire to help him. He's simply a child caught up in this mess, and he doesn't deserve it. Nathan continues asking why Tommy always appears so sad, and it kills my heart that I can't give him an honest reason. The more I think about it, the more divided I am between wanting to intervene and being terrified of being drawn into Sarah's tumultuous world. At the end of the day, all I want is to safeguard the kids. Tommy and Nathan deserve more, and it hurts to see them suffer as a result of their parents' sins. I don't know what the future holds, but I'm hoping we can find a way to resolve this without causing further harm. I'll keep you updated on what occurs, and once again, thank you for your ongoing support. Update 2. A lot has transpired in the last several days, so brace yourself. It's been a lot for all of us, and I'm not sure how much more I can take. First and foremost, Sarah chose to proceed with an official medical paternity test. She was dissatisfied with the results of the home DNA kit, arguing it was not a reputable source for making such a critical decision. To be fair, home tests have a margin of error, and I suppose she was hanging on to what little hope she had left. However, the results did not change. The medical paternity test verified the previous one's results. Todd is not Tommy's or his daughter's father. Sarah simply dug herself an even deeper hole. I was not surprised by the conclusion, but there was no space for uncertainty. Todd, in particular, appeared to be bracing himself for the worst, yet when the medical results arrived, I could tell he was still devastated. He appeared crushed, as if the last fiber of hope he'd been holding on to had been wrenched away. He had previously told James that he didn't expect any miracles, but there was always a small part of him that hoped the test was incorrect. Todd became more withdrawn after receiving the news. Todd apparently began researching after obtaining the results and tracked down the individual with whom Sarah was allegedly having an affair. Todd told James that this man was Sarah's coworker. He had suspected their relationship for a long time, but Sarah always dismissed it, claiming it was only work-related. Todd now understood everything. He remembered Sarah and this man being abnormally close, attending work parties together and messaging late into the night. She was continuously making explanations, assuring Todd that it was something innocent. But suddenly it seemed that all of our suspicions were being confirmed. Todd decided to face him. He traced him down to his residence and entered without alerting anyone. Todd, according to what I learned later, was not in a healthy mental state. He was upset, angry, and searching for answers. Things suddenly got out of control. The man initially disputed everything, but Todd refused to accept it. It quickly escalated into a shouting confrontation, and it wasn't long before it became physical. Neighbors heard the disturbance and phoned the cops. By the time authorities arrived, Todd and the man had been bruised. Todd was arrested for assault and now faces prosecution. It's a mess. James had to travel to the police station to assist Todd. He posted bond, but Todd is now facing major legal issues. He claims that the fight was provoked, but this will be difficult to prove in court. This whole thing is spiraling out of hand, and I can't help but believe it's all because of Sarah's decision to keep the truth hidden for so long. Todd is breaking down, and it's heartbreaking to witness someone who was always so collected break down like this. Meanwhile, Sarah is urgently trying to contain the damage, but it is far too late. Todd has petitioned for full custody of the children. Sarah is in a panic. She's trying to persuade everyone that Todd is the problem, referring to him as a psychopath and citing the fight as proof of his instability and danger. She's frightened Todd will take the kids away, and she's lashing out at everybody who doesn't support her. Todd has been talking of moving to another state with the kids to put some distance between them and Sarah. He believes the children deserve a fresh start away from the mayhem. But I am not sure. I appreciate his desire to protect kids, but separating them from everything they know could be more harmful than beneficial. Legally, it will be a difficult battle. When I last saw Sarah, she looked like she hadn't slept in days. Her eyes were red and swollen, and she kept saying that everything was coming apart, that everyone was attempting to take her children away. It seemed as if she were experiencing a panic attack. Even so, she continues to regard herself as the victim in all of this. At this point, I believe we have no choice but to become involved. We're already caught up in this mess, whether we like it or not. James believes we should back Todd and assist him with the legal issues he is experiencing, especially since Todd appears to be the more stable father in all of this, which I think is a great idea. I'll keep you posted as things go, but for the time being, we're simply holding on and hoping for a resolution that doesn't absolutely wreck these children's lives. Update 3. I have a lot to say regarding all that has transpired since my last post. First, let's discuss Todd and the man Sarah had an affair with. You already know how Todd was detained after the confrontation became physical. Initially, we believed Todd might face significant assault charges, but the man opted not to press charges. Todd told us that this man wants to disassociate himself from the entire affair. He undoubtedly realized that getting engaged may make matters worse for him, both personally and professionally. Although this individual admitted to the affair when the police arrived, he has since severed relations with both Todd and Sarah. In some ways, that chapter of the story has come to an end, which I believe is for the best. Todd does not need to continue battling with someone who clearly has no regard for the consequences of his actions. Many people have questioned me about Tommy's sister and why I haven't said more about her. She's like Nathan, she's been informed what's going on but doesn't completely comprehend it. Outwardly, she does not appear to be as impacted. Deep down, I believe she is mourning in her own way, but she has not voiced it as much as Tommy has. Tommy is older and more mature, so he understands what's going on, and it appears to be hitting him harder. That's why I've focused more on him, even though both children are plainly victims of their mother's behavior. James and I are here to support both of them, regardless of who their parents are. Tommy's situation has deteriorated significantly. Some students at his school have started bullying him, which has resulted in fights. It doesn't help that Sarah is flooding his mind with beliefs that everything is his father's fault. Tommy knows his mother cheated on Todd and that Todd is not his real father. Despite this, Sarah has told him she did it because Todd was mean to her. This demonstrates that she would sooner ruin and divide her family than fight for it. That is, in my opinion, an awful thing to say. Todd, thus far, has fought for his children. All he wants is to get away from Sarah, which anyone can understand given how manipulative, devious, and unfaithful she is. I don't understand how the person who caused so much pain and turmoil can portray herself as a victim while continuing to damage the lives of others. But I suppose it's in her nature. She did what she did because she is a horrible person who would continue to act this way to the end, hoping to gain something from it all to make herself feel better. This is yet another reason why James and I believe a child should not grow up with an unfaithful parent. It is the worst possible model and influence for proper upbringing. We hope Todd gets complete custody because if Tommy continues to be affected by his mother, things will not go well for him. His younger sister will suffer considerably more because she is still young and does not completely comprehend what is going on. Over time, Sarah is likely to manipulate her and turn her against Todd. There's also a potential she'll end up acting like Sarah, believing her actions weren't that horrible and blaming others. At this time, both James and I are completely on Todd's side, and the children's as well. First, Todd truly wants to be a good father to them, but we also believe that neither Sarah nor the original father is what the children need. Their best hope right now is with Todd, and we'll help all three of them in any way we can. Even the whole of James' family, including my in-laws, is on Todd's side. Sarah's parents are not pleased with what she has done. For example, the other day, we chose not to attend a family gathering. On the one hand, we had another commitment, but we also wanted to escape the turmoil surrounding Sarah, and it was hard to watch Nathan go through everything Tommy is going through. At the occasion, Sarah began with her customary monologue, attempting to portray Todd as the story's villain. But my father-in-law intervened and told her to stop because she was only inflicting more harm and sorrow to everyone. He pointed at Tommy, who was sitting across the room, and asked, "Don't you understand the consequences of your mistakes? Don't you see how you're still hurting everyone? Your children, and we, do not deserve this. Accept your mistakes and behave maturely." My mother-in-law then went on to say that she had not trained her to act this way and hoped her granddaughter would not follow in her footsteps. Sarah threatened to leave the event with the children, but no one in the family supported her decision. My father-in-law said she could leave if she wished, but the grandchildren would stay. He told her that both kids needed to stay away from the commotion she had started and was still causing around her, and that he would bring them back later. Sarah left, and the children stayed to play. Later, my father-in-law called Todd to invite him to spend the day with them, and he didn't hesitate. My father-in-law reported the kids seemed considerably better, but it wasn't a miracle cure. Still, being separated from their mother is the greatest thing for them right now because her poison is hurting them, something no one in the family wants, except, obviously, Sarah. Sarah doesn't appear to care about her children, only about how she is seen and not losing anything. A true mother would not use these games to harm her children. Instead, she would endeavor to protect them from everything. However, a mother would not have cheated on her spouse. Still, here we are. Update 4. With the newest developments involving my sister-in-law and her children, better times are on the horizon for this family. To begin, my sister-in-law discovered Todd had been invited to my in-laws' house after she had departed, and she was not pleased. She went to my in-laws' house and challenged them because she believes they should be on her side rather than Todd's. My in-laws stated that they would always side with the children in this case, and that if Todd was beneficial to them, they would support him. This, in some ways, fueled Sarah's rage. After shouting, she grabbed an item from the front garden and flung it at her parents' car window. To summarize, it's a distinct issue. My father-in-law sued her, and she had to pay for the window. I mention this because it is relevant to the custody case later on. Todd's divorce went fairly smoothly. There was ample evidence that Sarah had been unfaithful, therefore Todd came out top in the divorce. However, no one really wins in a divorce, especially one prompted by infidelity. At the very least, Sarah could not take any more from Todd than she already had. I wouldn't say it was easy to obtain full custody of the children. Quite the reverse. But I'll tell you what happened. Todd won. It wasn't simple because Todd is not the children's biological father. He did, however, succeed after months of judicial proceedings. Some family members, including James and my in-laws, testified to Sarah's character. The car window incident did not help her case, nor did the fact that the judge was willing to contemplate handing complete custody to the father rather than the mother, which is unusual. The final nail in the coffin was the biological father's actions. This father simply showed up for selfish reasons. To avoid paying Sarah's child support if she had custody of the children. Sarah no longer has custody, so she has no grounds to sue him because she has no child-related expenses. I'm not sure Todd can demand anything from his biological father, but he hasn't indicated to us he intends to. According to my understanding, the biological father formally gave up his parental rights, as if it were an adoption. I'd like to add that I haven't followed every aspect of the case, so this is only my basic idea. The crucial issue here is that Todd has custody of both children. This has already begun to have results, particularly for Tommy and his sister, who have started therapy. Sarah can see her children, but only with supervision. My in-laws, on the other hand, can see the kids anytime they want, as long as Todd makes the decision, and so can we. This has also benefited Nathan, who is now able to play with Tommy as previously. There is still much work to be done, but things are gradually returning to normal, which is all that matters. I'm not sure what to tell you about Sarah. I haven't had much communication with her in a while. I blocked her and haven't heard anything from her since. She sends sporadic messages to her parents and James, but their relationship is pretty icy right now, and I'm not sure if it will ever change. My siblings received luxurious gifts, but I received body wash for our birthdays. Now that I'm moving out, everything is coming apart. I am a 25-year-old woman living with my parents. I have 2 siblings, Joseph and Katrina. As the oldest, I was the first to begin employment. For a long period, just my father and I worked to support the family. My mother was either ill or too weary to work. Over the years, I've realized that her condition is self-inflicted. She would rather sit on the couch all day, watching TV and overeating than work. I gave up trying to convince her to start working a long time ago. My brother and sister began working shortly after finishing school. Unfortunately, they were unable to hold their jobs for long. My brother was a robber, and my sister blamed her lack of employment on her mental condition. The temporary financial comfort we felt when they started working did not endure. I eventually had to take on additional shifts at work, knowing I couldn't rely on them. I worked hard to move forward in my company. Now, I make more than most individuals my age. Many people compliment me on my accomplishments, yet I feel like an imposter when I look back. I have not done anything for myself. 70% of my earnings goes toward home expenses, leaving me with only 30%. That quantity barely meets my needs. On top of that, there is always an unforeseen expense at the end of the month that I must cover. I work so much that I rarely come home, and when I do, it's a nightmare. At least I get paid for my job, but no one pays me to clean the house. I need to clean, do laundry, wash dishes, and make sure we have adequate groceries. My mother and sister barely contribute. My mother spends the entire day watching television, whilst my sister locks herself in her room and only comes out to hang out with her friends or get into trouble. I can't ask my father or brother for aid because they adhere to traditional gender norms. This is the type of family I come from. Although I disagreed with those ideals, I felt I had no choice because I was living in their home. Every time I tried to speak up, my mother told me to find my own place. She understands that I cannot afford my own house while also supporting the family. She also considers my heart is too sensitive to leave them to fend for themselves, or so she believes. None of this is the reason I am writing this piece. It isn't even the reason I'm so frustrated. My frustration stems from the fact that my parents have once again demonstrated their preference for my brothers over me. It was my birthday 2 days ago. My gift? Body wash. Yes, body wash. You might think I am ungrateful, but Katrina celebrated her birthday last month. She had a lavish surprise party that we couldn't afford. I had to take on more consulting work to help pay for it. This came after my father said he had enough money to pay for the party after I initially declined. After the party, he approached me with a sob tale about miscalculating expenses. He also told me that he had borrowed from bad people and was frightened they would harm us. To protect my family, I chose to pay for the party. I was very disappointed because they constantly do this. Whether it's a holiday or a birthday, they always prioritize my siblings' gifts before my own. This year, my brother received a new gaming system as a gift, while my sister received a certificate for our city's most costly spa. And me, I received body wash. After everything I've done for this family, is body wash all I deserve? I'm not sure why, but this time I was rather offended. Every time they did this, I found a method to get around it. I persuaded myself they didn't mean it, that they adored and valued me. However, I believe it is time to quit telling myself lies. That body wash was the final straw. I exploded after receiving it. I was unable to restrain myself. I got a tremendous lump in my throat, and my wrath overtook me. I asked them why I couldn't throw a big celebration like Katrina and Joseph. All I got was body shampoo, not even a good cake. My father became enraged and asked why I was being so disrespectful when I understood their financial predicament. At that point, I began laughing and asked him how he could say it with a straight face. He was the one who went into debt to ensure Katrina had a spectacular birthday celebration, but he couldn't afford more than $20 for mine. I was tired of being treated differently. At that point, I had to inquire whether I was adopted. Is that why they treated me like a stranger? I work hard at my job, come home, and take care of everyone, but all I receive is body wash. They must be kidding. My mother started crying at that point, saying she hated it when I had these little outbursts. So it's all right for her to have emotions, but when I display mine, I'm disrespectful to the family? That is exactly what I interpreted from her comment. She has hundreds of various emotions during the day, and we are expected to tolerate them. But if I get outraged over something legitimate, I'm labeled theatrical. Fine. I decided to quit arguing and go to my room. When they tried calling, I pretended to be asleep. I sat there for the entire time, just thinking. I was really unhappy. Even though I keep myself busy all the time, I am unable to fall asleep. My thoughts center on how sad I am. Most people my age are buying their first car, getting married, or purchasing a home. I see some of them at work doing just that. Even though they earn less than me, I am envious. Despite being ahead in my job, I am far behind in life. I have no identity or purpose in this world. My only purpose is to serve these ungrateful people. Now that I think about it, how did I allow them to treat me this way? It had been going on for so long that I had no idea they were taking advantage of me. My thoughts on this have grown extremely apparent as a result of the event with my birthday gift. Now I understand I don't want things to stay this way forever. Something needs to change. I feel like I'm accomplishing nothing with my life, and I'd like to know what I can do to alter that, to have my own purpose. Update 1. I did it. I moved out 2 months after my original post. I can't believe I moved out only 2 months after the birthday incident. My apartment is small and sparsely furnished, but it is mine. Do you want to know the first thing I did after I finished moving? I lay in my bed for hours, with no one phoning me to repair any minor issue. It was an odd sensation. I had no idea that resting in bed could be so cathartic. You're undoubtedly wondering how I moved, especially given my controlling family. It was not easy, but I completed it. First, I took their counsel and began setting boundaries. I merely paid the bare minimum for household bills and saved the remainder. I also took on more shifts at work and saved the money. When my parents inquired about the money, I explained that it would be included in my year-end bonus. It was difficult, but as soon as I gathered enough for the deposit, I told them to go to hell and moved into my new apartment. Once I had picked which apartment to rent, I informed my parents that I was leaving. It wasn't a pleasant conversation. They were enraged and inquired whether living with them was indeed that horrible. I assured them it wasn't about them, but about me. I was getting older and needed to get more independence. I couldn't do it if I kept living with them. Besides, Mom had always said I should get my own apartment. Of course, my mother was offended by my reply and labeled it snarky. She claimed to want only the best for me, but I mocked everything she said. I realized I couldn't win that fight, so I apologized and went on. My family was very resistant to my desire to emigrate, but there was nothing they could do. I'd already signed my lease and was prepared to go. In protest, none of them helped me pack. I had to approach a couple coworkers for assistance. Janet and Lisa, 2 acquaintances from separate divisions at work, were the only ones who were aware of my predicament at home. When I told them I was relocating, they jumped for delight. When I requested for aid with the move, they were more than happy to help. We completed transferring everything a few days ago, and now I am in my practically empty apartment. I don't have much, yet I'm satisfied. I can't wait to start living independently. Update 2. I've been living in my apartment for more than a month. It's been a tough month, but I'm happier than ever, or was until a few hours ago. Let me quickly recap what transpired over the last month. I've been furnishing my flat and even had a housewarming party. Also, now that I have my evenings free, I've begun to get out with friends and even meet new individuals through them. It is wonderful to finally have a social life after so long without one. Honestly, I think I'm finally living for myself. Aside from developing a social life, I've started dating someone Lisa introduced me to. In the past, I never went out with anyone since I didn't have time. My family was continuously disrupting my plans with some sort of emergency. But now that I live farther away, they can't do that. You're probably wondering how my connection with my family has fared over the last month. Actually, none of them had messaged me at all throughout this time. They've been unusually quiet, which has been disconcerting at times. I considered messaging them, but I stopped myself. I feel like I'm usually the one to break the ice and apologize after our disagreements. I do not want to be that way anymore. I want to be treated with the same respect as any other member of the family. So I opted not to reach out. For a while, I felt our relationship had ended. That was until my mother contacted me this afternoon when I was at work. I was astonished to see her name on the screen, but I responded. As soon as I picked up, she asked, "Where's the check?" At first, I was perplexed because I had no idea what check she was referring to. Had she forgotten that I wasn't living with them anymore? What were her thoughts? Anyway, she wondered how I expected them to function without my assistance. I told her that she had 2 healthy, capable children who could help pay the expenses. They've had a month to look for work. What have they been doing during that time? She then questioned how I could be so inconsiderate to my siblings' plight. So I questioned her how I could feel sympathy for a criminal and a lazy girl. They damaged their own job possibilities. Couldn't they learn from me and persevere? I told my mother that I was not going to send anything and that they needed to make their own plans. Then I hung up. She contacted me numerous more times, but I did not respond. Later, my father called and tried to reprimand me, but I hung up. I couldn't believe what I had done. I had never cut someone off while they were speaking before. But, to be honest, the last month has been so tranquil, and reconnecting with them has reminded me of how tumultuous my life once was. I don't think I want to upset my peace by reintroducing them into my life. I wish they had remained silent. They should have cut me off and left me alone because, in reality, I was never actually a part of the family. Now I see that they only wanted me for as long as I could provide for them. I was living an unsustainable lifestyle because I was always there to support others. But now that's over. I have hit my limit. It is time for me to focus on myself. I should have done this long ago. They have attempted to make me feel bad, but it isn't working. I believe it's because I'm now immune to it. Update 3. Honestly, I'm not sure what's wrong with my family. I can't believe I am related to such strange individuals. I knew they were capable of going to extremes to achieve their goals, but this is too much. I'm not going to be patient with them after this. They're about to witness a side of me they didn't realize existed. It had been 2 days since my relatives began pestering me for money. I've repeatedly told them that I'm not giving them anything. They need to devise their own plan. If they can't pay their bills, how can they expect me to support them when I already have my own expenses? It's totally irresponsible and irrational. I've been ignoring them for the past 24 hours, concentrating on purchasing additional furnishings for my flat. It's finally beginning to look like a house, and I'm really pleased with myself. I can't believe I now have items to call my own. Unfortunately, I can't truly appreciate this success because they've been so obnoxious. I've ignored them the entire time, which is presumably why they decided to come to my residence. Yes, they came to my flat last night while I was hosting a little gathering. Here's what happened. Yesterday was a Friday night, and a few of my pals wanted to go out. But I was too exhausted. Lisa and Janet agreed, so we planned a book and wine night at my apartment. 2 more girls joined us, and we were having a terrific time, until there was a disturbance outside the door. I live in a quiet apartment community, so this was concerning. We attempted to ignore it, but it became louder and soon reached my door. When I opened it, my sister, father, and brother were arguing with the building manager. They demanded to be allowed into my apartment since they were family. I couldn't believe what I was witnessing. I informed the manager that I knew them, but they were not welcome. My father looked hurt and claimed he only wanted to talk. I asked him to look at the time, which was 10 p.m. I informed them that if they wanted to see me, they could have called ahead. Also, how did they know where I lived? That's when my sister stepped in, stating she learned from a friend who had seen me at the complex. Then she looked around and noted that I was living large. She asked why she couldn't live with me. I looked at her like she was insane. Why would I want to live with someone who is so lazy? I would have to feed her and clean up after her. I have not forgotten the dynamics of the previous few years. I told them to go because they were not welcome, particularly at that hour. My father refused, saying they wouldn't go unless I spoke with them. I informed him that I was not interested in talking, especially since I had guests. Then my brother began ranting at the top of his lungs, addressing my friends and calling me a useless sister. He then forced his way into my flat and started verbally assaulting me. Between him, my sister, and my father, I felt completely overwhelmed. Meanwhile, my friends sat stunned, watching this horrific show. Things only got worse. My father and brother began rifling through my belongings and turning them upside down. I cried because I saw them treat my possessions so disrespectfully. I implored them to stop, but they did not listen. They said I was to blame and demanded a check. That is, until security arrived. It turned out that Janet had gone to contact security as soon as my father and brother began disrupting the calm. When security arrived, my father and brother refused to go and attempted to resist. That was a major mistake since the uproar became so loud that they had to call the cops. My father and brother are currently in jail for trespassing in my flat and disrupting the peace. They will not be released until Monday, and I have already filed charges. I am bringing them to court over this. They've gone too far, and I'm not going to let them get away with it. This marks the end. They've gone too far, and I'm not going to let them drag me farther into their mess. Update 4. I wanted to post an update sooner because it has been 4 months, but I chose to wait until everything was resolved. Now that the trial has ended, I can finally tell you everything. I think many of you will be relieved to know that my family received what they deserved. Starting with my brother, the judge was harsh on him because he had previously shoplifted and is a repeat offender. He was sentenced to 1 year in prison. Unfortunately, this will remain on his record, making it even more difficult for him to establish a future for himself. But, honestly, given the way he's been spending his life, he had little chance. I'm hoping that his time in jail would straighten him out and help him set priorities. I've seen folks considerably younger than him who have significantly more structured lives. My father had to pay a fee to the court and is currently on probation. If he even receives a traffic ticket, he's done. He needs to be really cautious for a time. Otherwise, he'll wind himself in jail. Both the judge and the city take these transgressions very seriously, which is why they have met with severe punishments. Now, about my mother. Years of gluttony and idleness have now caught up with her. She is at high risk of heart disease due to her poor lifestyle. Because of how quickly her health is deteriorating, doctors estimate she has less than 2 years if she does not make radical adjustments. Knowing her, she probably doesn't care because she believes she will live forever. I tried for years to convince her to eat healthier, but she never listened, so I gave up. If her high cholesterol does not kill her, my sister most likely will. Speaking of my sister, she's been the talk of the town lately, and not for the right reasons. Since money has been tight and no one is funding her lifestyle longer, she decided to take matters into her own hands. She somehow became acquainted with the wrong crowd, girls who were rumored to be selling certain items on the street corner. It is both unlawful and highly harmful. I heard about a week ago that she had been detained for doing something questionable. I wouldn't be surprised if she ends herself in a physically perilous situation as a result of her chosen route. People have asked me to speak with her, but she chose this life. Honestly, she probably thinks I'm stupid for working an honest job. No insult to anyone in that business, but I've witnessed what some of these girls go through. There is no happy ending in sight for her, only substance misuse, additional jail term, and perilous situations. My mother has fallen multiple times as a result of the stress that Katrina has caused. But Katrina still lives with our parents, so they are enabling her conduct by allowing her to be there. Even though she is making money, she is definitely not spending it appropriately or paying her responsibilities. You are undoubtedly wondering how I know all this. I found out from a credible source. My parents are now receiving food stamps, and my father's working hours have been decreased. He spends most of his time at home, with my mother and Katrina. I can only imagine how hungry everyone must be in that house right now. But it isn't all for them. In addition, they must compensate for the damage they caused to my flat. I was able to recover the items they damaged, but they still need to pay the money the judge ordered. I feel sad for them, but not enough to intervene and help. It's what it is. They made their decisions, and now they must live with the consequences. Update 5. I have an update on several recent events, and the truth is that my family is falling deeper into the troubles that, as I frequently repeat, they made for themselves. They are the type of people who try to dig themselves out of a hole. I'm not sure if there is a way back for them, but I do know that it is not my obligation to get them out of the holes they've dug themselves. And they keep getting deeper. To begin with, my father, who was supposed to pay for the damage he and my brother committed in my apartment, just did not do it. Many of the comments I received in my last update predicted this outcome, and they were correct. The worst part is that this time he didn't even try. He made no effort to demonstrate his willingness to comply with the judge's instruction. However, the judge was correct when he cautioned that any failure would result in his return to prison. A sneeze may land him in jail, which is exactly what occurred. It wasn't a real sneeze, but the fact that he didn't pay what was ordered resulted in a trip to jail. I discovered a few days ago that he is currently serving time there. The irony of the situation is that my father was, in theory, the only one working in that house. I'm not sure how my mother will cope without him now that he's in prison. The last time I spoke with someone close to the family, they said there was almost no food in the house. Given my mother's health issues, this is really frightening. But, to be honest, all I feel is a frigid remoteness from the entire thing. For years, I was the one who kept that house afloat, and they emotionally and financially abused me. They are now paying the price for their own recklessness. On top of that, my mother is alone in the house, not only because my father is in jail, but also because my brother and sister are now behind bars. My brother had already been in jail for a while, as you may recall, but now my sister has joined him. Yes, her business venture ended just as expected. She was arrested. Everyone saw it coming, except her. Her condition worsened when she began using in addition to selling, leaving her even more vulnerable and without much judgment. An undercover detective caught her in the act, putting an end to her attempt to maintain an unsustainable lifestyle. Now she's awaiting trial, but I don't think she'll come out unscathed. The worst aspect is that she cannot afford professional counsel, therefore she is represented by a public defender. I do not mean to be unkind, but I do not see much hope for her. As for my mother, I honestly don't know what will happen to her life now. She is staying in the house that previously housed 5 people, but it is now completely empty. My father is in prison, my sister is awaiting trial, and my brother has already served time. The house is emptied, and the saddest thing is that she has no one to care for her. For years, she did nothing but rely on others to bring her money and food. She can scarcely leave the house anymore due to her health difficulties. I'm not sure how she'll survive. I know they get food stamps, but that isn't enough to survive on. In short, my family has entirely disintegrated. All I have left is my peace, and while it may sound harsh, I do not regret having removed myself. Update 6. I feel horrible for having to deliver bad news, but it's no longer my bad news, it's my family's. Despite the fact that everything is unfolding in slow motion, I can't help but feel relieved that I am not personally involved in this disaster. To begin, I have finally regained my money. It wasn't an easy process, and as expected, my father didn't have the money to pay me. The only reason Dad ultimately did was because my mother had to take out a loan to bail him out of jail. The fact that my father was in jail for contempt made matters even more problematic, but she eventually received the money after considerable work. Of course, it was not her own idea, but rather my mother's desperate desire to get my father out of jail. My father's release from jail is arguably the only bright aspect of this predicament. During this period, my mother had been living with a relative while attempting to resolve my father's legal issues. She left the house for an extended period of time, and as one might imagine, it was abandoned. Now, the neighborhood we lived in was never ideal, particularly for leaving a house unsecured. Apparently, it has been vandalized and completely looted. The most worrisome aspect is that according to what I've been informed, there are people living there now. People who, from what I understand, may be previous clients of my sister. The fact that people are squatting within the house is only the beginning of the problem. Still, if my parents are able to remove them, which I doubt will be easy, I'm not sure whether what remains is still a house. It bothers me to think about the state of the place I once called home, especially since I put so much time and effort into keeping it up when I was still living there. But at the end of the day, it is no longer my home. It's not in my name, and it's not my responsibility to solve it. My parents will have to face this on their own. My siblings continue to serve their sentences. There have been little updates on that front. What surprises me the most about all of this is how quickly the situation deteriorated after my departure. It's as if my departure was the final nail in the coffin of a scenario that was already decaying from within. Am I the asshole for refusing to help my father and stepmother and telling them they deserve the karma hitting them hard right now? So, when I was around 16, my father, 44 million, began seeing my stepmother Julia, 30 million, and they married 2 years later. Just to clarify, this woman never liked me. She's the reason I was kicked out of my house at 19. Since then, I haven't spoken with either my father or her, until a few days ago, when my father arrived at my place to talk. I'll get to that later, but first, I need to explain what went wrong so you can see who Julia truly is. My mother died when I was just 9 years old. My father had been in other relationships since then, but he was completely committed to Julia from the start. She moved in with us within a few months. Even though she was only a few years older than me, she required me to address her as mom. At the time, I was 16 and she was 24. We were just 8 years apart in age. I never called her mom, or saw her as maternal, since I thought it was inappropriate. Even if she had been older, I doubt I would have addressed her as mom, because my biological mother had died only 6 years earlier. I wasn't prepared to start calling someone else mom, and replacing her so quickly. Furthermore, when Julia made her request, she had only been with my father for 8 months. They might take their relationship at their own pace, but that didn't mean I had to accept her into my life at the same rate, especially since she hadn't tried to get along with me. I calmly informed her that I would not feel comfortable referring to her as my mother because I did not feel linked to her or saw her as a maternal figure. I don't believe I was impolite, but she began to pick on me for no apparent reason after that. She would either be extremely hostile or completely ignore me. It was strange, and it was evident that I refused to address her as mom. I never understood why it was important to her. As far as I was concerned, my father adored her and had totally accepted her as his companion. That should have been enough, but she was fixated on being my mother. She even behaved like she was, albeit not in a good or compassionate manner. She would order me around and pretend to have authority over me. It was as if she wanted to establish herself as a capable mother figure. This behavior bothered me. I'd remind her that she wasn't my mother and didn't need to be so involved in my life since I wasn't ready to give her the responsibility. She'd complain to my father, we'd argue, and things would become uncomfortable. But, in the end, my father and I loved each other enough to reconcile despite Julia. This was how we spent nearly 4 years. After they married, I assumed Julia would start acting normally because she no longer had any reason to be insecure. However, their marriage made her even more determined to become my mother. A few months after their wedding, she sat me down for the same conversation. This time, she said she would love it if I called her mom, since now that she and my father are married, it will help complete our family. She required that I acknowledge her as my mother before anything could happen. By then, I'd seen her true colors. I couldn't believe she had the arrogance to demand that I call her mom, after mistreating me for the previous 4 years. I wasn't especially pleased with their marriage because I knew she didn't like me, and to be honest, I didn't care for her either. I've never been one to mince things, and at 18, I made that abundantly plain to her. After the way she had treated me over the previous 4 years, I had no desire to accept her as my mother or assist her in realizing her dream of a perfect family. I advised her to concentrate on being married to my father and stop worrying about becoming my mother because it was pitiful. I informed her that I already had a mother, whom I adored, and that just because she died in an accident didn't mean the post was open. In very straightforward and respectful terms, I told her that I was not going to replace my mother and that she should stop trying. I also added that her fixation with being my mother was strange, scary, and completely unappreciated, especially given how brutally she had treated me simply because I refused to call her mom. I'm not proud of it because it wasn't very nice, but I did hint that her obsession was psychologically abnormal. That remark evidently irritated her, since she stopped speaking to me entirely following that chat. It was as if I didn't exist for her. At the time, I didn't think it was an issue. In fact, I was relieved when she eventually decided to stop bothering me. About a year later, I understood she had used that time to turn my father against me. It happened so gradually that I didn't realize my father was distancing himself until it was too late. When I realized, I attempted to fix things. I tried multiple times to bond with him, hanging out, talking, and reconnecting, but he was either too busy or constantly with Julia. I recognized that his priorities had evolved after his second marriage, and I attempted to give them space. But it backfired because Julia took up all of his available space in life. Things only got worse after I moved away to college. Whatever little communication I had with my father was vanishing as well. It felt dreadful, and I knew I needed to do something about it. One weekend, I planned to surprise my father by going home. I anticipated him to be pleased, but he appeared annoyed. He informed me he had planned to go out to dinner with Julia, but now that I was home, he couldn't do so. I found this quite offensive and challenged him about his actions. I told him he was acting aloof and strange, and it pained me that he wasn't even pleased with my surprise visit. I conveyed that it felt like he no longer cared about me. In despair, I lashed out at Julia, accusing her of turning him against me. This evolved into a full-fledged argument. My father told me that he knew I had something against Julia since the beginning. He said Julia wasn't attempting to turn him against me, but rather I was trying to turn him against her. He accused me of trying to brainwash him into thinking Julia was the bad guy, despite the fact that she had done everything she could to win me over. According to him, I was the one who turned down her attempts to bond because I did not want to betray my mother. He even suggested my mother would be upset with my behavior. My father informed me that making up tales about Julia to build a wedge between them would not succeed. Over time, I saw that Julia was gradually changing the narrative, telling my father that I had been ignoring and mistreating her from the beginning. Whenever my father was around, she was nothing but lovely, leading him to believe she was incapable of being mean to anyone. He gradually came to believe her account of events. He assumed I was causing issues because I couldn't accept Julia as his wife or come to terms with his departure. This was far from the truth, but my explanation fell on deaf ears. He accused me of attempting to sabotage their relationship and lying about Julia. Then he issued an ultimatum. Either I start respecting Julia, call her mom, and accept their relationship, or I leave. When my father said this, I didn't bother to argue. I hadn't unpacked anything yet, so I grabbed my bags and marched out, never looking back. After that, I went directly to my uncle's place. He was the closest relative I had. He's my mother's older brother and has always had a warm spot for me. I knew that no matter what challenges I had, he would assist me. At the time, I hadn't told my uncle much about Julia. I already knew he didn't like her or support my father's connection with her. Part of this was due to his loyalty to my mother, and part of it was because he thought the age difference between my father and Julia was too great. I didn't want him to detest my father any more than he already did, so I kept quiet. However, after I was kicked out, I told everything to him. He was infuriated. He told me that I had done the right thing by refusing to call her mom, and that Julia was a complete nutcase. He also called my father an absolute moron for believing all of her falsehoods. Once he realized the truth, he told me that he would take care of everything. He offered to cover all of my expenditures, including college tuition, which had previously been my father's burden. He also said that if I ever needed a place to stay, I could always come to him. Even after I graduated, he promised to help me out. True to his word, he supported me every step of the way and has become more of a father to me over the last 6 years than my biological father ever was. As I previously stated, I have not had touch with my father or Julia in 6 years. No one else in the family has. After I told my uncle everything, he was so enraged that he told everyone. I didn't ask him to do anything, but he was too angry to worry about the implications. He notified both my mother's and father's side of the family about the incident. According to what I've heard, no one has contacted my father or Julia since I was kicked out, as they were all against what had transpired. According to my uncle, several individuals attempted to persuade my father to listen, but he refused. He accused me of lying and said they should not trust me. Fortunately, my family knows I am not the person my father and Julia portrayed me to be. As a result, my father and Julia have been forced into extreme isolation. However, I doubt they care because they have not contacted anyone in the last 6 years. On the other hand, I'm doing well for myself. Following graduation from college, I began interning at my uncle's real estate firm. I eventually obtained my real estate license and relocated earlier this year from my former apartment to a much larger one in a more desirable location. I am no longer concerned about my finances. I've even started paying my uncle back, despite his insistence that he doesn't want anything from me. My financial situation is crucial because I believe it is what prompted my father to contact me again. Karma seemed to have caught up with him and Julia. A few months after giving birth, Julia was engaged in a horrific accident. She is currently bedridden and unable to move. My dad paid me a visit a few days ago. During our talk, I discovered that he had quit his job a few years before to start his own firm. Unfortunately, things haven't been going well because the epidemic struck shortly after he started. He has been experiencing financial difficulties. Furthermore, Julia refused to work, leaving him with sole responsibility for financial management. This circumstance is not surprising to me. Julia quit her work shortly after they got married, which he chose to disregard. Things got even more difficult financially when she found she was pregnant and decided to keep the kid. She gave birth approximately 6 months ago. Then, last month, she was involved in a horrific accident while driving herself home from lunch with her friends. She totaled the automobile due to icy roads and a little too much champagne. Fortunately, she was not charged, but it doesn't matter because she severely hurt herself and is now bedridden, unable to move as she heals. My father is in a bad situation because their medical insurance does not cover hiring a nurse. He needs to pay for one out of pocket because he can't stay at home to care for Julia and must work to prevent bankruptcy. Meanwhile, they've been leaving their kid with Julia's parents, but her parents just informed my father that they couldn't watch the child every day because they needed to live their own life. This resulted in a dispute between my father and Julia's parents, with him accusing them of being greedy. As a result, they refused to look after the baby anymore. My father, now out of alternatives, admitted he had no one else to turn to and chose to contact me for assistance. When he paid me a visit, he recounted everything in the hopes that I would intervene. Without hesitation, I declined. I'm not good around newborns, and I definitely didn't want anything to do with Julia's child. Given how much agony the two of them had given me in the past, I refused to allow myself to be used to solving their problems. I told my dad that, while it was good to see him, I was no longer here to serve his purpose. He became enraged, claiming he had gone to considerable lengths to obtain my contact information. From his statements, I deduced that he must have pestered some relatives until they informed him where I lived. I didn't think this was a great attempt, and his entitlement simply made me angry. I reminded him that when I needed him the most, when I begged him to believe me, he had refused. He chose Julia over me, and now I'm choosing myself over him. Despite my repeated requests, he refused to leave. I finally lost my patience. I warned him that if he didn't leave, I would contact the cops, which would end horribly for him. In a heated exchange, I informed him I had no sympathy for him and was not interested in assisting or forgiving him. I said he and Julia deserved all they were going through. After all, Julia had continually lied about me, portraying me as the monster. My father had decided to trust her falsehoods and prioritize her ludicrous requests, even to the point of kicking me out. Instead of believing his own daughter, he favored his wife and her unreasonable expectations. When I said that, he looked shocked and swiftly departed without saying anything. I now feel guilty about what they are going through. I know it's bad, and I'm not sure if I should have stated they deserved it. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. I'm not the judge. Still, the guilt weighs on me. Edit. I called my uncle to tell him of my father's visit. He spoke with a few relatives and confirmed that my father had reportedly been contacting everyone after many years, searching for my location. Most people had not responded, but one family on my father's side, who isn't very close to me, felt sorry for him and provided him my contact information and address. So, I was correct. My father did not go to the great lengths that he stated. He was only attempting to make me feel bad. Update 1. I'd like to thank everyone who commented on my post. It was a lengthy post, and I have not discussed it in depth with anyone other than my uncle. It was good to finally get everything off my chest, particularly regarding Julia. Her actions deeply traumatized me when I was younger. Based on the remarks, I believe I was correct in stating that Julia may have had some mental health issues. Her eagerness for me to embrace her as my mother was overwhelming. That being said, I can only infer it. I cannot diagnose her. However, I believe she would benefit greatly from seeing a psychiatrist to determine what was driving her conduct. It seems ridiculous for her to act the way she did simply because I refused to call her or accept her as my mother. Throughout my father's relationship with Julia, I tried to make explanations for his behavior. I knew he loved her, so I tried not to make a scene. But it didn't seem to matter. He didn't care. When it came down to it, he chose Julia above me, his biological daughter. So he had the guts to come up at my house after 6 years of no communication, asking me to assist him out. Even now, I know he was not sincerely sorry. He just apologized because he wanted my aid, not because he truly meant it. In reaction, I have taken precautions to protect myself. I've upgraded security measures around my house in case he shows up again. If he does and refuses to leave when I ask, I will contact the cops right away. Ideally, I'd prefer that he not show up at all, but I realize that's wishful thinking. He's going to come back and attempt to get me to help him again. He already has my contact details. He had been contacting me for the past few days, but I blocked him after a few hours. It's been nearly 5 days since his visit, and I presume he's been taking his time. However, I have a feeling he'll come up again. Just so you know, I'm not afraid of what he may do, it's just that I'm already emotionally spent, and I don't want a long argument with him. That is why I am taking every precaution to avoid protracted chats and have him depart as soon as possible. I'm hoping that when I see him again, it won't be too emotionally draining. Update 2. 2 days ago, I posted here that I was confident my father would return. Actually, he did. He waited a week since our last meeting and came up today. When I spotted him standing outside and ringing the doorbell, I told him over the intercom that I didn't want to speak to him. I had just gotten home from work, so I was exhausted and not in the mood to deal with him. When he refused to go, I grabbed my phone, contacted the cops, and reported him for trespassing. He couldn't hear me from inside and had no idea I'd contacted the police. Until they arrived, he waited outside my door, beating on it and complaining that I was being too hard on him. He stated Julia admitted to making everything up and that they were both deeply remorseful for everything. He explained that all they could do now was apologize and hope for the best, as they couldn't go back in time to fix things. He insisted I give them some leniency, especially given what they're going through. I couldn't believe that even after discovering Julia had lied to him, prompting him to kick me out, he became defensive rather than admitting his sins. He was taking the entire issue so nonchalantly, which was annoying. However, I maintained my composure and did not speak to him. Thankfully, the cops arrived shortly, because his "what can we do about it now" attitude was really getting on my nerves. It was especially distressing because he had wrecked his relationship with his own daughter due to Julia's lies and still couldn't hold her accountable. When the cops arrived, he lost control and began yelling at me, claiming I had lost my mind and had no right to call the cops on my own father. I didn't care. I described the entire thing to the cops. I doubt he will face any charges, but I hope this teaches him a lesson. He did not physically resist being dragged away, but he did stare at me the entire time. I could see he was mortified, but I didn't mind. I was so pleased that he was being removed and that I would no longer have to deal with him. It may sound callous, but after today, seeing how little he appeared to care that Julia lied and ruined our relationship, I feel validated. What I mentioned was completely accurate. He and Julia deserved each other, and more importantly, they earned everything that was happening to them. Perhaps the small one didn't deserve it though. The only person I feel sorry for in this circumstance is my half-brother. There's not much I can do about it but hope for the best. I sincerely hope for the best for him, at least since I have nothing against him. He's merely a youngster who has no idea what his parents are like. I'm praying that he doesn't get caught up in all of this commotion and has to suffer as a result. If he does, he will be the second child Julia and my father have failed, after me. Update 3. After the officers took him away, my father did not contact me for over 3 weeks. Then, a few days ago, I got an SMS accusing me of being awful. The message stated that I was a terrible person and that they regretted reaching out to me in the first place. It stated they were ridiculous to expect me to understand their situation because I've always been a selfish brat who didn't care about anyone else. According to the book, Selfishness, Not Julia, damaged my connection with my father. The message came from a number I didn't recognize, so I assumed it was my father or Julia. It doesn't matter. That was the last I heard from them, and they haven't contacted me again since. Interestingly, I heard about my father and Julia again today. My uncle called to tell me that a few cousins on my father's side had notified him of their current position. Apparently, my father and Julia are now living separately because he has been requested to leave his home. Julia's parents have moved in to care for her and the baby. According to my uncle, my father considered leaving the infant in foster care until they could get back on their feet. Julia became outraged and threatened to divorce him. Although he was able to calm her down, she was still so enraged that she had him kicked out of the house while she healed. I find it amusing that after kicking me out, he is now experiencing the same situation. One thing is certain, Julia has a mental health problem. Normal people do not behave in such extremes. That being said, I don't have to worry about it because she's no longer in my life. I just think it's funny that my father is going through this, and I felt compelled to share. This is really his karma.